Okay.
Am I supposed to give this to you now? 'Cause it
No,
doesn't
no.
come up till
Exactly. That's the end of the
I
day.
still
That's
get it
fine. No, I can hold it over here. That's fine. Roll set. Okay. So we have the first public hearing, House Bill 83, and I'm waiting for my clerk because she didn't have her sheets. So okay. Do you know anything about this bill?
I don't.
Okay. Is there anybody here who wants to speak towards this bill? 1183. Anybody want to speak for it? You do? Okay. Why don't you come on up? Introduce yourself. You turn the mic on. Yeah,
Check,
there
test,
you go.
1, 2.
There you go.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, please. And
Hey, good morning, Representative Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. I was not expecting to be the first person to testify at a hearing. I normally used to seeing other folks go ahead. I'm here representing myself. I live out in Seabrook, New Hampshire. I drove an hour to the Seacoast just to come and testify.
yeah,
I thought
so what
this
did
was
you say your name was? I'm sorry.
Matt.
Matt what?
Saborin de Chouanier.
Okay, you will fill out a pink card afterwards.
Yeah,
for us?
I think we gave you
So
one.
the
Yeah.
clerk can make sure we get you.
That's okay.
Okay.
So fun story I wanted to share before giving my conclusion for the bill is from August of 2020 to January of 2021, I was briefly a member of an organization called InfraGard, which is a public-private partnership of the FBI, which is stated mission is to protecting critical infrastructure in the United States. I lost confidence in the way that the country was going in January of 2021, and I actually canceled my membership in the organization of InfraGard. It's a nonprofit. I wasn't active. I received emails from them. I didn't attend any meetings, but it seemed more like InfraGard is almost like a nanny state kind of thing, where it just has private citizens walking around looking out for their own, looking out for their own, or watching. I'm sorry, private citizens spying on each other. Almost. That's the impression. That's the way it felt. Because I'd never heard of it before until I had to join as part of an online degree. I lost confidence in the way the direction of the country was going in January 2021, and I canceled my membership because I didn't trust the incoming administration. And about 3 weeks after the new inauguration, there was there was the executive order that was issued that kind of allowed China access to the electrical grid, and I did not appreciate that. I lost confidence, and I was like, I'm glad I got out of this. I didn't want to be part of it. It doesn't make sense. That's a fun backstory. On principle, we shouldn't be selling land in our state to a foreign country. We should sell it to private citizens of New Hampshire first, and private citizens of the United States first, and then other American-owned corporations. We should not be selling our land or industrial critical industries to a foreign country. Sorry, guys, I stutter. My recommendation for this bill is ought to pass.
Okay. Great.
That's
Thank you
all.
very much.
Thanks, guys.
You do know that one of our biggest corporations in Nashua is a British company.
I was listing priorities.
Yeah,
on
okay.
on where it should go, but thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next, I have a card from. Did you put a card in? I mean, really? Okay. Well, I'm gonna call up Robert Johnson, who's from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And Farm Bureau is a federation of New Hampshire's 10 county farm bureaus. Our members are family farms, close to 2,000 of them. We have another close to 1,000 supporting members. And we are in opposition to the bill as introduced. If you plan on moving forward, we would ask for at least an amendment that would the way the bill's written, it's so broad that would enable land to be leased for research and educational purposes. And we say that with one particular entity in mind. Syngenta is a worldwide leader in crop protection and seed research, and as well as sales. And we would hope that if there was the opportunity at our agricultural experiment station in Durham or at the university in some other way that Syngenta wanted to fund some research, that we would have the opportunity to participate in that. So I got Syngenta is a company that was founded and today is still headquartered in Switzerland. And back in 2017, it was purchased by the Chinese National Chemical Corporation. So it is controlled by, in the end, by the Chinese government. This has been, as you're probably aware, it's a big issue nationwide. Our national organization has been involved in this quite a bit and done a good bit of research. I've left with the clerk, and I have some more copies of some study that they did.
Real helpful that you just email those.
I will.
copies
I
to
have
us.
these electronically, and I will do
Just-
that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Is there? And just let me know if there's a particular email that I should use.
House Commerce.
Will do. So that is one. And then just a little bit of extra data. I did contact American Farm Bureau with the data in that report. It's not state specific, but I asked for some state data. In particular, I asked, well, how much farmland does China, the Chinese nationals own in New Hampshire? And there is none. The only land that is reported is just under 100 acres reported in Penobscot County, Maine, and we would take that's probably forest land, and that you'll see it in the report. But it kind of gets to one of the issues that requires the reporting is self-reporting, and the self-reporting is to the USDA Farm Service Agency, and that it kind of shows you. You could question the accuracy of the data, seeing it as voluntary compliance and reporting. And beyond that, if an entity is supposed to have reported and reports late, they are fined at a substantial amount. So it discourages self-reporting after the fact. Which kind of leads me to a question with the bill. I see there's no fiscal note. So to police this and such, you're going to need some funds. Lastly, I will say that also, and I provided a copy to the clerk, but the USDA has opened a docket on this, seeking comments on their current process, and that's open until I believe it's mid-February. I think once it's the 16th. I can provide you a copy of that. Docket that registered notice electronically. And I guess the final thing is that you're probably already aware, but there is a similar bill over in the Senate Bill 366 on this that is being heard next Tuesday in Senate Commerce. I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for your time and attention, Mr. Chair.
Great. Any questions from committee? Representative Herbert, you have a question?
I'm a little confused in the sense that the Chinese purchase of the organization in Switzerland, does that, I don't understand. The bill to me is you don't sell land or infrastructure to China. That's the aim of the bill. I mean, am I missing something?
I
there?
believe
Yes,
it
yeah,
is.
if you read the bill a little clearly, if you see that they're looking for the long arm, anything that you have any connection, any company that has any connection with the People's Republic of China or the party, is what it says in the bill. You have the bill in front of you there?
Yeah, but what they bought was a scientific organization as opposed to a land owning organization.
It says any part of ownership. In other words, because that company has has China as an owner, part owner,
Yeah.
that means they would be barred from, under this legislation, they would be barred from buying land in New Hampshire.
They own land and facilities in order to conduct their research. It was you may have heard of it in Arkansas recently, where they passed a law, and then Syngenta owns a seed company in Arkansas that employed a vast majority of the people in a particular community, and they required that they sell that 160 acres in their facility. And that happens, and that particular Syngenta happens to be the largest contributor to FFA, Future Farmers of America organization in the state of Arkansas.
And you're saying that when Arkansas passed this legislation, they were forced to sell the,
Yes. Yeah. Whether it's been sold yet or not, I don't know, but they are being forced to. Yep, they have a deadline to meet.
okay.
In one particular community, it's going to devastate them because they live in the community. They need to go elsewhere.
So I have a follow-on question, if you don't mind.
Further question, you may inquire.
Further question is, so is this membership in the Swiss organization critical to the United States? I mean, in terms of the science of,
The company was founded and is now owned and headquartered in Switzerland. So I would say it is critical.
okay, so we don't have an alternative.
Further question?
Yes, further question, number 3, and I'll stop there. We don't have an alternative organization in the United States to do this research?
Well, there are competitors. Syngenta, like Bayer, if you've heard of Bayer, Monsanto, are a couple of the other
Yeah,
their
everybody loves
competitors.
Monsanto.
Any entity
Companies are foreign
that's
also.
manufacturing.
Hey, Bayer
and-
is German.
Yeah, correct. But any company that's manufacturing or producing or researching crop protectants, seed, that type of thing would be a competitor. So yes, we do have alternatives in this country, but Syngenta is a leading entity, and then maybe I just use Syngenta as a prime example.
Right. That was just an example. Great. Thank you. We have any other questions? All set. Thank you very much. Anybody else would like to testify? Did I get a card from you, Tim? Okay, here we go. Representative Horrigan. In opposition to the bill.
Yes, well, I'm certainly, I do not consider myself a communist, so I'm certainly glad I don't live in China, but the, what we used to call Red China, they are very good at capitalism, and they're the second largest economy in the world, and we do have to coexist with them. And so even though communist is a dirty word on both sides of the political spectrum here, I think this bill is overly broad because we have to coexist. The Chinese are, as I said, they're the second biggest economic power in the world. We're in a symbiotic relationship with them. Like, I apologize, my phone went off by accident. I believe that most of the components of the phone were in fact manufactured in the People's Republic of China. So they're, certainly, especially and I see the concern about the farmland, also the critical industries. There's also the whole issue of, battery technology that we're way behind. The Chinese have been much more so than the capitalists here in the U.S. Aggressively investing in electric vehicles and other battery technologies. And the other thing I might say, the communist country that really scares me is Russia, because Putin, even though economically he doesn't follow the economic policies of the old Soviet Union, that's obviously what he's up to. He is trying to reconstitute the Soviet Union, and I certainly think we should be doing even more than we are now to stop that. I mean, there's some people seem to even want to let Putin go ahead and take over the former Soviet republics, but that's a subject for another bill or another debate. So I'm not eager to vote for an ITL if it comes to the floor, but I think probably passing this current form, it's very broad, and it's very broad, and it's not ready to be passed, and probably the basic idea behind it has some flaws. Certainly your best bet would either to amend it so it's not as broad, or send the interim study. And I also like to add, as others noticed, there are many foreign-owned corporations here in the U.S., like BAE is based in Britain. In my area, there's Sig Sauer, a major manufacturer of firearms. They're based in Switzerland. So I think I understand the concern behind this bill, and I share it, but I just don't think actually putting this language into law would be a good idea. So that's and I probably wasn't a good idea for me to come here on YouTube, doing anything other than totally condemning communist China, which has many, many problems. But they are good at capitalism. They're probably better at us at being capitalists. So sort of like it's a society which is very oppressive in some ways, but it's some other ways it's less oppressive. But anyway, so I would say don't pass the bill as introduced at least. We'll see what the alternative is, and I'm sure you'll work hard on it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on House Bill 1183? Okay, you will fill out a pink card. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Jonathan Leslie. I am speaking pro to this bill as an individual. I'm an Army combat infantry veteran from 7 years. I have a master's degree in terrorism and counterterrorism studies, and my wife and I both run a small farm over in Deerfield. I'm supporting this bill to a long-term threat of continued Chinese purchases of both prime agricultural land and American infrastructure. I'd like to read a quote from a book titled Unrestricted Warfare, which was written in 1999 by 2 colonels in the Chinese Air Force. If one party is at war with another and the other does not realize it is at war, the party who knows it is war is almost always has the advantage and usually wins. Waging war on an adversary with methods so benign that the party being attacked does not realize it's being attacked. China's been waging economic warfare on the United States for close to 20 years. And we have minimal protective policies within our law. China is responsible for close to 90% of the industrial espionage committed against U.S. companies, according to various studies, which causes billions of dollars in damage annually. This bill is vitally important as both the PRC and Chinese companies controlling either our agricultural land or critical industries would reduce both our security and resilience at the state level. China already owns the largest pork producer in America, which is Smithfield, and due to its production contracts, approximately 25% of American pork and pigs. While New Hampshire's agricultural production might not be huge, we do need to protect what we have. Can you imagine allowing Soviet countries, as the prior rep talked about, owning land or critical industries during the Cold War? Preventing these purchases is common sense to protect our nation. Leadership in both parties consider China, at the federal level, the most existential threat to our country. There should be bipartisan agreement on this bill. Future of our country is at stake, and we need to ensure our children and grandchildren are able to grow up in what will continue to be the best country in the world. And please think of the future when we're considering this bill.
Great, thank you. Do you mind having a copy for the clerk? She would really, if you would leave that for us, that'd be great. Do we have any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thanks. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on 1183? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on 1183. And I had the blue sheet. The blue sheet has Tim Cahill is in support. I represent Cahill, and Jason Stock from Concord, from New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, is in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Representative Jim Summers. I represent Rockingham District 20. Today, I'm introducing HB 1232, an act prohibiting New Hampshire state and local governments from using and applying a ban on central bank digital currency. What is central bank digital currency? Central bank digital currency, also known as abbreviated CBDC, is a digital form of central bank's money with the same value and function as physical cash. There are potential benefits to having a CBDC, like most, if not all, of the benefits, like having a cheaper, faster, and more effective financial transactions. However, there are drawbacks as well. Some of those positives are when you receive a cash, you take it to your bank, and you know that you have to wait 2 or 3 days before it to clear, so it'll show in your account. Some of those drawbacks, though, however, include privacy may be eroded and all financial transactions may be monitored and tracked in real time. Also, more personal information may be collected. The government can conduct more surveillance as they can collect more data and do more tracking and monitoring. Cybersecurity risk may arise as CBDC has to be online. Consequently, the network may be vulnerable to cyber attacks. Because CBDC needs to be online, a shutdown of the network may collapse the financial system. The closing of banks may occur as they're no longer needed to provide these financial services as the central bank would provide them. This would include needed for deposits, payment settlements, and other financial products and services. Implementing a CBDC may prove costly and complex as significant investments in technology, infrastructure, regulation, personnel, etc. may be required. A CBDC can be programmed, and as such, it may be used to have greater control over individuals and business finances. The implementation of CBDC will require changes to the regulatory and legal framework that governs the financial sector. Central bank digital currencies do not stop governments and central banks from making bad policies, continue creating money as they wish. Having a CBDC does not stop or prevent economic recessions, inflation from rising, increases in interest rates, unemployment, etc. A CBDC could undermine both the foundation and the future of financial markets by reducing credit availability, just dismantling banks, and challenging the rise of cryptocurrency. A CBDC would be one of the tools to fight crypto. Another concern is the central storage of financial information. CBDCs can induce changes in the retail, wholesale, and cross-border payments that have negative spillover effects on monetary policy through their effects on money velocity, bank deposit dissemination, volatility of bank reserves, currency substitution, and capital flows. Poorly designed CBDC systems could lead to an imbalance in the demand and supply of money, causing economic upheaval, regulatory complexities. The revision of the regulatory framework for CBDCs may create legal uncertainty, deter investors, and slow down economic development. CBDCs have faced a plethora of criticisms, among those being that a centrally managed, centrally controlled CBDC is a tool for coercion and control, and that it would allow the government to spy on the citizenry and what we buy and purchase and regulate and how we monitor our money from day to day. States have already passed laws banning CBDCs. Alabama, Florida, North Carolina, and Texas. China, in fact, wanted to control their people from saving and wanted their money to be circulated in their economy. So they have put expiration dates on their CBDCs. Basically, it's a use it or lose it. You can't save your money in China because the expiration date, you have to spend it to keep it in the economy. Therefore, a CBDC can be controlled and manipulated by the government that it provides it. There's nothing stopping a government from knowing what you are buying, expiring your currency, limiting what you can buy. And instead of printing more money, they simply increase the number that's available. Now, I know many folks have complained about there was hearsay of where the IRS was going to document everything sold for over $600. And many citizens of the United States have complained about that, why it would have to report purchases of over $600. Can you imagine that every report of you buying a 50-cent, 75-cent candy bar is reported to the federal government due to this chaos? I think not. That's why I'm against this bill. That's why I'm for this bill to ban CBDCs. And I'm welcome to taking your questions.
I have a question.
Okay. Yes, Representative Spear.
I'm going to try to keep it shorter than I usually do.
That would be great.
So I wrote a letter to the Federal Reserve and I asked them very specifically what were their plans for CBDC. Not rumors. I don't want to know rumors. I want to know facts. What were their plans and under what conditions could they ever issue a CBDC, and what laws are involved that we would be in violation of if we tried to stop it? And I got as a matter of fact, I got an answer back from them 2 days ago. They sent me a document 5,600 pages long that included the comments from everybody from PayPal, Google, just about every bank in the country that had an opinion on what they thought a CBDC should look like. That was the major question. Some of the evaluations were incredibly impressive. Various organizations, especially PayPal, went on for pages about, well, it needs to do this, it needs to do that. And I asked, and one of the things that the central bank said, Federal Reserve, which is what we call it, said that they are in the process, it'll be years before they get this figured out, because they want to take all of that into consideration, and they are evaluating it. As far as any laws are concerned, they cannot issue, according to them, they cannot issue a CBDC without a law being passed in Congress and without funding from Congress. There are 2 bills in Congress right now to stop it. Those bills have been put through, this is the second time around for both of them, that are banning CBDCs. They're not getting a lot of popularity because mostly what everybody wants to see is, what do you think it's going to look like? Because no one knows right now what it's going to look like. They've been testing the infrastructure. They've been testing the ability to maintain security, maintain speed, maintain privacy, but they have not characterized it yet. So we're getting a lot of opinions from all over the state, all over the country, all over the world. As a matter of fact, some of the comments are coming from the UK, from Japan, from all kinds of places of what it should look like. So my question to you is, you want to ban something that you don't know what it looks like, don't know what it's going to do, don't know the benefits, you haven't done a cost-benefit analysis, and yet you want the state to disobey the Constitution of the United States and ban something. What litigation, what do you hope we're going to gain from that?
Thank you for your question. So what I was looking at is actually twofold. One is how you are correct in the fact that the United States has not passed the CBDC as of yet. In fact, it's still a current study, and they are debating it in Congress as we speak. Where this bill actually came to be is following basically 4 states that have implemented it, as well as how it's been abused overseas. Now, granted, we can't take it effect that the United States would follow China's lead and put time expirations on our currency. We can't say that we would follow China to monitor everything that every person in a household would monitor and collect. But this, I just might say, these four laws that passed in these 4 states, I'm not talking about a partisan bill here. It passed Florida 116-1 in favor. It was unanimous in the Senate. It passed Indiana 129-2. Republicans and Democrats both in both states voted overwhelmingly in favor of this ban. So it's not a partisan bill. I mean, it's bipartisan bill. It's not partisan, in fact, of political parties or what the usage of. The thing is, it's a simple, basic As far as Florida's law, it was one line ended, one sentence added on the end of the definition of money in their statute. In this, it is adding one section onto the end of the monetary scope of the RSA. Predominantly, it can be, if we find that it actually is and comes to a point to where it is decisable, then we can actually repeal it. It is one section all by itself, not tied to anything else except for the final add-on explanation to the monetary use in the state.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. Or follow on.
All finished?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Further question?
Further question.
And it will be briefer than the last.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. I have the bill from Florida, and I have the fiscal note on it. And the fiscal note on it says, and I can quote it, and I can give you the fiscal note for the Florida bill. It says, this law is unconstitutional, and if it passes, it will cause untold, undetermined damage to the economics of the state. And they passed a bill that says that. That their fiscal note says, in writing, attached to the bill, that it is unconstitutional and will cause untold damage. And that's the litigation you're putting us in the way of.
Would you believe? Would you believe? You don't have to answer that. It's a would you believe? Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask two questions? Mr. Chairman, may I ask two questions? Thank you. Okay, my first question is, as I'm sure you're aware, a great deal of banking these days is done online. I myself do almost all my banking online. Why would central bank digital currency be more endangered of being disrupted by hacking than our current online banking systems?
It's actually not more difficult. The main thing is the centralization. So where we are divided between many state, federally owned, local business, small business banks, where all of our money is diversified among many different things. You might have an account at Merrill Lynch, Merrimack Valley, or at Morgan Stanley. The fact is, with a central bank, is it puts everybody in the entire country's money into one spot. And so all you would have to have is one target to be able to hit nationwide.
Thank you for your answer. Second question is, if CDBC were to go into practice, which I gather from the previous questioner is not likely anytime soon, but if it were to go into practice, you've mentioned dangers of federal tracking and control, which honestly I'm not sure I understand. But for the sake of argument, taking your position, would anybody be forced to use CDBC?
Honestly, that's still open because as of the CBDC does not exist as of yet.
I'm sorry, could you talk a little slower? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sure. As of right now, it's unknown because the CBDC does not exist as of yet. If we are followed to where other countries that have implemented CBDC, like Nigeria, which it failed, and like China, then everyone is required to use it.
In China?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And Nigeria, yes.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. Your bill has a definition at the end. It says central bank digital currency means a digital currency used by a central bank and made available to the public.
Get closer.
Did you hear what I said? The central bank digital currency means a digital currency used by a central bank and made available to the public. And I want to focus on to the public part. So that sounds like a retail central bank digital currency, but not one that's intrabank. Would you agree with that?
That is correct. So there's two different divisions of CBDC and how they're utilized. There is the retail and there's the wholesale. The wholesale is generally defined as money and how it's transferred between countries or large scale, where retail would entitle the money or the banks that us normal consumers would maintain in exchange.
And so a retail central bank digital currency has the potential of making our current banking system obsolete, potentially, right?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see, Tim Horgan in opposition.
Thank you very much. I am opposed to this bill. Although I understand the concerns behind it. I think the first reason why I'm opposed to it is it's massively premature. I haven't read 6,600 pages of like Reverend Spear did, but like I've seen some of the documents the Federal Reserve have pointed out. They're a long ways away from doing it. They have a lot of doubts about it. They also like know that it wouldn't be universally popular if they did it. One of the fears that's being promulgated about it is that we'll eliminate all cash. And I was listening to AM radio the first time in a while because I was listening to a UNH basketball game on the way back from Manchester. So I heard all the ads ahead on WGIR AM, which mostly runs, I guess, conservative talk show programming. And, they had, Fox News hosts saying you need to buy gold to protect yourself from the CBDC. And they had the whole thing about how you won't be able to have a yard sale or et cetera. And so the part about cash, I think, is it would be a very bad idea to abolish cash. But although we are kind of moving towards less and less use of cash, and actually one of the reasons why the Federal Reserve is unlikely to abolish cash is because the entire money supply is a debt of the U.S. government, and that includes $1 trillion worth of $100 bills, which are mostly held overseas. So I don't think they're too eager to repay that interest-free loan of $1 trillion that the holders of those $100 bills have very generously made to the United States. So that alone is a reason why they're probably unlikely to abolish cash, and they don't want the wording of the Feds. They're not eager to move forward with this. They see a lot of problems with it. And then one other point I want to make is we already have a CBDC, only it's decentralized. So most of us use mostly online payments. So that's being operated by a very large and rather not at all centrally organized consortium of banking institutions and others. And those institutions are politically very powerful. So there'd be a lot of pushback to any attempt to like bring in a CBDC. So that's not something the Federal Reserve can really do unilaterally. And it's also extremely profitable to people who are operating those online systems. We've had some bills about swipe fees. They're a very large, they're a very large portion of the economy, and this bill, of course, doesn't do anything one way or another about that. That is one of the rationales for CBDC, is then that would eliminate the swipe fees and also make it easier for people who currently don't have bank accounts. And the other thing is we already have the surveillance, like we had the tragic incident in Concord where two people were murdered, and the murderer, and I do remember his name, but I don't want to say it here. He was making a lot of efforts to live off the grid, and he was trying to stay underground as much as he could. But nevertheless, we were able. The prosecutors, when he murdered those two people, and they figured out he became a suspect, they were able to. They were still able to very effectively track just about all of his transactions in great detail, all of his movements. So that's happening. That's happening already, and that's nothing new. Like even a quarter of a century ago, 23 years ago, when we had the 9/11 attacks, they were also like trying to fly under the radar. And once again, after the terrorist attacks, we were able to like figure out in great detail who these people were, where they went, what they spent money on. So the horse is probably already out of the barn in this issue. So it's just a question of what form the electronic payments system should take. And so I think this bill, the concerns behind it are valid, but I think it's premature. And also the Federal Reserve is the 12 Federal Reserve banks are collectively the central bank of our country, and we are in the United States of America. And the United States dollar is our currency. So these things, that poses a lot of legal difficulties because these CBDC deposits would be presumably legal tender, just like Federal Reserve notes are now. So I'm hoping to keep under the 2 minutes on the pink card, but I didn't. But anyway, that's why I'm opposed to the bill. So, and you can ask me any questions if you want, whether I can answer them or not, I don't know. But
I don't think there's any questions.
oh, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair will call on Representative Potenza, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start off just by answering some of the questions that were asked or some of the statements about we don't have enough information. We have more than enough information to know how bad this is. You know, we're talking about decades ago where there was a quote by Henry Kissinger that said, "Who controls the money controls the world." One world government and Agenda 2030 is full underway and has been for over a decade. There's many people in this state. One is actually out of state right now that's speaking on this CBDC. This is all he's doing. His name is Aaron Day. He's an expert. He's written a book that's called The Final Countdown: Crypto, Gold, Silver, and the People's Last Stand Against Tyranny by Central Bank Digital Currencies, CBDCs. I will get every single one of you that book. I'm a little disappointed that we're missing 10 representatives here because this is such a huge issue. I also wanted to speak about Florida's bill. Aaron Day actually had a one-on-one conversation specifically with our Governor DeSantis, Florida's Governor DeSantis, about this because Representative Spear, you're actually correct. You're actually correct in that bill doesn't do anything. There's no protection. There's no true banning of CBDCs. Aaron Day also spoke with Senator Ted Cruz in Texas about this in their bill. And even though it goes further, it's still not enough. But Senator Cruz specifically said, and he's there, so he knows that this is happening no matter what. There's no one that's going to be able to stop it. It's coming down the pike. I would appreciate you reading the book. If you're willing, I will give it to you. This is about global finance change. So, you know, there was a question that you said about what does it look like? And in the first chapter of his book, I'm going to read this, and then I'll be done. Is this: though the work of fiction in the first chapter, the story draws inspiration from surveillance technologies that pervade our world today. If left unchecked, the scenario painted within this first chapter could be a hauntingly accurate reflection of life in the not so distant future. This book aims to shed light on the truth behind the tale, unearthing the grand designs to bring such a reality into existence, even in places like the United States. More importantly, the bulk of this book seeks to equip you with the knowledge and tools necessary to combat the burgeoning tyranny, because it's coming. The time to act is now. The power to change the course of our future lies within our grasp. So this is what it would look like. This is your scenario, the price basically of submission. It took barely a decade for the world they knew to crumble. After a series of planned economic crises and the rise of authoritarian regimes, the world saw the widespread adoption of social credit systems and central bank digital currencies. By 2032, New York City, once a bustling life with energy, had been transformed into a dystopian nightmare. The United States, previously a symbol of freedom and democracy, had succumbed to digital tyranny. Despair and hopelessness filled the city with a relentless onslaught of propaganda on the airwaves and the constant hum of drones overhead casting dark, oppressive shadows on the streets. Surveillance had become a way of life, with security cameras on every street, face scanners in every building, and tracking built into every mobile device. The very idea of privacy had been erased, supplemented by unrelenting gaze of government, now capable of monitoring, controlling, and manipulating citizens' lives with chilling precision. I won't take up any more time of the committee. I will offer that I will pay for the book for you to have for all of you, but I will also give you, over the last 5 years, where the government, in regards with surveillance, not just on money, and the control that they have had in many, many citizens' lives. And I'll give you even real world examples in New Hampshire so you know that this isn't just something that is made out of thin air. It's been happening, it's been progressive, and we need to do something to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it possible we can have your with your testimony? So that we
Yes,
can
I
put
will
that-
I will
get
email
in
that
the-
to you.
in the file. That'd
Yep.
be great. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, we do have a question?
I do not want a vote, please. Don't count me in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Representative McHugh has a question.
Would you believe? Representative Potenza, thanks. Would you believe that all the bills in this committee go to subcommittee and have at least one subcommittee meeting, and at least 5 out of 6 or 8 of the subcommittee that'll work with this bill are actually here? Just in case you didn't know. So,
No, I did not know that, but that makes me feel better.
okay.
But I am sad that, you're declining learning about the information. Why wouldn't you want a free book?
I'll
Can I
take the
ask a
book.
question?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Little question, little
You
question.
really have a question? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You prefaced this by saying that was a work of fiction, what you described. And you want us to make decisions based on a work of fiction?
Oh, God. Would you believe? Would you believe? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I have still one more card. Okay. Melissa Akamas. It's a Greek name, right? I guess. Okay. Welcome to the House Commerce Committee.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I am in support of this bill to prohibit CBDCs in the state of New Hampshire. And, well, look at us. Here we are, talking about CBDCs. I knew this was coming. So, if you could look up the Hamilton Project, all you got to do is just look it up online, just write it down. The Hamilton Project. It was announced in 2020. It was with the Federal Central Bank of Boston with MIT. They did a whole research program on CBDCs. So please look that up. It's called the Hamilton Project. Then look up FedNow program. The FedNow program became active on July 20th, 2023. That allows the Federal Reserve to be able to receive transactions in real time. They're going to make it come across like it's for your safety, for your security, for your convenience. I mean, really, do we really need more convenience right now in place of our freedom? It's really about control. The CBDC is programmable. You will be controlled on what you buy and what you sell. It's going to be a cashless society. I mean, first you're going to have your digital ID to get your digital currency. I mean, we might as well go into the metaverse and buy digital property. I mean, that's where we're at, right? this is not good for the American people. It's not good for our state. It will control us all. And if you love your kids or your grandparents, I highly suggest that you support this bill. And you know what? Even if you oppose this bill, or even if it goes straight up to the governor and the governor opposes it, I'm not participating in it. I refuse to be controlled, and I hope that everyone will not comply, because it's acquiescence is how we got where we are right now. And if you know the history of the Federal Reserve, that should tell you something. Okay, it's controlled by the Wahlbergs, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, who developed it in 1913. I mean, come on. I don't understand that. If you don't understand that, basically they just want to control us, and we'll be sorry if we don't support this bill.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Any questions?
I think they're questioned out. Thank
Okay.
you.
If you could please look up the Hamilton Project, just read about it. It's so easy. All you got to do is just type it on your phone, and it'll bring up the Hamilton Project. Type in the FedNow program. Please.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, having no more in terms of what I see here is Representative Alvin C. is in support. Ryan Hale of the New Hampshire Bankers in support. Representative Michael Granger in support. Kelly, she already spoke. Matt Sabrina something is in support. Jim Summers in support. Janie Bernardi is in support. Jonathan Leslie is in support, and Gary York is also in support. And with that, I will close the public hearing, and we'll now go on to our. Well, we're pretty close to time. Amazing. Okay. So House Bill 1674. Keith, did you fill out a card? Okay, that's fine.
We're doing good on time. I'm going to try not to ruin it.
Okay, great.
For the record, my name is Keith Ammon. I represent Hillsborough District 42, the towns of New Boston, Lineborough, and Mount Vernon. And honorable members of the committee, I am introducing House Bill 1674 relative to establishing the New Hampshire Legal Tender Act and establishing a state bullion depository. So this bill does three things. And I want to say this is a novel bill. This approach has not been tried in recent memory in the state. So this is not one of the perennial bills that come before our committee, but it's a new bill. And my philosophy is that a bill is just a conversation until and unless the governor signs it into law. So I think you'll hear some pros and cons about this bill. And I know the committee will be open-minded, and I think you'll hear some new information that we may not have heard before. The bill does three things. It establishes gold and silver as legal tender. Other states have done that. It suggests politely to the state treasurer to set up a state bullion depository. And at least one state has already done that. That's Texas, and a few others are proposing this idea. And then the third thing, which is what made me interested in this concept, is it allows for the issuance of digital tokens that are backed by the bullion on deposit. And when you think about gold and silver have been valuable for 5,000 years, nobody disputes that gold and silver has value and will very likely continue to have value. And over time, it keeps up with inflation. And we know we've experienced some inflation recently. But if you tokenize it and you allow it to be tradable on the internet, now all of a sudden, instead of carrying around gold or trying to physically trade the gold, you're trading a representation of the ownership of that gold. And that token can operate 24/7. It can operate globally. It can operate through space and time, which physical gold cannot. And so the idea would be the state treasurer would be responsible for overseeing, potentially contracting out to a third party, the oversight of the bullion depository and making sure that regular audits of that bullion depository match up with the tokens that are issued. And so, one concern might be that more tokens will be issued than there is gold on deposits, but with something called proof of reserves on the blockchain, you can make sure that that's ironclad, that never happens, which would give trust to the whole system. One other aspect that's interesting is it's possible that this could be self-funding and be a source of revenue for the state. And I think there's going to be some experts coming behind me that can explain this in more detail. But with the advent of something called a smart contract, it can be programmed into that token that every time it changes hands, a small transaction fee can be automatically deducted from the total. It could be 0.5% or something very small. But over time, every time those tokens trade hands, it would transfer a little bit of that ownership to the state and make the depository self-funding. And potentially, if it was happening on a global scale, that could be a significant source of revenue for the state. So it's a big idea. I ask that you give it consideration, and maybe some parts are things we can act on and some parts need work. And I know this committee does a good job of slicing and dicing up bills pretty good. So please be open-minded. That's my request. So I'm not going to take questions because I think the questions that you have will come behind me, and I'm concerned about the time. I've already taken up 8 minutes.
The only question I have is, should I even ask any questions? Or can we just wait till we just get back in the committee and do it then?
Well,
Because I've got a lot of questions.
I'm gonna
Okay,
not
well, obviously-
respectfully not take questions.
I have a question about I have some questions about the purpose of the bill that I think should be answered by the prime sponsor,
If the prime
not by
sponsor,
experts on
if
blockchain.
anyone who is testifying,
I'm sorry?
anyone who is testifying, if they are not interested in taking questions, that is their prerogative. I can't force them to take questions. So all I urge is this bill is just the beginning. We're just getting our feet wet. We have a long way to go. As you know, we're going to put this to subcommittee, and there was going to be a lot of work on this bill. Okay? But I understand that we all have lots of questions, and evidently I got tons and tons of cards here, and I'm sure there'll be somebody in this pile who will be willing to take your question. But I cannot force people to testify. Okay?
But will
This is
somebody
not a-
test, may I follow up a question to you, Mr. Chairman? Will somebody be testifying regarding the purposes of the bill rather than the technicalities?
I got the purpose pretty clearly from Representative Ammon. and
Yes,
that
but I
is
have questions
They
to
would
ask
like to
about it.
use our blockchain concept technology to use it in a way that people can pay their bills or use in exchange of using gold and silver. Did
And
get
I
it
have
right?
questions about
Did I get it
how
right?
that would work.
And now I just heard this just now, and I heard that. So I think we're pretty straightforward on what they're trying to do. It's just whether you buy into it or not is another story. So let's listen. Okay. I have a fair amount of cards and people in support of this bill. So, but what I want to do is I have several cards that they didn't say they're for or against. So I'm going to just get through that crowd, and then we can hear from everybody who is in strong support of the bill. So first I have is Catherine Heck from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify. For the record, my name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, or the 234 cities and towns in New Hampshire. Happy New Year to you all, and welcome back. The reason I am here today is because I have spoken with the prime sponsor on the bill, and we had some concerns around whether this was mandated language that municipalities comply with accepting silver and gold as legal tender, or whether it's a may and it's enabling legislation. And after speaking with the sponsor, we have identified several areas of the bill that could be cleaned up, because our concerns are that silver and gold are not currently federally recognized legal tender. They're not currently accepted at local banks, and they're traded on the futures market, or COMEX. So with that, the price changes and it fluctuates daily. And our concern that we can't seem to cure for, in addition to some of our internal controls around how we would safeguard these dollars or how we would use them in our day-to-day operations, are really around how we would value that on our books, because it's much like going on vacation to a foreign country and using the exchange rate, especially if it's physical silver and gold bullion. And that price can vary every single day. So how we would cure for that in our tax, in taxation, when we need to protect every dollar, which has a US dollar value. So that was our main concern around the bill, in addition to some of the storage and some of the deposit issues. If the state treasurer is the only depository for us to accept that, that could be up to 2.5 hours for some of our cities and towns to get to, and we're required by law to deposit $1,500 or more on a weekly within 48 hours of receipt. So we had some really logistical concerns around the bill. On the digital side, well, that certainly alleviates our physical internal controls around that commodity. It would be really around, again, how do we cure for needing to justify dollar for dollar and having almost like that foreign exchange rate occurring within our municipal financial accounting on a regular basis. So I just wanted to address those concerns, but I look forward to working with the sponsor and the committee and subcommittee on any issues municipalities may have moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have you just
No, it's a question.
question.
The last page.
You want to pull it close?
Yep.
Yeah.
The last page of the bill indicates overall there would be a significant increase in local expenditures starting in FY 2025.
That's correct, because currently, as the bill reads, without any amendments or modifications, someone could pay their property tax, as the bill reads currently, in silver or gold bullion. And therefore, we would not only have to create highly technical safeguards around the physical asset, right, itself, but we would also have to have additional internal controls. We would have to hire specialists to help us understand when to trade the gold or silver to not lose any dollar for dollar value, because right now gold is down $7 today. So if I bought it yesterday, or someone paid their taxes yesterday, because it's not based on the US dollar at the moment, which is the current disconnect. It's like that foreign exchange rate. So those would be our costs in trying to cure for that, as well as hire the appropriate expertise that we would need at the municipal level.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is Mr. Wong. I guess I have trouble with your Keene. Keene is your yeah. Department of Revenue Administration.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Counsel of New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration. The Department of Revenue was asked to prepare a fiscal note on this bill, and we prepared it. And what I'm handing out around is a fiscal note quick guide of the fiscal note that we prepared. The department does not have a position on this bill. The reason why we're here today is just to sort of bring to the attention of the committee that that some of the concerns that the department has on the bill, specifically in regards to the the currency, not the currency, but the exchange rates that's being used between the functional currency and the U.S. dollar when the business unit is trying to pay taxes. There is language in the bill that refers to that the business unit are able to maintain their books in certain functional currency and then has the option to pay taxes in that functional currency or to convert it to US dollars. So the department feels like there is some kind of tightening of language might be helpful to indicate how that's being managed, because the department is concerned with the performance of or the financial performance of a business unit within one functional currency may not be fully represented throughout the full taxable period if it's kept in one functional currency and then being converted back and forth throughout the period. And then raises the concerns of, okay, is there going to be a currency exchange gain or currency exchange loss that occurs during that conversion, and how that is recognized? I believe the current language in the bill is that there is no recognition of tax impact, which might be in conflict with how the federal government treats the exchange transactions. And essentially, the other concerns that we have is just may not be as significant. Probably it's just more of a administrative cost concern in terms of if taxpayers will be going to use specie gold or silver, we might incur additional costs in terms of security, transportation, in terms of trying to secure those assets when it's being paid to the DRA. The rest of my comments will be in the notes that I passed out in more detail, and I'm happy to take any questions. And also, if the committee wish to work with the DRA in terms of trying to figure out areas of our concerns and trying to alleviate that, we would be happy to work with the committee as well.
So I have a question. I'm sort of hearing this whole issue is exchange and at what day they pay the bill based upon what the gold is worth that day.
Right.
So I'm thinking how now corporations, international corporations, are struggling when it comes to currency problems,
Right.
and when they pay their bills. And when they just so that I could see that if there was all of a sudden one day some other stock currency was worth a lot more, that they suddenly would flood making their payments, and then other times they wouldn't, and then they have to make that decision. Well, how much penalty I'll take if I don't pay on time. So I was wondering, how much of a problem does DRA have with that kind of currency fluctuation issues?
That's a very good question. I right now we don't really have any kind of issues with that because, firstly, the taxpayers are keeping their records in U.S. dollars, although they might have transactions abroad. Their books in the U.S. is in U.S. currency, and then if they do have any kind of foreign exchange transactions, any kind of gain from that, for let's say if they were trading in foreign currency, the gains in the foreign currency should be a taxable item and should be reported as some kind of as a gain that's reported on there. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, so just the price of gold might affect whether their profitability, there's some profit. Interesting.
Because a taxpayer might be reporting their activities in one currency or in one commodity, and then when it comes time to report their U.S. numbers, they might just wait until the opportune time, say, oh yeah, now the currency exchange rate is really low, let's convert it to U.S. dollars and just report that.
There you go. A little bit of scheming going on, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, last, Brandon, Garen from the Department of Justice. And first to see you this year, and I assume we will see you some more going on with this future, the rest of this month. And Happy New Year.
I am a senior assistant attorney general, also the chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. The Department of Justice takes no position on HB 1674, but we flagged in a fiscal note a couple of dueling concerns that we have with the bill as currently drafted. I thought it would be prudent to expand on both of those concerns today. So those concerns are, overly broad and unclear enforcement authority that is assigned to the Attorney General's office under the bill as currently drafted, and as a result of that, and very much related, the potential for a significant fiscal impact on the Department of Justice if this bill were passed in its current form. So I'll start with the first issue, which is the overly broad enforcement authority. Typically, statutes that anticipate the Attorney General, whether it's the Consumer Protection Bureau or another division of the AG's office, enforcing a statute, they have specific enforcement authority as to what provisions of a statute we enforce and how we would go about enforcing that. So the statute that you all hear about most frequently is New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act, so I'll use that as an example. Under the Consumer Protection Act, if anyone engaged in trade or commerce in the state were to engage in unfair or deceptive acts or practices as specifically defined by that statute, the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau has the ability to go into court, seek an injunction to stop that behavior, to seek specific civil penalties to punish that behavior, to seek restitution for those that are aggrieved, and also to bring criminal charges if appropriate. This bill, as currently worded, just very broadly assigns enforcement of the entire bill to the Attorney General's office without any specification as to what specific sections of this bill we would enforce or how we would go about enforcing it if we were to receive a complaint from anybody about a potential violation. And that's really problematic. The way that we approach enforcement of all of the numerous statutes that are assigned to our office, folks submit complaints to us, whether it's the Consumer Protection Bureau or any other division, and our process is to look to see whether the facts that are alleged in the complaint specifically allege a violation of any statute that we are tasked with enforcing. And the way this is currently drafted, I mean, there are certain sections of this bill which, you could look at and determine, for example, there's a prohibition on certain tax liability in certain circumstances. There's a prohibition on individuals' ability to compel versus not compel others to do certain things. So it's like step one, we could look at that and say, yes, there is or isn't a violation of something that we enforce, but then our calculus is what can we do about it? As the Department of Justice, what tools has the legislature given us to remedy a violation of a statute? It's completely unclear and undefined by this statute. So any action that, if we were to take it, we would basically have to guess and say, well, under the Consumer Protection Act, we're able to, seek civil penalties, for example. So perhaps we can seek civil penalties here. Anybody who we attempted to seek civil penalties against would be able to say, this statute doesn't give you the authority to do that. And they would likely have a compelling argument. So, there is 3 sections in this bill where the Attorney General's enforcement authority is specifically identified. One is just broad, overarching enforcement of the entire bill, which I think is really problematic for a number of reasons. One of which is, there are a number of sections of this bill that, like the establishment of a depository, that potentially we would be responsible for overseeing the enforcement of just the establishment of a depository. That is well outside the ordinary law enforcement role that the Attorney General typically plays. But there are a couple of more specific sections that assign Attorney General enforcement, which I highlight for you and have additional concerns on. I'll point to, say, Roman numeral 3 under section 5D10, conflicts of interest. The bill as currently drafted would have any violation of an allegation of any person overseeing this depository who had a conflict of interest in administering that responsibility. This bill would assign the Attorney General to determine fines or other legal penalties determined by the attorney generals that we could use in potentially removing somebody from that position. The overseeing of folks that are in certain positions, in this case it would be state positions, is certainly can be an attorney general function, but here this would be an enormous responsibility. Anytime anybody were to file a complaint with the AG's office and say anybody who's overseeing this depository has a conflict of interest of any sort, we would have an obligation to then go in and investigate that. And that sort of gets to the second point, which is there's a potential for significant fiscal impact on the department in order to carry out that role. We would need potentially, and it's hard to define because it's so broad and it's unclear what sort of complaints and what sort of obligations we would have, but it's easy to see a world where this could result in significant increase in the number of complaints that we receive, which could result in the need for additional paralegals to review them, attorneys to review them, and investigators to go out and investigate these things in order to determine whether there has been a violation that we can enforce. And so the other section that has Attorney General enforcement, which I think may be the most problematic of the three, is Roman numeral 4 under section 5D20, confiscations, requisitions, seizures, and other actions void. So at the very end of this section under Roman numeral 4 states that the depository shall refer any matter relating to an action described by subsection A to the Attorney General for resolution. And so I have a couple of concerns here. It references subsection A, any action described by subsection A. I have looked at this section at least 5 times to try to figure out which subsection A that is specifically referring to, and I don't know. I think that there is a significant lack of clarity in a section that is supposed to be limited to a very specific subsection of this bill, and the reader cannot easily define which of the many subsection A's contained in this bill the Attorney General would be able to resolve disputes under, which gets to the second problem with the use of the word. They'd be referred to the Attorney General for resolution. Resolution is an incredibly broad term that could be interpreted to mean mediation, alternative dispute resolution of various different kinds, could be interpreted to mean enforcement, could be determined to mean criminal prosecution. I mean, there are many ways to resolve a dispute, but this bill does not provide enough clarity for the Attorney General to understand what responsibility it has under this specific subsection. I think all of that collectively has the potential to significantly increase the fiscal impact on the DOJ, which would necessitate, I think, potentially significant additional resources to carry this out. But I also think that even if those resources were provided, likely there would be multiple challenges in determining what specific enforcement authority we have if this were passed as currently written. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Christopher Russo, and I asked Chris, that are 5 minutes. Can you do it in 3, 2 to 3?
I will do my best, Mr. Chairman. I've got prepared testimony. I can try to.
Prepared testimony would be great. Yes. Okay, we have it. We have it here, and Pat. Yeah, yeah. So, is Representative Granger here? Oh, you are here. Okay, I'm sorry. We lost your card, but we'll get you next.
We found it.
Is this on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is-
I'm a fast talker, so I'll do my best to get through
I'll
this.
take him next.
Chairman Hunt, Vice Chairman Ammon, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Christopher Russo. I'm an economist with prior appointments at the U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee, the U.S. Senate Banking Committee, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. I'm currently completing my doctoral dissertation in economics at George Mason University. I also hold a master's in financial mathematics from the University of Chicago. Thank you for inviting me to testify this morning about the New Hampshire Sound Money Act. If enacted, the act would declare gold and silver as legal tender. It would establish a state depository for gold and silver bullion and enable a digital currency for bullion-backed digital payments. I hope to inform the committee as it deliberates over this bill for creating an alternative to the U.S. dollar. And for sake of discussion, I'll refer to this alternative as the granite coin after your great state. My expert testimony can be summarized by 3 key points. First, the dollar has lost most of its value since the U.S. left the gold standard in 1933. Ultimately, the erosion of the dollar's value was due to unsustainable deficits and debt incurred by the federal government over the past 100 or so years. And that was sometimes enabled by the Federal Reserve's easy money policies. Last week, the U.S. national debt reached an all-time high of $34 trillion. The Congressional Budget Office projects that the national debt will continue to soar under current law. Unless Congress acts to restore fiscal responsibility, the dollar's purchasing power will continue to deteriorate over time. My second point is that a granite coin could offer New Hampshire citizens a hedge against inflation. By design, a granite coin would be fully backed by a fixed quantity of underlying specie like gold or silver. For example, one granite coin might be defined as 1 gram of gold. The consumer purchasing power of a granite coin would fluctuate, as been pointed out earlier in this hearing, as gold rose or fell in value. But if the granite coin was widely adopted as money, then competitive market forces would tend to stabilize its consumer purchasing power over time. My third point is, however, a commodity money is not itself a panacea for inflation. The market forces that tend to stabilize consumer prices might take years or in some cases even decades to fully operate, and only if the coin was adopted as money. Moreover, commodity money could incur its own economic costs. As with all policy choices, choosing a monetary standard involves trade-offs between imperfect alternatives. As you consider the potential costs and benefits of a granite coin, 2 stylized examples might be helpful to show how a commodity standard could work in principle. I'll just stick to one of them because I know we're limited on time. This is the example B in my prepared testimony. Suppose there's a decline in the public's demand for money. Say there's a local recession, and so declining incomes lead to people choosing to hold less money. That might reduce the value or the purchasing power of granite coins below their non-monetary value. For example, their value in the creation of computer chips or jewelry. The interesting thing about competitive market forces in the case of a commodity standard is that firms or individuals will then take their excess granite coins, excess in terms of what they'd desire to hold, not in terms of how much specie is on deposit, and redeem them for specie. And in doing so, there's this nice type of equilibrium in which the declining level of granite coin in the economy would tend to restore its purchasing power back to where it was. So in addition to considering these sorts of costs and benefits of creating a granite coin, I'd really urge the committee to consider how the granite coin would fit into the broader federal regulatory framework. And again, I know we're limited in time, so I'll just very briefly mention there's considerations around how this would fit into federal anti-money laundering laws. There's concerns, or at least considerations, around what this would be considered at the federal level and who would regulate it. Is it a currency? Is it a commodity? Is it a investment contract? Could granite coin be held by people aside from individuals? Could it be held by banks or money transmitters or asset managers? Again, I don't have time to address these in detail, but they're important things I'd urge you to consider as you continue to deliberate. And finally, I hope that this hearing serves as a wake-up call to my friends in Washington, D.C. A century of inflation has made Americans skeptical of the United States dollars. And you know from my history, I sort of have a professional obligation to be a partisan for the U.S. dollar. But in this case, I think I can appreciate why people are skeptical. And so I pose to my friends in Washington, D.C., will we fairly compete for the space in the wallets of the residents and citizens of New Hampshire by restoring fiscal responsibility at the federal level? Or will we return to the crooked politics of financial repression and inflationary finance? The American people patiently await our answer. Thank you again for the invitation to speak. I'd be pleased to take any of your questions.
Representative Gibbs has a question.
Thank you. I'm honestly not sure that the witness is the right person to answer these questions, but I'm going to ask them as best I can. And may I ask 3 questions?
3 questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Are they short, brief, simple questions?
I'll make them as
No,
brief
no big story along each one, right? Just yes.
I'll
no.
make them as brief as I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question is, are New Hampshire citizens clamoring to cart around gold and silver to pay their bills?
Ma'am, I think you're exactly right. I'm not the right person to answer that question. I can talk to you as an academic, as an expert in monetary economics. I can tell you that historically, one of the costs of a gold standard commodity or any sort of specie monetary standard is that there's wear and tear on the physical gold. That's a cost. It's costly to try to, as you described, cart around gold and silver. I think one of the potential promises of this legislation is that people would not be carting around gold and silver. They'd have an app on their phone, a digital wallet, in which they could exchange on the blockchain quite costlessly claims on gold held on deposit.
And that leads me to my second question, which is apparently this digital currency based on gold and silver. It's not clear to me from the bill who would issue this digital currency. So my question is, why would we want to trust a digital currency which could be issued by private persons or organizations, the currency would supposedly be backed by gold and silver, which is in the possession of these private persons? Why would we want to trust that more than the dollar backed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America?
Representative, I think that's a very interesting question. I'll again just say that I did not draft the bill, but on my plain English reading of it, and maybe this can be clarified in subsequent amendments, the coin to be issued by the state government. You raise a much more fundamental and quite interesting question about historically, why were people willing, as they were, to trust the money issued by private banks that were claimed to be backed by gold and silver? One reason why historically people were able to trust in those promises, say you have a banknote issued by a private institution that's claimed to be backed by some amount of gold or silver, why are you willing to trust that that money is actually there, that underlying species there? Well, because it can be redeemed on demand. People would regularly take their banknotes to their local banks and redeem in terms of the gold or silver value. That's the type of market discipline that helps a system like this work. And again, my plain English reading of the bill suggests that that redemption would be allowable under the law if this was to pass.
Thank you. I'll reserve my third question for another witness.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And your testimony is
Yeah, we passed it.
it's this one. This one here. You got this. Oh yeah. You got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Now Representative Granger. I apologize not calling you sooner, but
I'm not a co-sponsor, so it's okay.
okay. No, but theoretically, we always supposed to take reps first because we know you have to go on to your own committee, and so we're not supposed to hold you up in here. So
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Representative Granger. I'm here representing Stratford District 2. I'm not a co-sponsor of this bill but I like the bill, and you guys were talking about CBDCs earlier. This is a much better alternative to CBDCs. If you want a digital currency that has a lot of the benefits of a CBDC when it comes to convenience and everything else, but you don't want to have a federal bank pulling the purse strings and destroying your savings by printing money, and you want it to be a little bit more tied to reality, then I believe that this is a very good alternative. So I want to talk a little bit about reserve currencies over history. Right now, the US dollar is a reserve currency. And what a reserve currency is, it's basically a currency that is used to back other currencies. So if you have a country, it's a smaller country, you can take US dollars and you can store them in reserve, and then you can print your own money, redeemable on demand for US dollars, for instance. And the US dollar used to be backed by gold, as was mentioned previously. It currently is not. As a result of that, it's gone crazy, and we've had some significant issues with inflation and the decimation of savings accounts and all the problems that ensue from that, where regular people who are incapable of making an actual return on their savings from a bank, they're forced, in order for their retirement or for saving for whatever, and they need to go and play on the stock market. Because if you put your money in the bank and it's only earning 1.5% interest, but inflation is higher than that, that means that you're not actually saving any money. You're losing money by keeping it in the bank.
And that's a serious problem. And now we have a large population of New Hampshire as well as the rest of the country, young people who are incapable of affording houses. They cannot get a loan to buy a house, and they wouldn't be able to afford their mortgage. And this was the case even in 2019. This is before anything like that. Anything that happened in 2020 would have changed that. And we also have a big problem where elderly people are incapable of paying for their own retirement, and it forces them to depend on Social Security. And Social Security, it's not keeping track with inflation because the dollar keeps losing its value faster than we can save. And so gold is a historical means to prevent all these problems. But I wanted to make a point on reserve currencies more specifically. So I got several reserve currencies here. As you guys have a graphic that shows how long they last before it doesn't quite work anymore. So the Portuguese real, that was around that started in the mid 1400s. That was used for about 80 years before it was supplanted by the Spanish real, or the Spanish dollar. And that, you might know that those were the pieces of 8 that the colonists used. That one had a really good run. That lasted about 110 years before getting replaced by the Dutch guilder. And the Dutch guilder lasted about 80 years, and then it was replaced with the French franc. And that one had a better run than most. It had 95, it was kind of mediocre, before it was replaced by the pound sterling. There's some questions as to when exactly the pound sterling stopped being a reserve currency. It lost most of its value in World War I, but it definitely died at the end in 1944. That's when there was the Bretton Woods Agreement and all that jazz. But that's when the U.S. dollar became a world currency. And so depending on how you measure the start of the U.S. dollar's reign as the world's reserve currency, we've either been doing it for 104 years or 80 years. That's a pretty good run, but we should expect that will not last very long because historically reserve currencies kind of don't last much longer than that. And we're starting seeing the economic throes that sort of come through when a currency is not going to last very long. We're already seeing competition from BRICS. The Biden administration keeps referring to de-dollarization. These are all just fancy ways of saying we know that the show is over, but we need to sort of sell it and find a way where people don't panic, because the dollar it's not in good shape. It takes a couple generations for people to squander the fundamentals that made the currency a good candidate for a reserve currency in the first place. I do not think that the U.S. dollar is going to last very long. But if such a situation occurs where the U.S. dollar just dies, or the plan to institute a CBDC fails and people reject the new CBDC, or whatever the case may be, it would be really nice for New Hampshire to have a backup. So we can still have government services run. We could still have towns and municipalities able to provide services by having a currency that is backed by gold. Gold doesn't die. Gold has been a reserve currency for millennia. There's no such thing as, they'd have, in order to make the dollar or gold die as a currency, whether legally or not, there's questions as to whether it legally counts as a currency, but economically speaking, making gold no longer a valid currency, you need to be able to find some way to make gold out of nothing. So right now, if you have a dollar, or the Federal Reserve, they can go through their processes and they can just make new money like that. But the expansion of the monetary base means that whenever they do that, they're not actually creating more value in the economy. They're just decreasing the value of all the existing dollars. So you can't really do that with gold. Maybe fusion reactors in the future will be able to do it. I don't know. But as of right now, it has a pretty good track record. And I think that gold will last a very, very long time into the future, as it's lasted a long time into the past. So we're due. And so I think that this legislation is very important, specifically because it isn't just a make gold legal currency bill. It's also make it usable in the modern day bill. So if you just had a bill that made gold legal currency and you wanted to buy something from Amazon, you would have to take some silver coins, put them in an envelope, lick it, put a stamp on it, and then mail it to them. And then they'd have to send you the product. That's obviously not workable in this modern age. So having some sort of tokenization, which allows you to transfer ownership of the gold without having to physically move the gold itself, is a boon. And that is exactly why paper currencies backed by gold were so popular back in the day. people didn't want to carry around a jingling bag of coins everywhere they went. So it was much more convenient to carry around a piece of paper that is redeemable for gold at a bank. And so that's basically what I have. I'll take, I suppose I better not take questions because it's not my bill, but thank you very much.
I do remember the silver dollar, the silver paper dollar.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I have spoken to the treasurer, and she's willing to come up and share a little bit of, given that this would be under her statute authority. And I thought maybe she would have some insights for us, but if nothing else, she'll tell us how she perceives this bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, State Treasurer Monica Mazzapelli. I was not planning to testify. However, I am prepared. I was prepared for questions, so that's the reason I'm here. But based on Chairman Hunt's request, what I am prepared to share is first, we take no position on this bill. We will certainly follow the direction of the legislature if this bill were to pass. So this proposal, as Representative Hammond mentioned in the beginning, appears to cover 3 different topics. So I'm going to try to stay at a higher level and just focus at from what appears to impact the Treasury directly. So the first one is the establishment of the depository. So a depository will need to be built, in my opinion. Currently, the Treasury does not have the infrastructure to hold gold, silver, metal, precious metals. So it will have to be a new facility will have to be built and created, and it will include that. And it will have to have the elements needed for this type of infrastructure, security, all of the different components that will be required to maintain a facility like this one. So based on our understanding of the bill, this bill does not appear to provide funding for that initial facility. And this part of the bill, this is what appears to be the foundation of what this proposal is in our view, intended to do. So with that, we are required to administer this depository. Currently, the Treasury does not have the resources for this. We will have to either hire staff and what is needed to be able to run this depository, or we will have to contract with a third-party provider in order to do that. Again, this proposal appears to provide the ability to establish fees for the storage, withdrawal, and transfer of bullion, but it just does not appear to provide the funding required for an initial investment to be able to, again, establish the depository and really launch this program. So that will be, again, the question, it's unclear to us how we will implement this program according to what this proposal is describing. And then the establishment of the electronic currency backed by gold and silver, that's clearly a new, it will be a new initiative for the state treasury, so we will have to have the resources needed to be able to run an operation like that. We would either have to, again, hire experts to assist us with this. Other departments will have to also provide some guidance. Department of Information Technology, Department of Justice will have to be involved to assist us with the implementation of this program. And again, the requirement of, I go back to the requirement to have a depository. It appears we will have to have this facility in order to really be able to implement the electronic currency backed by gold and silver or another species to be able to, again, implement the electronic currency. So based on our understanding of this bill, It does provide the ability to charge fees. There are a couple of provisions that mention that. So it sounds like a program like this one, in order to run the operation or this operation, it will have the ability to charge fees. And it is clear, it's very unknown what those fees will look like. But again, it really does appear to require significant resources in order to launch this. And the funding is not apparent from a review of this bill. So that's what I would like to share, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. So I stay away from, the exchange rate. All of those questions are just, we can go more in depth into the conversation, but at a high level, those will be our initial concerns in order to operate a program like this one.
Okay, thank you. I do see the fiscal note, the million plus. Was that your number, or I don't know?
And that's just a number if the state were to build a facility, you would
Right.
require millions in order to do that.
Right. And then just out of humor, because we're tearing down a bank that probably had a vault in it. But would at some point in time, I don't know if you know our history, but did we ever store gold in the State House there in that vault that we ever had?
Gonna guess yes. I mean, we have a vault. Our vault is very old.
Right.
It does not have the it's not a modern vault, as you
Right.
mentioned. The
Right.
Department of Justice probably has a better vault than
Probably
we
did.
do.
Yes, before we tore
But
it down.
certainly, I think yes, likely we had gold at some point.
There you go. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank
taking
you,
the
Mr.
time.
Chairman. Thank you very much.
And then again, I'm apologize again, Yuri. I did not see your card. Somebody got it mixed in with with all the pros. So.
Mr. Chair, dear committee members, for the record, Representative Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett, and Dunbarton. I'm speaking in support of this legislation. I'm very thankful for your time considering this bill. And let me concentrate on experience of my constituents. Hooksett residents are receiving significantly increased tax bills this month. Mine being an average increased over $1,400. For many constituents on fixed income, it is not sustainable. Some have no choice but to be priced out of their own homes and leave Hooksett forever. And inflation is the largest contributing factor, giving our Merrimack County a little choice but to follow the wage increases, and Hooksett had to pay more to school teachers. So this legislation will give my constituents a real protection against inflation, especially for those on fixed income. I received testimonies from my constituents, both young and old, supporting this bill, and I will not read those here in full, but to give you an idea, I had a family of retirees crushed by said price and tax increases and asking for this bill to pass to give, and I quote, individuals a way to access stability and security during these uncertain times. I also had a young family ready to start investing and valuing precious metals, and exciting that actually a growing number of establishments are accepting gold and silver as payment. One problem, and a brief quote from my constituent here, but we do need to pay taxes to state and local governments. Currently, the government only accepts dollars. If we could pay our taxes with real money, gold and silver, it would make our lives easier and better. It would also improve New Hampshire's financial health immensely. Thank you for your consideration. Please support this bill, and I'm ready to answer any question.
I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards left. You're all in support. So all I can ask is please, if you try to make a point that we have not heard yet. If you're just gonna, want to say ditto, that's Rush Limbaugh. You can be a ditto head. No, you can just say that you don't, but so Daniel Diaz, Citizens for Sound Money. We will take care of it. Just give them to us and we'll get it spread around. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of HB 1674. My name is Daniel Diaz. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens for Sound Money. I'm also the CEO and co-founder of a crypto mining and blockchain consulting company called Mining Life. Prior to my current career, I was a former insurance agent for the Knights of Columbus and a stockbroker with my Series 7 license, where I learned a lot about how the global economic system and the fiat monetary system works. I'm also a contributing analyst to investingdaily.com as their crypto and sound money analyst. My entire professional career in finance has been focused on helping people protect their wealth and increasing their financial literacy. And that is why I'm here today. HB 1674 will protect Granite Staters from the devastating effects of inflation. If you turn to the first page, I asked the question, what is inflation? The simplest definition of inflation is the expansion of the currency supply. So if you look on the chart, look down in January of roughly 2020 through November of 2023, our national debt increased by $10,777 billion. From January 20, the total debt was $23 trillion, and by November of last year, it was $34 trillion. That is an increase of the monetary supply by 46.4%. As new currency is purchased, it dilutes the current purchasing power of all currency in circulation. So we've lost around 46, almost 50% of our purchasing power in just under 4 years. On page number 2, and you'll see in the chart that in 1971, Nixon took us off the gold standard, effectively making the dollar a fiat currency, it's unbacked, just by the full faith and credit of the United States. Throughout all of recorded human history, there has never been a single, and there's over 6,000 recorded references to fiat currencies unbacked by any type of precious metal or base metal. Not one single fiat currency has survived in all human history. If you look at the chart, you'll see that most current currencies were flat because they were pegged to the dollar. The moment that the currencies were unpegged in 1971, most currencies dropped in value by 90% or more. If you go to page 3, the next 2 charts, is it 2? 3 charts. The next 3 charts will show the difference between assets compared to the dollar versus gold. In this first chart, we'll see that the gold has protected against inflation. You'll see at the beginning of the chart, it's 1971, where gold and the dollar were combined. And then from 1971 to today, we have a 667% inflation rate in the dollar. That's a loss of purchasing power. If you look at gold, gold has actually increased in value compared to the dollar by 84, almost 85%. Gold has protected purchasing power for millennia. The next chart on page number 4, we're comparing gold to oil. You'll see at the beginning in 1971, when we were pegged to gold, oil was in the dollar was pretty much the same price. But as we depegged, you'll see that you can buy more oil with gold throughout the last 53 years versus the dollar. Oil has gone up 600%, just like the inflation of the dollar, while gold has actually increased in value by 50%. And finally, the last chart, real estate. So we go back to 1971, where the dollar was pegged, and when it was depegged, you'll see that the value of homes have gone up 965% compared to the dollar, while this gold has maintained its value. In fact, in 1979, the average price of a house was $73,000, which was 268 ounces of gold. Today, the average price of a house is $513,000. Guess how many ounces of gold? 268, because gold maintains its purchasing power. So I share all this information to you to explain the value of having a gold-backed currency. And Citizens for Sound Money, my organization, along with Representative Amer, are the ones to help write this piece of legislation. And I know some of you have some detailed questions. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, since we were the ones, our legislative committee wrote this bill, and it's currently in 20 different states in different renditions. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I had to step out to the restroom, so I didn't hear all of your testimony. But my question is, doesn't the state of New Hampshire have enough work to do without setting up a depository for gold and silver?
Thank you for that question, Representative Gibbs. I think that's the great question, and we have some experts behind me, and also I have a written testimony by one of the companies that would be actually bidding to run the depository and create the electronic currency. Load Labs can't be here today, but we have another company, the president of Kinesis, which is another gold and company that will also manage the depository. There won't be any additional work added. Significant work added to the state, because these private companies will manage with their contracts with Brinks or other private vaulting companies. And also they've already created and they're already working across the world using cryptocurrency. In fact, I have a debit card in my pocket I could show you that's backed by gold, and I can spend it anywhere right now, buy you a cup of coffee, buy dinner with gold, and the merchant won't even know, because at the moment of swiping that card, the gold is sold at market prices, which I think answers a few of your concerns, and the merchant won't even know I pay with gold, because they'll receive dollars.
Follow-up question?
Well, I was going to, you hit it right on the nail. What's in this for the state of New Hampshire to spend millions of dollars to do something that private industry can do, is already doing? Why do we want to muck around and compete with you?
That's a beautiful question, Representative Hunt, because Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution gives the states the authority to make gold and silver legal tender in the state. Right now, there's only 4 states in the union.
But why would we want to do that if it's
To protect
going to
grant estaters.
If it's going to cost us thousands, millions, and millions of dollars to have an infrastructure for it?
Well,
what's in it for New Hampshire?
Load and that's a great question. Load and Kinesis will actually provide the technology and the infrastructure for free. And I'll let the president of Kinesis in this statement right here explains it. The only thing they request, since they'll be putting up the money for the infrastructure, is potentially donating Load is asking for $250,000 in gold and silver to kickstart the depository amounts of gold and silver. But all the technology will be provided, and the way and after the companies recuperate their fees for creating the infrastructure, then there's a split revenue model where the state will receive revenue from every transaction using the digital currency.
Okay, Representative Gibbs, you may have your question.
Thank you. Follow-up question. You mentioned a debit card based on gold. Who administers that debit card system, and why do you trust them?
Well, right now, the debit card I have is partnered with a bank in the United States that's FDIC insured. And I know Kinesis and Load have debit cards in other countries, and they will be coming, debit card will be coming to this country soon. I'm sure Eric Main, who's the president of Kinesis, can give you a little bit more information about that. But it's partnered with the banks. And the MasterCard, I think, is a card I have in my pocket. I think Visa is also an option.
But they have fees.
Yes, and it's about 22 to 45 basis points for using the system. And for instance, I don't want to take too much time. The president Eric will be able to discuss how their fee system for merchants work. But by having the merchant system, merchants will save between 200 and 400% on credit card charges if they accept the digital currency, because it's only 22 to 45 basis points versus 2 to 4%, which is 200 and 400%. 400 basis points. So there's a savings to merchants if they decide to accept gold and silver currency.
Okay. I'm missing something here, but that's all right. All right. Any other questions? Scene. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Eric, is it Eric Main? Yeah, from Newport. Kinesis Money.
Yes, sir. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. So Eric Main, I'm the president of two global companies. One is Allocated Bullion Exchange, which is a online institutional exchange for the trading of spot physical gold and silver, based out of Australia. And the president of Kinesis, which is a global financial technologies company that has built an end-to-end monetary system based on digital gold and silver currencies on the blockchain. We're very vertically integrated, so there'll be a lot of questions that I can answer. We own a gold refinery. We have built and operate depositories around the world. We have vaulting accounts with the major third-party vaulting providers in 13 different countries. And so, I'm here to answer questions, what we've done. One of the things, we've done our own organically, have grown our own customer base, et cetera, but maybe more relevant here is we've done public-private partnerships with national governments to implement, the kind of thing you're looking to do here. So the most advanced one that is operational is with the government of Indonesia, where we have integrated with the local banks there, all payment systems, et cetera. So it's our digital gold and silver currencies sit side by side, the Indonesian rupiah, through debit cards. As Daniel was explaining, there's an option within these debit cards where people can use the existing fiat or the digital gold and silver. What we do is fee-based, and what we do with our government partners, it is a fee-sharing model. We're happy to take on the infrastructure cost of creating a platform for the government that's basically a white label of our existing platform, together with the vaulting and depository infrastructure. And what we ask for in return is a certain amount of the funds that get transacted through the system come to us first, and then after we recoup our costs for doing it, then we share with the state. It's a model that is very welcomed in these countries that we're doing it with. And it's actually has the potential to be quite a robust revenue stream for the states. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we do have several questions. Representative Spear.
I downloaded your book.
Okay, I haven't seen that one, but okay. Yes, that's
It says Kinesis all over it.
Kinesis monetary system. Yes, ma'am.
One of the things it points out in here is that the model that you have works well in countries where banks are not that prevalent and people can't get to banks that easily. And so it's an alternative way of distributing, I guess, funding without the infrastructure that we have in the United States, where we have 2 banks on every corner. So that part of it is we can't
So what's your
create. We
question?
can't. What was it?
What's your question?
I guess the question is, in this model, you talk about making money. It's not easy to describe if you have not read this. If you have, the way it talks about this, if you don't have a lot of money to put into it, which a lot of people don't, then the way you recoup money on it is by referring other people. Kind of like, yeah, a little bit like that. Is that what you're saying? And what do you get out of this? What does the state get out of us being a front for this kind of an operation? Why do you even need us?
Well, because of the trust of the state. So you have citizens that trust the state, and when you do a public-private partnership, it means just that. You are publicly facing with a private company that has the experience and the ability to do what you're looking for. But at the end of the day, the state is the state, and people trust your state. And that's true in these countries that are doing it. I would say on the fees, look, it's a very small amount of fee that happens every time somebody sends or spends on the debit card or buys at a merchant. It's 0.22%. That's 22 basis points. And for us, it's the amount of adoption. So you have adoption by a large amount of the citizens doing it. It creates a lot of money. There's a lot of money that flows through. I don't know, what's the GDP of New Hampshire, 90 billion, et cetera, whatever. But if you take a small percentage of that using this system, you can generate a lot of revenue, and it's ongoing. And what is it for the individuals? Well, the model that we set out is a fee-sharing model. So it's not only the state that participates in that revenue share, it is the citizens themselves. So what we do is all those transactions that happen within that ecosystem is collected into a master fee pool. And every month we give back, depending on how you utilize that, to various people within the ecosystem. So some are for people that have just spent it. Of course, up the top line is the split with the state. So the state gets their piece. Let's say it's 50-50. Then out of the other 50%, there would be a certain percentage that goes to people that just are holding the token as a savings, and then there's a different percentage that goes to those that are actively spending it. It's what we call velocity. We're trying to create velocity and moving money just like you would U.S. dollars.
One more question. In the pamphlet, it talks about that the money that's made is in fees goes to the Cayman Islands, and the books are kept by you in the Cayman Islands, and we get whatever you guys tell us we're supposed to get. Is that how you see this working here?
No, that's not how it works, ma'am. So Kinesis, we have 27 different entities around the world, and because we're facing different regulatory regimes, the holding company is a Cayman Islands company. But what we would look to do here, as we have done elsewhere, we have a local entity that's locally regulated, and so it wouldn't be anything to do with the Cayman Islands, for example. So in Indonesia or in Panama, where we're doing it, we have a local Kinesis entity that is, and I have to say, on the regulatory front, because that's just been a piece that's been brought up by multiple people. So we welcome being part whatever the regulatory infrastructure that makes sense. So in Indonesia, it's with the commodity regulator and the banking regulator. In Panama, it's the central bank and the bank supervisory regulator. So all those components are put together, and we're just providing the infrastructure. It's up to the state to run it. We can, support it and provide the people, et cetera. But on the depository piece, what we've done with other partners is, no gold can come in, no gold can come out. Nothing can happen without a multi-signature. That would mean a representative of the state and the depository operations sign off on it electronically before anything happens. So the state has, as with our other partners, a lot of oversight.
I have a real question.
Representative Petrusek is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying, Mr. Maine. My question, what is the value of storing money in gold or silver bullion before spending it as a debit card?
Yeah, so this is the classic thing called Gresham's law, that bad money drives out good. So if you think of it, of having a piece of your silver coin in your hand versus a paper dollar, which one are you going to buy coffee with? I'm going to use the paper dollar, right? I'm going to keep the silver. I'm going to keep the gold. And this means bad money drives out good. That's Gresham's law. The way you defeat that in our model is through this fee-sharing system where people are getting a yield on just holding the gold. They're getting a yield on getting cash back by spending it. And we share these fees with them. And so it becomes an income generating, and there's income to be generated at every level, the merchant level, the individual level, the corporate level, and of course the state and, our level.
But that's as long as gold keeps going up in value. I mean, theoretically, the rule of economics is that the reason why gold keeps going up in value because it's a limited resource. There's only so much gold out there. So therefore, you're betting on the fact that there's only going to be a handful of gold out there, and there's no, like someone was talking about a new alchemies. We're not going to have somebody can turn lead into gold and suddenly change everything. But the whole thing you're betting on is the fact that gold will continue to go up because it's a limited resource.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would say not necessarily that it continues to go up, but that over time it is a stabilizing factor basis against the U.S. dollar.
Well, I don't know if it's stabilizing because it keeps going up in value.
That's a
keeps
perk.
taking more dollars.
So that's
to
a perk.
own it.
Look, it's a perk that it goes up, but it doesn't have to go up for this model to work. It will work over the long term if gold is stable compared to the value of the dollar.
You certainly don't want it to go down.
Don't want to go
because
down.
all
But
these people who are all depending upon that revenue of that growth.
yes, but as you just pointed out, it is a limited resource, and so
So
the
it can only go up,
inclination
right?
it can stable or go up
Okay.
over the long term.
All right, Representative Herbert.
My question's sort of related to the chairman's. From your perspective, what happens based on fluctuations in mining? In other words, is the gold production pretty steady over time? But I know in the 1890s, there was a huge fight because in agriculture, you borrow and then you pay back, and if the gold for whatever reason comes out, goes up much higher, it causes severe problems. So I'm just wondering, how do you manage this because gold is going to be high and low.
It's going to be higher and low, but it is relatively stable over long periods of time. So mine production is a thing that is, yes, there is new mine production comes on board all the time, and you have some big blips where somebody, has something that's a big resource, but it costs a lot of money to bring gold out of the ground. As you deplete those that are closer to the surface, you have to dig down deeper, and it's harder to get, and it's more expensive. So there's a point where mining new gold is not even worth it. Now it's worth it where it is now, but you get down to $800 an ounce or something like that. It's not worth to mine anything anymore. So there's not going to be a whole lot more gold out of the ground. It's going to be a depleting resource over time. There will be some upticks in some production, but over a long period, gold production will go down, which means
One other question. It's related.
Because we're getting
My
hungry.
question to you is, where does the rubber meet the road in your business? I understand, I think, how you make money, but where is the fluctuations in the currencies you have to deal with? I mean, how is that moderated? How do you keep up with currency fluctuations? Is it something you have to pay a lot of attention to, or
Okay,
I think that's
it's the forex? I don't. How is this all worked out? Is this all forex?
well, yes. So normal way that any company would manage their business if they're doing business in multi currencies.
great. Thank you.
Oh, no, the currency makes the exchange.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. All right, I got 3 cards here, but I hope we can go quicker here. All right, Adam Van from Alpine Gold Exchange.
Thank you.
You're gonna make sure, yeah.
Aha, very good. My name is Adam Van. I represent the Alpine Gold Exchange. What we are we are a gold and silver company that also provides vaulting services. We are the member service representatives for the United Precious Metals Association. The UPMA has a membership of 53,000 members, 1,700 of which are granite staters. And what we do is we provide a platform that provides similar services to what banks are already offering, but we do it with gold and silver. So you can deposit, you can withdraw, you can exchange, you can put it into other savings programs and gain 2% interest. Very similar to what you might think of as traditional banking, but we do it with gold and silver. We are a repository for gold and silver. We are already here. We have a management office in Manchester, New Hampshire, and we are currently already transacting in gold and silver with member-to-member transfers, and other members come to us buying and depositing gold and things like that. And the commerce is already there. The exchange and the market is already there. And we have 100 businesses that are openly accepting gold and silver as payment. We have thousands of people that are transacting amongst themselves in gold and silver. And the question that we get frequently is, what are they supposed to do with their taxes? What are they supposed to do with their fees? And how do they manage that? So what we're asking for from this bill, and I'm in favor of this bill, but what we're asking for is clarity out of this bill and what to do with these transactions that are already happening. There's already things being purchased. And there's also thousands of granite staters that are sitting on holds of gold and silver, and they have no idea what to do with them. So one of the things that we've discovered since coming here and working with the local granite staters, and I am a granite stater, is that these folks, when we do contact them, they're relieved that they have some sort of a service that can take this gold and silver that they've been sitting on for years and years. So there are untold millions of dollars worth of value that are already inside the granite state that are not being used as funds and not being used in the marketplace because they're just sitting inside family collections and so forth. And so if we can provide them with practical applications and practical services for being able to manage those gold and silver, then they're able to put that into the marketplace as oh, I'm getting lost in words here. I'm getting hungry as well. So, but if we can get that into the marketplace for trade, then there's going to be a lot of benefit for the state of New Hampshire and for granite staters to be able to put more value into the marketplace for trade, and that equals more revenue through taxes and fees and so forth. And we are also the representation of how this can work at scale. We do have 53,000 members. We do have these transactions. We do operate a vault. These are we're already here. We're already doing it, and we can just show that it works and that you can transact in gold and silver, and it's already happening.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jason Dreisenzer?
Hi there, thank you. My name is Jason Dreisner. I'm a software engineer in Portsmouth, and I've been working in the digital currency space since 2013. I led the design of the world's first multi-device Bitcoin wallet, and I invented a number of the technical upgrades to the smart contracting system of one of the world's largest cryptocurrency networks. I'm deeply familiar with this space and with the technical and operational requirements of the sort of digital currency proposed in this bill. I'm also here on a personal basis. I don't represent any companies, and I have no products to sell. I am excited about this bill because I believe it would create an opportunities for companies to build digital currency products with a reliable American asset. I think it could attract significant investment and create thousands of well-paying jobs in New Hampshire. Here's why tokenized real-world assets like this matter. Tokens enable open payment networks with lower fees and faster settlement than proprietary closed networks. Lending systems that don't suffer from the kind of cascading failures that we saw in the 2008 financial crisis. Free and open crowdfunding systems that allow nonprofits to reduce their overhead and give donors more visibility into the flow of funds. And ultra-transparent asset exchanges where large investors don't get cost or timing advantages versus smaller investors, and more. American companies are building the plumbing, the tools, and services to make these innovations happen. But here's the problem. Due to federal regulatory uncertainty, American assets are very rarely flowing through those pipes. This bill would solve that problem by giving us a trusted American asset to power these applications with American companies. So with that in mind, let's talk about how the depository is funded. Tokens can automatically assess and accrue fees over time upon redemption or when transferred between networks. It's possible for the depository to generate revenue both from those direct fees and from activities like market making and liquidity provision in decentralized exchange protocols. And I'm happy to talk more about those technical details, but for now I'll just note that smart contracts, the algorithms that run on these digital currency networks, can really reduce the overhead of collecting that revenue. There are both US-based and offshore entities offering depository services like this that collect millions in revenue annually. And with the added stability and legal certainty of New Hampshire's seal, we can expect that a New Hampshire issued token would expand that market and generate significant revenue for the state. To summarize, this is a profitable business, and I expect the depository to fully fund itself. And I also want to note that initial startup costs could be supplemented or funded by the state selling a note, or possibly crowdfunded. This is something that can maintain itself over the long term, so it's the initial startup costs that are in question. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm open to answering any questions. Yes.
I have a question about, have you communicated with the New Hampshire treasurer and the DOJ?
No, I
Additional
just wanted
conversation?
to mention that in this comment because we had spoken with it earlier. I do believe that this is the kind of operation that could be funded by selling a note to investors who would fully bear the risk of whether or not the operation ultimately was successful, rather than it touching taxpayer funds. That's why I wanted to mention it in this.
Sell a
in this testimony.
bond, but that's uncollateralized.
No,
that loses your whole benefit of the state putting its name to it. I don't see how that would work.
I'm sorry. I wanted to bring that into the testimony, but no, it would be a New Hampshire run depository and digital currency. I wanted to mention that I think that this can be a completely budget neutral project and could ultimately be a significant source of revenue for the state. From an industry perspective, it is already a profitable business. The issue is that due to regulatory uncertainty and federal regulatory uncertainty, American businesses are not able to meaningfully compete in this area. European and Asian businesses are doing significantly better. They're able to work within those regulatory frameworks much more clearly, to have European and Asian assets working in these digital systems. So we can have these innovations like open payment networks with very low fees and exchanges where larger investors don't get advantages over smaller investors, but we're using them with assets that are not American. And it would be, I believe, a huge boon to New Hampshire for New Hampshire assets to be used in that market. I think it would bring thousands of well-paying jobs to the state and attract significant foreign and domestic investment.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, one card left. Daniel Tinkham from Citizens for Sound Money. Yeah.
Are you going to read from it?
No. Please don't read too much. I mean, if we've got it, just give us a executive summary of what something we have not heard yet. It would be helpful.
Yep.
Well, Mr. Chair and committee, thank you very much for the opportunity. I come here as a concerned Granite State citizen. Alan Shepard once said that any landing you can walk away from is a good one, and I believe the same thing can be said about the economic and monetary crisis that awaits our nation, which includes the citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you very much for the committee. Until today, I've never testified to any political body, nor have I ever been part of any local, state, or federal politics. But for my children's sake, I have 5 children. The stakes are too great for me to stay silent any longer. My name is Daniel J. Tinkham. I'm a lifelong resident of New Hampshire. I grew up in East Derry, where my love of numismatics, the study of coins and paper money, began at the age of 14. I attended Pinkerton Academy, where I excelled in academics. I was treasurer for the Future Business Leaders of America. I was a member of the Academy of Finance, securing a banking internship at TD Bank at just the age of 16. I attended Southern New Hampshire University and graduated in 2010 from the 3-year honors program in business administration. I also received my master's in business administration with a finance concentration in 2014. In my 5 years at Fidelity Investments in Merrimack, New Hampshire, I was 2-time President's Circle winner. I also spent 7 years at Empower's retirement division, which happens to handle the New Hampshire retirement system. I now work in private equity, raising capital for King Operating, an oil and gas company operator based out of Dallas, Texas. I'm also a major investor in a private company based in Orlando, Florida, that focuses on first player entertainment, specializing in virtual theme parks and virtual entertainment. House Bill 1674 would go a long way towards building a trusted bridge between the digital and physical worlds, in my opinion. The idea of gold and silver circulating as real money has been lost for many generations. Some of you may even remember getting silver in your change. However, the recognition of gold and silver as constitutional money is making a remarkable comeback in recent years. This committee should proceed in passing the Legal Tender Act. The state should find a way to build a bullion depository, in my opinion, or partner up with private companies, which we've already talked about here today, with the know-how to start and operate a facility. Not passing the bill will hurt residents in the long run as the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar continues its precipitous decline. There are other states who are working on passing similar legislation, and being an early adopter would give New Hampshire significant first mover advantages against other states who may choose outsourcing to other states or private companies, or who will do nothing at all. Although many bullion depository transactions would be physical deposits and or withdrawals, they would not have to be settled physically. Billions of transactions are settled already on a daily basis across a broad spectrum of payment options and ledger systems. The state should work with competent partners with experience in establishing depositories and payment systems to ensure that New Hampshire is the gold standard when it comes to establishing the functionality of precious metals and payment systems, pun intended. To provide one such example to this committee, the state of Texas retirement system helped their state establish the Texas Bullion Depository for the benefit of all Texas pensioners and retirees after realizing they were spending many millions of dollars per year in unnecessary fees to faceless corporations like BlackRock and Vanguard. Those shares were ultimately redeemed for cash, and that cash was used by the Texas State Treasurer to purchase physical gold and silver, ultimately for the benefit of all pensioners. Any costs incurred by New Hampshire with the bullion program should also be compared against the annual cost of its Wall Street money managers and how much of that savings would be repatriated by moving these proceeds directly to New Hampshire vaults in the form of gold and silver. When it comes to New Hampshire citizens, we prefer options and the free will to choose what is the best for our needs whenever possible. House Bill 1674 provides citizens with choice and would not affect anyone who does not wish to participate. Thank you.
We do have a question, Representative Spear.
The gold bullion deposit, I spoke to someone at a representative at the bullion depository. It cost them $23 million to build it. And the reason they built it was because they thought they had $860 million in gold from the University of Texas and the Texas A&M. In the middle of building it, they sold off that gold because it wasn't liquid enough and the schools needed the money, so they had nothing. As of this summer, they had $140 million in assets. That's all. That's all they've got. They never got what they said they were going to do.
Isn't that great that they already did that, so we can learn from that? And that's why private companies are here today, in my opinion. Was it mishandled or handled improperly? Or I don't know. I don't know the details of the Texas case specifically, other than that they started it. But I think there's probably a lot to learn from that. At the same time, too, I think establishing private-public partnerships. If you go down the highway, you can see common man chains. There's plenty of opportunities that private-public partnerships have worked in the state, particularly with the liquor stores. There's different models, and the fact that we're all here today talking about it is a great start.
We are debating right now for the marijuana is to a private-public partnership, and it's still having a lot of troubles. Okay, thank you very much. All right, that closes the hearing. I guess we need a blue sheet. The blue sheet. Okay. 1674. The New Hampshire Bankers Association are opposed. And Representative Pons is for. Matt Smart is for. Jonathan Leslie's for. Daniel Diaz for. Daniel Tinkman for. Eric Main for. All these are people who spoke already. And Catherine Heck is neutral. The New Hampshire bankers are opposed. Okay. I am very apologetic about the delay here in having this final bill, 1444. Did you put in a card? I see Matt's got a card here. Okay, well, why don't you come on up and testify, and you can just do a card later. It's fine. Oh, no card. Okay, and this is the blue sheet.
Sorry, I need my glasses. Okay.
So thank you, Chair. My name is Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I was contacted this summer to put in a bill concerning actually the previous bill, and which my bill actually included some from the previous, as well as this regulation of digital mining. And it was actually, my bill was split, and so this now is a standalone, just because it made sense, because there was another, there was other legislation in there. So I have to say, I am no expert on this at all, and so I'm very appreciative for the representative that's going to speak next to me, because he is well versed in this. So in regards with, like, I had to understand what is digital asset mining, I'm going to read just a couple things for you to explain what this is doing. So in a world, right, of cryptocurrencies, you might have come across the term digital asset mining. Perhaps you've, heard of mining Bitcoin or Ethereum. Maybe you've heard of, if there's profits that is made by, generating such operations. So I'm going to break down just a little bit about what it is. So digital asset mining, in a sense, provides rewards for work. So, whether it's like Bitcoin or Ethereum, Dogecoin, Render, Filecoin, or any other cryptocurrency at its core, digital asset mining really is the act of being rewarded for expending computational resources. So these are, in a sense, think of mineable assets. So those resources can come in pretty much any form of computational work. We've seen uses from processing power and file storage to broadband network provision, and then there's air quality monitoring. So to kind of understand some of these, I'm just going to go when I worked for a company where we had a server room. So that server room had to be monitored with air quality, mostly for temperature and stuff like that, because it's a big power source. So there's some stuff that's talked about in the bill that, is a little confusing, and I'll go to that in a second. So while some of these, it's like ventilation and airflow is what we're talking about. So some of these mining protocols require specialist hardware. Others can be performed by anyone, like on a decent home computer. That's usually lesser of. A couple of others allow for mining with smartphones. That's fairly newer. Each day, like a new mining protocol emerges from the blockchain ecosystem, many trying to kind of like tap into the latent computational power sitting in an average, modern devices and computers. However, the profitability of some of these mining operations, it's not so rewarding. It's usually done with larger entities, in which the fellow representative will talk about. So they've taken to so there's a lot of miners that will come together, they'll group together, and then work for a bigger entity. So usually the process of like beginning mining is actually not really, it's not difficult at all, and it's not prohibitively difficult, and that's the reason why this bill's been put into place. So after you acquire like the appropriate hardware, one can usually access like the software from a protocol's website. I got a lot of my information from they're called Arsher Digital Labs. They are a company that's out of Australia. So you can get that from, like I said, a protocol's website or a company's website, code repository, and often after like powering up, you can start mining straight away. And some of these things that you're purchasing are like going to run on their own. So it's like you load into the software and then it does the work for you. So lastly, because I know we're with time here, there's different types of mining. So the proof of work mining is really what I wanted to talk about. So that's kind of the original and most common form, really the best form of mining. So proof of work coins, let's just say like Bitcoin, some of the world's largest cryptocurrencies can be mined, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Dogecoin. So for a bit of like context, blockchains keep their ledgers secure and immutable using consensus algorithms, systems that ensure that the majority of the network agrees on a list of transactions and events. Proof of work is one of those consensus algorithms. So by expending a large amount of processing power, guessing the solution to a difficult cryptography problem, miners that correctly guess the answer first can earn the right to add a new block to the chain. A correct guess and a valid block added to the chain rewards the miner with a certain amount of cryptocurrency. So I'm going to give you, in December of 2021, Bitcoin miners, for example, were rewarded with like 6.25 Bitcoin for adding a block to the chain. So since the global computational effort being spent on proof of work mining is so great, it's common, as I said earlier, for smaller miners to join others in pools where their combined effort is more likely to yield more consistent rewards they can share. So the last thing I will say is, the difference between proof of work is like you could talk about distributed computing. That's like the next largest sector of digital asset mining outside of proof of work by market cap. And that is basically, it's a form of distributed computing. So for the purpose of what I'm reading, I'm going to define that as like the internet spread across a network with utility beyond securing a blockchain's transaction data and adding blocks to a blockchain. So the field of digital asset mining in itself is very diverse. Distributed file storage is a hotly contested market, distributed app hosting, content serving, and they have their own sector of cryptocurrencies. And distributed rendering is emerging with potential for growth to serve alongside the expanded metaverse. I think the most important part of my bill is line 6, item 2. Any person engaged in in-home digital asset mining or digital asset mining business shall not be considered a money transmitter under RSA 399G. That's the most important part of this bill, because this is not about transmitting money. And I had to educate myself on it because, as I told fellow representative who I begged to speak on this, I said, this is like a foreign language to me. And I will definitely email my testimony. But the reason why I put this in is for, like I said, a constituent that is very interested in this and is, you know, in another state he was working on this and wants to do this here and just kind of wants to be protected for it in this latest of technology. So I think that's all I have to say.
That's great. And I'm glad you pointed that out. And clearly I put this in the wrong grouping because we have a whole nother day where we're going to be dealing with the money transmitters.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So I screwed up and if I had
want me to
seen
come
that, I
back?
would have put it in there, but all I saw was local digital mining. And so,
Is that what the zoning is?
so, in terms of, the zoning goes through all kinds of things. I mean, there's something that's the PUC sets rates, zoning, but we don't know if there's actually been a zoning problem. Have we ever had anybody who got told they couldn't do digital mining in a town? So it's really not a zoning issue. The money transmitter issue is I can see that potentially being a problem. But ironically, I can tell you that the bank department would never do that because the bank department was very adamant that cryptocurrency is not money. Okay, it's a commodity. And so they would never, ever try to regulate cryptocurrency. As a matter of fact, we specifically took the statute that did relate to it and repealed it.
Correct.
Several years ago. So in that sense, if you're worried about that, I can't imagine that being an issue. But we do have a money transmitter bill. We can throw that in there if that's an issue. But other than that, I mean, if you don't have any actual zoning problems, then we can figure out how to. But like I say, the money transmitter should be a non-issue because we made a whole point that the banking department does not regulate cryptocurrency.
Correct. In this process, the digital asset mining is actually it's not transmitting money. That's not what they're
Exactly.
doing.
So whoever said was worried about that, it's really I can't imagine it ever been found. I mean, are they registering as a money transmitter now?
No.
Yeah, no. So this is a non-problem.
So the last thing I wanted to say before, and then if there's any other questions, so of course, as we know, we've got statutes, laws that are on the books that have been on the books for a long time, right? So we're talking about very modern day type things where, there's still certain laws on the books that when you slip something in, that it applies. So I just have to say that if you look at line number 9, where it talks about limiting the sound decibels and stuff like that. So think of back in the day when there were humongous computer systems.
I got to stop you. This is a zoning issue.
Correct, but
okay. So zoning right now, they do have regulations. I mean, is about decibels. Okay, so to say is, well, would they change that? Would they say, well, because you're doing this particular enterprise, different from the zoning debate we had in my town, which was a tire warehouse that has a drill that goes, was that auto repair or not? And why were they complaining about the sound? Okay, so that zoning, for us, is to get into, debating zoning in terms of sound and zoning, that's already set, and that's lots of case law around that already.
But I just wanted to tell you that OLS specifically, we had this conversation, right? I'm like, how does this apply? This goes based upon old computers. So if you look at based upon like NASA computers back in the day, those big, huge, they would take up a whole huge room, right?
Univac.
They were loud. That doesn't apply anymore. So that's the reason why this is in here at decibels. It doesn't even apply, but it's old. It's like old stuff that's still on the books is why I wanted to bring that up.
You're saying no, that's not on the books. There was never any regulation of noisy computers And I can say that because I was in the personal computer business for a long period of time. So I can tell you that if anybody was to complain, there was no zoning regulation related to that.
But there are local noise ordinances. So that's why they put this in here, because they're going based upon, like, this would be something that would be loud. I'm saying there's no sound on this
The
anymore.
noise. I've never seen one that had anything to do with computers.
I know.
Or electronics. All I've seen was the one I know about was
Yes, okay.
zip, 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 zip. Okay? when it comes to tire. Okay, so yes, some towns definitely have sound decibel ordinances. Yes. And that would mean where you zone where you can do those activities. But okay, you guys really have questions for?
Very,
All right,
very
all
quick
right.
question.
Representative Burrows has a question.
Just a quick question. Have you talked to anyone at DES or any other organization that deals with environmental concerns about what the impact may be of digital mining?
No, because the only time that you would have any sort of environmental impact would be if you're talking about, and I can show you pictures of where there are big, large companies that have, there's stacks basically of servers that are running, and that's mainly for the power. It takes a lot of electricity.
The biggest noise maker is the cooling.
Correct.
Because it's
too.
all about cooling. And big refrigerator units and the big cooler units, just like you see outside of a.
But that's not in somebody's home. That's big. Those are big companies that are doing that are literally stacking up supercomputers to do this. We don't have that. So
Right.
they would have to follow all of our current regulations, which there are some companies. So I'm not even there yet with DES, because those would already fall under all of those environmental things if you're building a business of this here in the state.
Representative Kipps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Noise issues aside, isn't digital asset mining highly energy intensive?
Correct. It is. So for example, but those people that are doing it are paying for it. So if this is something that you want to put in your home, there's certain times of the day, of course, that are running that are less cost for electricity and things like that. But that is, of course, on the person that is they have to take that on.
Right.
Follow-up
and
que-
clearly
follow-up
that's a
question,
PUC. That's a PUC issue. It's not a zoning issue.
Oh,
yes,
and-
further question.
Okay, follow-up question. And this is related to Representative Burrows' question. If something is highly energy intensive, aside from the cost to the user, isn't there also an environmental cost to adding something that is highly energy intensive?
Well, because of the high cost of energy, especially that we experience in New Hampshire, if someone is going to do this, there's a lot of different options for them with using other types of energy that can help them to offset the cost. So I can provide that and do a little bit of research. I did not go down that for other entities, other states, countries that are doing this using solar, using geothermal, using those things like that, which basically makes they're almost a null. So because it's being provided from actually some of those energy efficient ways.
It's a quick question, really. We have zoning laws that talk about the sound, like we talked about. Is there any belief that these mining operations could not meet those zoning laws?
Not to my knowledge.
So why do they want us to look at them?
What do you mean? Why do you want?
She's asking why is this bill here if there's no actual zoning regulation or anything going on?
Okay, because perception is reality, right? So we're putting something in, basically making sure that this can happen here in the state. They're still going to have to follow under all our regulations, under all our zoning.
But they should, right?
Correct, and they should.
Okay.
I think a lot of this has to do with the unknown aspect of this new emerging computational business and technology. And for those reasons, this is the bill that's put in. There's a bill in Missouri, for example, that passed that is identical, that has the digital mining part of it, as well as some of the currency pieces. So this is really just protecting a new and emerging industry and making sure that they're allowed, if someone wants to be able to do this, that they have
Fair
they
enough.
have the right to do it.
Preventative legislation. Okay, Representative Ammon.
I just wanted to do, would you believe that digital asset mining could actually be beneficial to the grid because it encourages overproduction of generation and can be a flexible load on the grid so that when windmills and solar panels are producing electricity that the grid doesn't need, it can go into digital asset mining and actually subsidize those projects. And if you look at the governor's crypto commission report, there's a whole section on digital asset. We had experts come in and testify about how it can be a tool to make the grid even greener, which is kind of counterintuitive to the narrative. So would you believe?
No, I do. Well, I do believe, and I think that's fantastic. And I'm glad that you pointed that out because I will cut those sections and then send that out to just for further support of this because we have to have all sides on this, which would be great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so Matt, you want to come up and please don't take 5 minutes.
Well, I'll be quick, but all right. So I was asked to come testify in support of this bill, and I think the noise decibel stuff and all that's a little bit absurd. Just it's computers. How much noise can these things make?
It's the air conditioning units that cool them.
Okay. But the bill, the part that I really want to testify in support of is line 6, any person engaged in home digital asset mining or digital asset mining business shall not be considered a money transmitter. So I actually think it is valuable because the government has this tendency to treat cryptocurrency as money when it's convenient to them and commodity when it's convenient to them when prosecuting people.
I am very proud to say that this committee went out of its way to absolutely remove cryptocurrency from the banking department, who was regulating as money transmitters. And we have that legislation has got to be going on 5 years now. It was a while ago. We passed that. We made it. It was under my name. So let me just tell you, I'm damn sure of what we did. Okay, and that is that no, it is that the banking department doesn't want to have anything. The money transmitter legislation. They don't want to have anything to do with cryptocurrency. As a matter of fact, we took it out. If you go onto their webpage right now, they'll tell you if you have a cryptocurrency problem, call the Attorney General's office. We do not have anything to do with crypto.
Okay, but when someone's being prosecuted for this, just having that in there might be a defense that they can use. I mean, there's a lot of questions about this. A prosecutor could argue that Bitcoin mining or cryptocurrency mining is money transmission.
That is in theory. It is, but I'm just telling you, under our statutes, that is physically impossible to occur. The Attorney General's office would never use that because they know full well that we have removed any reference to cryptocurrency from the money transfer statute. And I will get it. I'll get you a copy of it.
All right. Well,
I will get you a copy. I sponsored the bill, so I know that we did this.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, it's not like the prosecution's always, sometimes it can be disingenuous workers, So
man, come on. Let's give our statute some integrity, okay? They hold law, and our Attorney General, who was here earlier, okay, of the Consumer Protection Division, their mission in life, just so you know, the Consumer Protection Statute is to ensure that if a consumer's been harmed, is to make sure that you are been made whole. Okay, it's really about restitution.
Okay. So this is sort of unorthodox. I was gonna testify on why digital asset mining is not money transmission.
We absolutely agree. In this committee, the legislature is on record to agree with you 100%.
Okay, it's still very unorthodox testimony, but thank you for your time.
Okay, we do have a question for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Digital mining business is a business, so you can't allow, cities don't allow businesses in local districts that are, just housing. It has to be in a business district.
I was gonna testify on this, but I'm kind of getting kicked out. I mean,
No,
my
you could
testimony
go
was-
on and talk about something else. I just wanted to make sure don't focus on the money transmitter issue. You want to testify about business?
Well, one of the things that cryptocurrency people are concerned about is decentralization. So it particularly says in-home asset digital mining. They want to protect basically small users. That's what it looks like. The intent of this is to protect small users that may have a very small, like just one computer at their home, and they want to mine with it. They don't want that to be considered money transmission. So this decentralization is like very important to these cryptocurrency people. They want multiple users to be working on this instead of just a concentration of it. And that's why it's like that.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Do you have any other testimony you want to offer up?
Nope.
Great. Thank you very much. Got one card left. Tim Horrigan.
I have some written testimony.
Okay, so just for the committee, what we're gonna do is we'll break after this for lunch, and we'll just push everything out back an hour. So we won't. Well, way I looked at it was that the snowstorm is pretty late in the day. So, but if you can't stay on, okay. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you very much. I'm Canadian resident Timothy Horrigan. I continue, unless something unexpected has happened, to represent Stratford County District 10. I used to be 6, the town of Durham. And we've heard a lot of explanation of the bill. Representative, my gentlelady from Rochester, put a lot of work into it. So she did job of telling us like what it's about. It attempts to give digital asset mining companies special privileges, in my opinion, which other business do good. And it's mostly about zoning regulations. But I'll skip to the last paragraph of my prepared testimony about the money transmission, because we were just talking about it. I think this provision appears to be unnecessary, so that's another enough reason right there to take it out. But I also think this could be used. You could have businesses that would be money transmitters might just put in a digital asset mining, just put a crypto server or whatever on their property, then claim they're exempt from it. So that's probably another reason to take it out. I certainly support home-based internet businesses. I guess I'm still running it a little bit myself, and actually virtual currency was part of it. It was a virtual world where they had a micro payment system where people put real money into it, and then they use the virtual dollars. This was in Second Life, what they call Linden dollars. They're using it as a micro payment system, sometimes very micro payments. A lot of my things I was buying or selling would be about like a few cents in real money, and that I certainly wouldn't think people who are running businesses in Second Life or any virtual world should be money transmitters, and we were using third-party vendors, so I'm sure that would be a non-issue. Also, of course, in that case, and people run all kinds of business out of their homes, and that should be protected. And maybe we do need a law to clarify that. I don't know what this is the vehicle to do it, or even the committee that should be doing, but absolutely that should be allowable. And I really don't know of any community here in New Hampshire which is discouraging to the zoning regulations or anything else from people just running, sitting at their computer and running a business over the internet. The digital asset mining, these servers, that could be a separate issue. I've I've certainly considered doing that. I've looked into schemes. I actually was looking at the Archer digital site in Australia, which we heard about a few minutes ago, and I've looked at all the schemes, and they all seem like a waste of time to me, and also a waste of electricity. So none of them, frankly, none of them think really added. I wouldn't be adding any value to the economy by participating in them. And frankly, I think that's the case with crypto. I know people are making real money out of it. I know it's new and groovy, and there's a very fascinating technology. But I'm not sure if that's something the state needs to go out of its way to actively encourage. It should be legal, but I'm just a skeptic about it. I just think a lot of the claims for it are overblown, and the only value that I can see to especially cryptocurrency is if you can sell it to somebody else and get real currency for it. So I don't see how it has any larger value. I mean, you can use it as a medium of exchange. You can even use the store of value, though I don't think it's a very good store of value because there's some technical issues, and also like it's very volatile. But that's just me. If you want to do it, you certainly should be able to do it, and you should be able to do it out of your home. But I don't think I don't think it's a good idea to exempt them from local zoning regulations, because I can see all kinds of situations where somebody's mining crypto or doing whatever, running a very noisy server that uses a lot of electricity, maybe creates other externalities. Municipalities should be able to regulate that. And also, the way the bill is written, it only covers digital asset mining businesses that are located in industrial and residential zones. So there's different types of zones. There's commercial zones, rural zones, and even the industrial zones are often for a specific type of industry. So it may or may not be a good idea to have somebody running, a huge honking cryptocurrency server, generating lots of excess noise and heat, using, placing a burden on the electric supply just to, that shouldn't necessarily be allowed in any industrial zone if the industrial zone is for like some specific type of industry, as most are. So I think, so I definitely think subparagraphs 2 and 3 in the proposed RSA 647-16A, paragraph 1 might be okay, but it needs some exceptions. And I'm standing between you and my lunch. And so I would say just the best thing to do, it's an interesting bill, but I think you should probably just find it inexpedient to legislate. And I'm sure this issue will come up again. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully nobody has any questions, so you're free to ask them.
We're
Thanks.
closing the public hearing.
Yes, did a very good job of chairing it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just get started here because I guess Tony Kaplan's not here, right? Oh, he is here. When did you sneak in? Okay. I thought we were waiting for you. Sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, and thanks, members of the Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Tony Kaplan, and I'm here to represent the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner, and to present HB 1207, an act relative to single-use disposable plastic foodware accessories. This bill is intended to be a win-win piece of legislation for Granite State, communities, businesses, and the environment we rely on for our sustenance and survival. This bill, contrary to public opinion, does not mandate or prohibit the use of single-use plastic foodware accessories. Instead, it seeks to limit the use of these items except on demand in restaurants large and small across the state. Many states and municipalities have passed similar restrictions. Plastics make up about 15% of our country's municipal solid waste generation. This is due to the increased manufacture of plastics and plastic recycling being inefficient and largely non-existent. Approximately only 9% of plastic ever produced has been recycled. Plastic pollution is estimated to be around 79% of the total waste generated around the entire planet. And plastics account for 3.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The majority of ocean plastic, around 80%, comes from land-based sources, namely the garbage that we produce. We've all seen the images of those patches in the ocean full of garbage, floating garbage, so-called dead zones, dead and dying as a result of our unsustainable use of plastic and the plastic pollution. These are truly frightening developments that are happening, unless you believe that there's somehow fake news or an attempt to hoodwink the public. But the facts are undeniable and the science is clear. We're poisoning ourselves. This should not be a partisan issue. And we who have our hands on the levers of power in our state ought to do the right thing for our constituents. As a matter of fact, we are doing that in New Hampshire. We're attempting to bring down our rates of solid waste because we're experiencing the effect of the pollution on our health and on our communities. The state solid waste management plan issued last year calls for a reduction or diversion of solid waste by 25% by 2030 and 45% by 2050 from the 2018 baseline of around 1.5 million tons of solid waste that we send to landfills or incinerators, and inevitably poison our air, water, and soil in the form of leachates or air emissions. Many of these poisons are long-lived and effectively do not break down in the environment, and their poisons accumulate and combine in our soil, water, food, and bodies in ways that we're just beginning to understand. This bill is not a magic bullet that's going to end the plastic pollution problem, but it is a step in the right direction. I used to live in New York City, and I remember at some point the city administrators decided to try to fight crime by clamping down on small infractions. You know, you couldn't spit on the sidewalk anymore, and there's so-called no broken windows theory of policing. And the idea is that if people live in a neighborhood full of broken windows, they act like they live in a neighborhood full of broken windows. And so if you can prevent the broken windows, you get people's behavior improving. And so I look at this bill as kind of like the no broken windows policy of plastic pollution. It's not going to solve the problem, but it's going to raise our expectations, and it's something we ought to do. It imposes no costs on food businesses, but instead results in a direct savings as restaurants no longer need to stock as many reserves of these single-use plastics. We're talking about straws, we're talking about cup lids, we're talking about the little stirrers that you get, you know, when you on your tray as you're going through the line, and it ends up in the garbage. It's not a huge amount of waste when you're talking about the total bulk or the total volume of waste that we produce, but it's, you know, it's significant if you go town by town. It imposes no burdens on customers. They can simply request these items if they feel they need to have them. And it results in a reduction of solid waste in line with the state's official solid waste management plan. And more importantly, it begin, as I said, to turn the tide on the mountains of plastic garbage. I hope you support this bill and send a message that the New Hampshire State House supports our official policy on waste reduction and diversion and supports public health outcomes implicit in reducing plastic waste. Thank you. I'll take any questions. Yeah, sorry about that.
Representative Gibbs
Yeah,
has a
take
question.
any questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say, in general, I support the ideas of this bill, but my question is, if you have to ask for a spoon every time you buy a bowl of soup in, say, Panera Bread, or a stir every time you buy a cup of coffee, isn't that going to slow down service and impose some considerable costs on the seller, the facility, and also inconvenience on the customer?
Yeah, that's a good question, Representative. And I don't have a figure on, the time spent in line when you're asking for spoons and stirs and stuff like that. So I don't really know if that's a fact or not. Intuitively it makes sense, but then on the other hand, really, how much time do people spend handing over a spoon, across the counter? Is that really going to affect the line? I mean, it'd have to be a pretty huge line to actually have an impact. But then again, you might have a point, but I don't have the answer to that. So, it's a matter of conjecture, and it's something valid to think about for sure.
Well, in terms of the question, she's saying if you're ordering soup, I guess you could pick up the bowl and drink it this way, but
you do need a spoon.
You should be given a spoon. You shouldn't have to ask you whether you need one.
Why not?
That's what the bill says. You have to ask.
I mean, you're asking for the soup, so
that's
why
the
not
bill
say,
says
I need
no.
a soup spoon while you're at it? And I mean, it's a simple change in habit as far as I
Okay.
see. It's
So-
just,
all right,
it's a different expectation of what you have to
Yeah,
do.
I guess I was correct because I guess I haven't been to Panera Bread in a while, but evidently they provide silverware. They do provide silverware, so
Right.
that's not a good example. So here's my example.
Okay.
Because you said is that let's try to reduce it by not having so much available, and I was marveled, and I've only noticed this now, a couple months ago, when I was walking out of my Hannaford's. They have this display, and the display has the plastic silverware. It has the forks, the spoons, the noons, and it's now so.
Oh, okay. So like these are things that you're trying to avoid. Is that their idea?
I know they were saying is so when someone goes to the salad bar, or somebody whatever they bought maybe, and instead of having the inventory at every cash register, they have one stand as you walking out that provides those silverware or plasticware. Excuse me.
Right.
That seems like a very effective. That's customer asking for it, but doesn't have to ask an employee, doesn't have to worry about anybody.
Right.
But if I read this bill, you're saying they can't do that. You got to
Well, I mean, this bill
that
is
machine out.
only dealing with food. It's not dealing with supermarkets, so it's not. It's really
It says
comparing
or
apples and
retail
oranges.
food store.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a grocery
Hannaford
store.
doesn't count as a retail food store. It's a supermarket. I mean, I don't know. I mean, does Hannaford a retail food store? I don't think it is according to the definition.
Yeah, I mean, they have a salad bar. That's why we would need a fork. So I'm just saying that it.
Well, in that case, I think having it available at one place might be the same thing as asking for it. I mean, that's a matter of interpretation.
And then the only other one I want to tell you, the irony of this bill is that we've had a legislation in this committee before about guys with the carts, the hot dog carts, and Health and Human Services insists that they cannot use a little bottle of ketchup or mustard, that they have to have those little plastic bags, the plastic single-serve packets. We require that by law. So here we are, we require that in law, and now we're going to make the person have to beg for it.
Well, I mean, Representative, times change. We at the time that the Department of Health and Human Services was requiring people to change from the plastic, the bottle dispensers to those the condiment packets. Maybe that made sense. What we're seeing now is that it doesn't quite make sense.
But they're not going to change the rule.
No, they won't. We know we went through that battle.
Well, I mean, that's outside
Okay.
the scope of this discussion.
just
We're,
want
we're
to
not
say,
going to
I just
debate
find that
other
ironic.
statutes. We're debating, besides, we shouldn't even be debating this.
Okay.
But anyway.
Representative Burrows.
Would you believe that some outlets like Hannaford's and whatnot will give you a spoon at checkout? And one of the reasons they do it is because some people like to nab all the silverware, the plastic stuff, and take it home. So, I mean, it actually benefits the supermarket if they don't have people taking 20 packets of things they don't need at that moment.
No, I totally believe that. And in a way, it's a way of saving them costs, right? I
Exactly.
mean, they're not getting their things stolen. They don't have to stock it. I mean, that's kind of the intent of this bill, is to save the restaurants some money. Yeah.
Okay.
Question. There are places like the Concord Co-op that really is doing a pretty good job with what they're using. And my question was, have you spoken with any of the grocery stores? Hannaford, that's a big one in the state. Kind of try to have a conversation with them regarding their policies.
I have not, Representative. I have not had a discussion with supermarkets.
Okay. Representative Gibb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You mentioned that the restaurants and food service establishments are highly motivated to do this anyways, because it's one of the intents of the bill to save them some money. So is there anything in statute, other than what Representative Hunt mentioned, that prohibits them from already doing exactly what's in this bill?
That's a good question. I am not sure if there is any prohibition on doing something like this, but I haven't heard of that, so I would doubt that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have?
Right here. No. No.
All right. So this here. Okay. I have, I guess, 3 people opposed. Okay. Ben Bradley, New Hampshire Hospital Association. Okay. So he told me that we, in past years when we had this bill, we actually exempted the hospital association. Henry Vayu, New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We had our government affairs call with the restaurant folks on Monday and went over a number of bills. This was one of them. And the reaction we got from folks was one, the cost of the alternatives to plasticware are more expensive. So there was a cost factor in terms of what the alternatives to the plastic spoons and forks. The issue of sanitation. The plastic spoons and forks, evidently, they're more sanitary than some of the other alternatives. And then the last thought and reaction from folks was, while this may be good in theory, if you've ever worked in a restaurant on a very busy night with so many things that could go wrong and sometimes do go wrong, if you're adding the additional factor in there, for instance, someone that wants a takeout order and you forget to ask them whether they want the spoon or fork and you just put it in there anyways, it'd be violating the law. If you don't put it in and the customer is upset, it's just a no-win situation. So just the practical implications of all this stuff. In theory, it sounds like it makes sense, but again, if you've ever worked at a restaurant on a very busy night, the practical application of this stuff becomes a little more difficult. And that's largely it.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Representative William?
Thank you for taking my question. in a restaurant, if you're ordering a takeout, oftentimes you're going back to your house or back to the office where they have silverware. It's very similar to, please don't give me a bag. That's what I say. I don't need a bag. There's only one. So I think if maybe the restaurants can ask, do you need, utensils? That only takes a second.
Mhm.
So that might be something that we can.
And I'm sure some of them
with.
do,
Yes.
to the idea of reducing, their costs. I think just putting in statute and having ramifications for not doing it by law is a little bit different.
So it's basically education.
Yeah.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Ben has now come in the room.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have testimony I can circulate, but thought I'd just get right to it.
Please.
So good afternoon. My name's Ben Bradley. I'm the Vice President of State Government Relations with the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all the state's community hospitals as well as specialty hospitals. I understand maybe you spoke a moment ago about previous exemption for this bill. I'm happy to share my testimony, but hospitals have scenarios where we feel it's appropriate to ensure for patient care the use of some of these products and would ask for that exemption.
Okay. Any questions from many members? Seeing none? Oh, we do. Representative Burrows.
Just, can you give a scenario where a patient would have to have plastic?
Sure. So, for example, what's been used in the past as an example is a paper straw and the ability to flex the straw so a patient could sip from a drink of water.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, we do have another question, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. Just in the area of exemptions, I know you represent the hospital industry. Are there any other related industries that you think might require an exemption?
Candidly, I can't speak for other industries. I'm sorry, I don't represent them.
Stay in your lane. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Got one card left. Jane Graham. Graham. New Hampshire Department of Corrections. Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jane Graham. I'm the Strategic Communications Administrator for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. We're opposed to HB 1207 in its current form and respectfully request an exemption as well. There are complexities of food service provision within a correctional environment that we think this bill would have some unintended consequences on. We understand and appreciate the importance of reducing our environmental impact and promoting sustainability. However, this bill will adversely impact the safety and efficiency of our food services. In correctional facilities and in our secure psychiatric unit, safety and security are vital. Our general population units, for the most part, are able to utilize reusable silverware and trays. However, in some of our higher security units and in our secure psychiatric units, they're using the single-use trays and utensils much more frequently. The plastic utensils, trays, and containers, although they're disposable, are designed to minimize some risk. And this piece of legislation inadvertently compromises the safety protocols within our facility. We also realized during the pandemic that we obviously have a congregate living setting, and maintaining that hygiene is critical. We have resident workers that work in our kitchens, and we also have like regular staff that work in our kitchens. And if we ban single-use disposable foodware when we have a time like an emergency like that, we would not be able to manage that situation without the use of some single-use foodware. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
So where in terms of the bill do you read that that you are banned from using them altogether?
We're not allowed, we would have to ask people if they wanted utensils, and that's not always,
I got you. We don't ask prisoners, but
well, but the problem is that some people we wouldn't have an alternative for. Some people have to use those utensils, so we can ask them if they want a utensil, but I don't have an alternative to give them if they don't.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. We do have a question, Representative Mayon.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
I understand you represent the corrections industry.
Well, the state, I work
Department?
for the Department of Corrections, so not the counties, but yes.
I guess I misspoke when I said industry. Can you think of any other departments or industries that may require an exemption?
I don't want to speak for others, but Health and Human Services obviously runs a hospital as well. So I would think that they would, perhaps.
Okay. Yes.
A question about the single-use trays. Why would you need to use those and not plastic trays? That you wash?
So sometimes in certain settings, like our secure psychiatric unit, we may have to use them with some of our patients there because the hard plastic tray could be used as a weapon.
Yep.
Unfortunately, and then with the silverware, it can also be used for self-harm. So, unfortunately.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the remaining cards are in support. So I hope you'll not belabor too much because I think it's a pretty straightforward bill. Cynthia Walter.
Hello, thank you for taking my testimony. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be one of the first persons. So here's how I see this bill. I've been a waitress and I've worked in hospitals. And I've also taught about plastic pollution and other forms of pollution as well. I'm also a taxpayer who's very tired of the severe increases in solid waste that I need to pay for from my town budget. It's a big deal. It's tripled for some towns for solid waste. So here's what happens, and here's how I'd like to see this bill move forward. I know I'm speaking to the bill as it's written, but I see in this bill parts of what I'm about to cover. And I have a one-pager that will take a few seconds for you to read, and I'll pass it out in a minute. But here's what happens to me as a person who orders takeout. There's no mechanism in most takeout systems, whether it's on the phone or on the computer, for me to say that I don't want this stuff. It's takeout. I'm taking it to my home in most cases where I have what I need. And so I get this stuff, I get a wonderful food in here, and I can throw away this, I can recycle this bag, but I get this junk. Now I have to pay my city to throw this away. It's a waste of my time. It costs the restaurant money and time to put this in. It costs them money and time for them to order and stockpile all this stuff in their restaurant. I've talked to restaurant people. They don't like piling this stuff together. They don't like dumping it in here, finding room for it among all the foods and so on. If it's needed for the stew or the soup, then they can put right next to it one there. Now you say, well, why don't these retailers and the restaurant owners just do this? Why don't we just let it be optional? Here's the problem with that. When it's confusing to the customer like myself, some ask you, some don't ask you, some will give it automatically, some don't give it. When it's all a mix, then it's too confusing for us and they just dump it on you anyway. So we customers and we taxpayers get to have to work with this. And I think slimming this bill to a takeout by order, by request materials will save a lot of the problem and not have to work with that problem. And so I know we're supposed to speak just to the bill the way it's written, but I do want to say that those aspects of the way the bill is written do allow for understanding this as a benefit for takeout and takeout receivers, for takeout restaurants and takeout receivers like myself. Thank you.
So, I don't know about you, but whenever I do takeout, I always open the bag before I walk out to make sure I got what I wanted. And if they did stick the plastic silverware in there, why aren't you just pulling it out and giving it back to them?
Often it's stapled to the receipt. Often
Again,
I don't have time. A grandchild who's picking it up from me, they won't do that. They're kids, you know. So, I mean, you can't expect the customer to know to do this and know to do that all the time in the restaurants, to know to do this and know to do that. If it's automatic, then it helps everybody move forward and have less waste. And remember that waste is a big burden on our towns. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for answering our questions. Help me understand the penalty for an establishment not complying with this law. What happens if they're a repeat offender and they keep putting the silverware, the plasticware into the bag?
$100 a day.
Well, I don't, I didn't write the bill and I haven't been able to, consider that aspect of the bill. So I couldn't say anything about that. I'm just a customer and a citizen. I'm not a restaurateur.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows?
I just wonder if you've explored it. I mean, might it just be easiest? I mean, a lot of us now order online on our phones or our computers. They can add a part of the online order. You want utensils or not?
Well, yes, but again, if it's across the board, a recommendation or a requirement to do it across the board on takeout orders, whether it's again by phone or by online, then it's a question of competition. Here's the issue for competition. If one restaurant does it, another restaurant doesn't do it, then I'm not comparing the restaurants based on the quality of their food, the quality of their service. I'm confused by this website and that website and this yes and no and this box and that box. You see what I mean? We want the best competition to happen for our restaurants. And the best competition gives me a standard to go for when I get a chance to order takeout with or without these additions.
Further question, may I inquire?
Would you believe there is no standard ordering form online now? Everyone has a different one. And just to me as a consumer, would you believe I'm more like to go, I don't go to Panera as much because I don't like their packaging. So, and I don't like all the plastic. So, I think it's just a market. I mean, actually, I think it benefits the establishments to ask that, and you make the decision yourself.
Right. It's just that you don't always know these things until after they've happened because it could be irregular. I love small businesses, not chains. And so I want to support the small businesses, and I want them to have this guidance and this level playing field so that I can compare one small restaurant versus another small restaurant based on their food and their service, and not whether or not they're dumping this in. I just can't keep up with all that. So I appreciate your positions here, and I know those are good counter arguments, but I think we need to look forward.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing the props and for bringing these issues up. As someone who travels a bit for business, and I've had more than one occasion where I've had to fashion a utensil after forgetting to check the box because I too was confused by Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, Eat24, et cetera, et cetera. What I found now is they universally do not include utensils unless you specifically ask for them. So would you believe, or do you think that it's already within their purview to just not give them to you? Like without us telling them that's what they have to do. Some customers, where some restaurants like Panera chooses to do it out of convenience because it's just rolled into their cost and you're paying for it anyways. So do we really need this bill to get the result that's already starting to happen, actually, and they're already motivated to do?
That's your judgment to call. Thank you.
There you go. What you believe. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Kelsey Sullivan.
Go ahead. Let me just get out of here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Sullivan. I'm a member of the public. I live in Dover. I'm also a volunteer with New Hampshire Surfrider and the New Hampshire Network. And my comments will be very brief. I don't want to be redundant of other people here testifying, but to summarize the major points of this bill, HB 1207, which would create a skip the stuff policy. A policy like this is simple. It simply means that restaurants and food establishments would not automatically provide single-use plastics. Customers that wanted those items would simply need to request them. And the benefits would be to lower consumption of single-use plastics, to decrease New Hampshire's solid waste burden, to decrease plastic litter in our communities, and to, as has already been described, save local New Hampshire restaurants money. I don't have New Hampshire numbers, but nationally it's estimated that restaurants spend around $19 billion annually on disposable foodware. And as has been mentioned previously, with lower demand, restaurants would not need to order and stock as much. This policy is not a ban. It does not seek to get rid of or replace single-use plastics. And you'll see, as it is currently written, there are already language there that provides for the provision of these disposable items if there are safety concerns or concerns about spillage of the food. That's it for my testimony. Before I leave, I will hand out 2 documents. One is a fact sheet about Skip the Stuff, and the other some comments from our local New Hampshire Surfrider chapter. So that's it, unless there are any questions.
I guess we're all set. What is Surfrider?
Ocean protection and beach cleanups.
Oh, cool. Okay, Christine Bager. Middle letter is a little confusing for me.
Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, thanks for taking our testimony today. My name is Christine Baber from Dover, where I am co-chair of the Dover Plastic Reduction Group. For the past year, we've been working with restaurants and cafes in Dover on an initiative called Skip the Stuff that is led by Surfrider Foundation New Hampshire. It essentially engages these businesses, restaurants, cafes, coffee shops, to voluntarily implement what House Bill 1207 would require. Accessories such as utensils, straws, stirrers, and condiment packs are provided by request only. I expect that each of you have at home some drawer, some cabinet, some bag where you have a supply of these items that you neither wanted nor use, but came in your takeout. Most people end up just discarding them, often without even using them. The initiative that we're involved in And I think the bill that is under consideration here has signage that lets people know that this is an establishment that requires or requests, in this case, we kindly ask that you request accessories if you need them. And the participating restaurants, cafes have these signs both in their windows, and they also have them in areas where you can pick up the stirrers, the straws, whatever you need. But the idea is that they're not automatically included. A report by the Overbrook Foundation in 2020 called The Dirty Truth About Food Service Disposables notes that the useful life of most food service disposables is measured in minutes. However, these materials, particularly the plastics, may last in our landfills for hundreds of years. And the numbers of these items are staggering. More than 561 billion individual plastic utensils are used by Americans every year. And most of these utensils are not recyclable because of their size that lets them slip through or perhaps jam machinery that's trying to do the recycling, and because they are made of different types of plastics. So they're not easily sortable. It's also reported that the U.S. discards about 500 million straws daily. During a 5-year research cleanup study, 7.5 million straws were found on U.S. shorelines alone. House Bill 1207, and we kind of refer to it as the skip the stuff bill because it is so close to the work that we're doing, offers a simple opportunity to save restaurants money since they would distribute many fewer unwanted and often unused items. By providing these items only by customer request, we can also reduce the amount of plastic and other unnecessary materials entering our waste stream. This bill, therefore, also responds to the 2022 New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Plan's goal number 1, which is reducing solid waste through source reduction. Some might ask, and I sort of got this idea from some of the comments that you made, so if some restaurants and cafes are doing this voluntarily, why do we need this bill? What we hear from the restaurants that we've been working with is that they really need a level playing field. One owner said that he's minimized accessories that are provided without request, but that if he doesn't include utensils, for example, in the bowls that they sell for takeout, he's vulnerable to getting rated negatively online. So we know restaurants are still pretty fragile post-pandemic. I have not heard, I think Representative Gibbs raised the question about whether this would slow down service, and I have heard no comments about that. If people are aware that they need to ask when they walk in, they'll know that they're not going to get something automatically, will be ready to ask. And I think as Representative Burrows pointed out, a lot of the online ordering apps allow you to include that question. So that would be addressed in that way. This bill is very straightforward. It costs customers, state governments, and municipalities basically nothing. It saves money for restaurants and cafes and reduces municipal waste and litter. If customers need and want these accessory items, all they have to do is ask. Otherwise, we can all just skip this stuff. I urge you to vote ought to pass on House Bill 1207. Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. Just to understand, I see that your nice skip the stuff logo. Are you, the stores that you're working with, I think you said Dover, are they putting up this logo in their stores, or this is something that you're promoting to educate?
What we do, we go around, meet with owners and managers. We provide posters like this. Some people put them in their windows. Some people put them on the areas where they have accessories that people can pick up as they walk out the door.
Right.
And we provide them with an educational sheet about why this is being initiated, the benefits to them, as well as some other information that might be of use to the restaurants.
Follow up, John?
Further question.
So I'm just wondering, if I live in Dover or wherever, and I'm get to know what Skip the Stuff is, and I see that logo in the window, I'm going to be more likely to go into that store.
Right.
So
exactly.
I mean, I'm just wondering if that's a better way to go rather than making it a law, because I mean that's what happened with the GMOs. That became, you know, that little no GMOs label. I think that's been really effective, and I think that might be even more effective than creating a law. Just a thought.
All set? Thank you very much. Okay. Heidi Tremarco from Conservation Law Foundation. That's it. And we're on to the next one.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Heidi Tremarco with the Conservation Law Foundation. We're a nonprofit environmental advocacy group, and I'm part of CLF's Zero Waste team. And I am here to urge the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1207. And it's been mentioned a little bit in some of the prior testimony, but I'd like to draw the committee's attention to our state law, which requires the state to achieve certain waste reduction goals and waste diversion goals. And this law was enacted 25 years ago. So in 1990, the legislature determined that we should have a waste reduction and diversion goal. The goal was enacted later on in the 90s. And for 25 years, we've had these goals and made no progress. We continue to permit landfills, and we continue to import waste from out of state. And we import about 50% of our waste from out of state for the benefit of private for-profit landfill companies. We can do something about this, and we need to do something about this. So the waste diversion goal is to reduce our waste by 25% by 2030 and 40% by 2050. And this is established by the legislature. The legislature has also enacted our waste management hierarchy, which puts source reduction as the top tier, the top choice for how to manage our waste. And so if we are going to do source reduction, we have to take measures to reduce our waste at the source. And this bill is a very straightforward source reduction bill. So following the state's waste management hierarchy, this bill should be a top priority for this committee and for this legislature. And in fact, the state updated the solid waste management plan in 2022, and the first goal in that plan is to reduce our waste. And according to the Department of Environmental Services, the top goal is to reduce the quantity of solid waste generated And a strategy to do that is to explore legislation, including programs such as this, to reduce single-use products. So this is really an easy step. It should be a beginning step to reduce our waste. And as you've heard, it is not a ban on any products, and anybody who wants these products can have them. And so I think it is a pretty straightforward measure. I would note there was some concerns from the Hospitality Association regarding alternatives to plasticware being more expensive. This bill doesn't contemplate alternatives to plasticware. It's an opt-in. So if you want plasticware, you can have it. And if you don't want it, you don't need it. So the same with the sanitation concerns. This bill doesn't replace the plasticware with alternatives. It's just an opt-in to the plasticware, the single use. And with that, we have some detailed testimony about the bill, which I will circulate, but we urge the committee to vote ought to pass.
Okay. All set?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Having no more cards. Hey, Tim, do you mind grabbing the blue sheet for? Twelve. 07. Okay, so we have Alvin C. is opposed. Michael Granger is opposed. And Pudding is in support. Patricia Beffa Negrini was in support. Jim Demers from New Hampshire Retail Association is opposed. John Tuthill is support. Bonnie Christie is in support. Bruce Burke is for it. Heidi Tamargo, we just heard from her. Bruce Berkey is opposed to it. And Representative Josh Yokin is also opposed to it. And with that, I will close the public hearing on 1207. All right, next up is 1636. And 1207, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Do I have a card from you? Did you put a card in? Yeah.
Oh, you still need to? Can do it.
That's fine. Okay. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. My name is Representative Sherry Dutsey. I represent Nashua, Ward 3, and I'm here to present my bill, HB 1636. So, I guess the first question is, whoops, let me take my mask down. Why introduce another container deposit system bill? Over the past 2 decades, several container deposit system bills, also known as bottle bills, and I'll refer to it that way because it's just easier, have gone down to defeat. So why this bill and why now? This is a bottle bill. This is the first bottle bill that I have read that streamlines the process, makes it less complicated, and is understandable. I have looked at Michigan, Oregon, Maine, and a few others. Producers are now recognizing the importance of their role in reducing trash from the products they produce, sell, and from which they generate profits. This trend is called EPR, extended producer responsibility. It transfers disposal costs for their packaging from municipalities to the producer. In the E&A committee on which I served yesterday, an EPR bill for packaging was introduced. Although it is recognized that the bill needs work, industry is supportive of the concept of EPR, and bottle bills have a long history as the foundation of EPR, with the Michigan Bottle Bill going back to 1978. Another reason why I've introduced this bill is because tipping fees continue to increase as landfill space becomes scarcer. On the E&A committee, we do a lot of work in terms of landfill and landfill siting issues. Tipping fees are based on weight. Any items that can be taken out of the waste stream help decrease the cost to municipalities. The Concord Monitor on Sunday had an article on recycling. In one case, tipping fees have gone up from $30 a ton to $90 a ton, with municipalities having no control over this cost. New Hampshire has not even met the recycling goals the legislature set in 1993. We are swimming in trash, and we really have to look at a way to begin to control this. As a society, we must understand that mineral resources are finite and that some of what we call trash has value. Even now, we are importing primary aluminum sheet because we no longer have the resources in the United States to produce primary aluminum sheet for cans. Aluminum cans can be made of secondary aluminum sheet, which comes from recycled cans. A bottle bill has shown to increase recycling rates dramatically while increasing the quality of the recycled material, something the industry welcomes. I spoke recently with a government relations person from the Manufacturing Can Institute, and they would welcome a bill like this because it would dramatically increase the recycling rates of aluminum, and therefore they would have more material to work with and would have to import less. So, what's the advantage of this bill? It puts the industry in charge by allowing them to create a PRO, a producer responsibility organization, to manage the program. Previous bills that have been presented were of concern because they had government agencies in charge of the program, and it didn't appear to be cost effective. So we're putting producers in charge of the program. It puts DES in charge of oversight and PROs cover all cost of this oversight responsibility. So the cost to the taxpayer is non-existent because it's going to come out of the redemption payments. It transfers the cost of disposal from the municipalities and therefore the taxpayer to companies that produce it. It gives retail outlets discretion in where to locate redemption centers, and it compensates them for their space. It enables other entities to become redemption centers if they so choose, because we understand that the needs and requirements in the North Country may be a lot different than what we're seeing in, let's say, Nashua, Manchester, or other cities. MRFs, which are material recovery facilities, receive 50% of the redemption value per container type. They also receive an annual payment of 5% of scrap value from the beverage container material the organization sold the previous year. So we're trying to make a bill that is fair, in which everybody is probably going to take a little bit of a hit, but it will be done fairly and do it in a way where in the end, the environment and the economy can also benefit. This bill will trigger the lowering of the beer tax from 30 cents per gallon to 18 cents per gallon, thereby giving industry the option to reinvest those savings or pass them on to consumers. And although there are other important points in this bill, I will say lastly that there is a grant and education program requirement, and it is really imperative that we continue to educate successive generations on the value of reduce, reuse, and recycle. What we have done in the past is done, we blast out an educational program and then nothing happens for a long time. The other thing is we don't have what I would call a point of sale education program. And I think something like this, a bill like this, could begin to do point of sale as well as the broad marketing programs that have happened in the past. The other thing that I was thinking about, which I think could be very interesting, right now what you have in several communities in New Hampshire is they're not even recycling plastic. They've just stopped it, okay? If we are going to have a redemption value on plastic, okay, one, that helps the consumer, okay, but the other thing is that there will be more money going into the fund. And I think one of the things that we really want to push for going forward is to be able to have more recycling, more industry come to New Hampshire that can handle recycled material. And I think the biggest thing is any municipality that you go to will say the biggest issue that they have is glass. Glass is heavy. It doesn't produce a lot of money on the recycle markets, okay? And they would love to get rid of glass out of their municipal streams. And I think this, right now, my understanding with the Northeast Regional Recovery Association is that recycled glass is going in two ways. One, it's being crushed and put in roadways. And the other thing is that organization is sending it to Canada for actual recycling. I think they melt it down and they make new glass bottles out of it. We are also running out of, or have run out of, the silica, maybe, that we use to make glass. So I think that would be an excellent opportunity for us to be able to use some of the money from this fund and maybe have a glass recycling processing facility in New Hampshire that could benefit maybe just New Hampshire or the entire region if we needed to have more glass to go through that. So in closing, I would like to say that for those in the industry that say they support EPR, but this bill is not the vehicle, I say let's use HB 1636 as a template to make EPR a reality in New Hampshire. It is a fair bill in that everyone must make some concessions for the good of the economy and the planet. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Just a question. Do you know of any state that is doing something like this and how successful they might be?
That has a bottle bill?
That has a bill similar where producers are responsible for collecting?
Well, producer responsibility is really gaining momentum. Okay, and the one thing that, like I said before, a lot of the other bills had problems with is that it put the government. Okay, so we're actually, this bill wants to, and the word escapes me, wants to come together with industry. Okay, and I will say to you, this is a template. After I end my talk, it will become your bill. But I think what's really important here is to think about we need to start someplace. Okay, we need to start someplace. And this bill, as it's presented, may not be the bill that gets passed, but I think we can start to look at it and to continue to educate ourselves. This is a very complex issue, and my hope was in presenting this is that we could work together to craft a bill that would work for New Hampshire. And when I saw the PRO model that was being presented, I really felt that that was a key part in our state to be able to get that moving.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As with the previous bill, I support the idea of this bill, but I have two questions, one minor and one major and more general. The first question, the minor one, has to do with lines 13 and 14. And it says a beverage container means a prepackaged container such as a carton, pouch, or aseptic packaging. Is there some reason why can and bottle are not in there?
Okay, what page? Oh, you're saying the first page?
The first page of the bill, lines 13 and 14.
Let's see, and.
Definition of beverage container.
And it's a definition?
It's Roman numeral 3, definition of beverage container.
Except as. I'm sorry, Representative, you're saying it's page 2.
I'm going to show you.
No. Okay, it's page 2.
I'd see it on page 1. Beverage container. Yes, it's under definition of beverage container.
Okay, okay, so it's the first.
Yes.
Okay, the first page. But I think okay. I would say it's under here, where it says, is made of any multi-material or material including, but not limited to glass, plastic, or metal.
I noticed that, honestly, it's confusing. But if I were a lawyer representing a seller, the first thing I would argue is this doesn't cover cans and bottles. They're excluded. So that's something you might want to take into account.
I mean, that's clearly something that we could wordsmith.
Yes,
No,
yes,
no
I just
problem
wanted to
whatsoever.
point it out.
Yeah, right.
Okay, the more general question, and I have to say that after reading this whole bill, I had planned to ask, why is it so excessively complicated? Why is there so much? If it's A, then we do B, and if it's C, then we do D, and if it's E, then we do F. But after hearing you say that this was the least complicated bottle bill you'd ever seen, I have to ask, how could it be more complicated?
Representative Gibbs, I can show you the Michigan bill. Trust me, I have gone through a lot of bills. Oregon being one of them, Michigan being one of them, Maine being another one, and I have tried to map out how the money, is distributed. I can truthfully tell you, okay, this is a dream compared to those other bills. It's a dream. And I wish we could make it even more simple. Maybe the subcommittee could do that. But it's really a complicated process because you have so many different players. Okay, not only do you have, so think about the transfer stations where they separate their recyclables. Think about, Nashua and Goffstown that have single stream. Then think about the Casellas, the Republics, the Penards, that have a piece of the action. Think about the transfer stations that might, want to keep things the way they are. It really is complicated. Sorry.
Representative Burrows.
Just a quick question, because I didn't hear an answer to Representative Spears' question. Has any other state passed this?
Done the PROs? You mean, yeah. I can check for you, okay? Yeah, I'm not, I know that Illinois, that this bill was, a similar bill was being introduced in Illinois and in Maryland. I don't think it's passed. But, you know, Oregon might have, maybe, but let me check. And I'll get back to the committee on that.
I thought that Maine and Oregon both had it.
You know, I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Yes.
So, if you're talking about cost savings for the taxpayer and going on, I guess the problem I have right out of the block, and I'm not sure I can cure this problem, is that we're asking everyone who buys a 6-pack to pay an extra, it looks like 10 cents, 60 cents. Okay. So we're raising the cost of beverages in.
No, the fiscal note, the fiscal note is incorrect.
Well, I'm
Okay?
just reading the law. It says,
No.
except
but-
on the restaurant, it says each beverage sold or offered at sale in the state shall have the following redemption refund value of 10 cents.
Yeah.
So theoretically, that 10 cents has got to come from somewhere. So it's going to be added to the sale of the product.
Right, and you will only pay for that if you choose to,
Throw the can in the garbage.
right, if you choose to redeem the can, okay, then you get that 10 cents back.
I understand that. Okay. And believe you me, I started out in college, actually my first job in Vermont, and they had the bottle bill. And so I've known about the value. It was great. I had a dormitory because it was a private school, and at Christmas break I went through and got all the empties in all the kids' rooms and bought myself a turkey and had a good old Thanksgiving dinner, thanks to the bottle bill. But it does require people to then take these things back. It requires people to collect
Yes.
it and take it back.
Right.
Okay. So notwithstanding that, even today when I was down, eating at our restaurant here, and I looked at the garbage can, and they're full of bottles and cans, even though right next door to it is a place to put bottles and cans. But people still throw them away. So my problem is that we're raising the costs of beverages to everybody in New Hampshire. Right now, the beer tax, which, as you duly noted, is going to get reduced by whatever this does.
Yeah.
The beer tax is so flat. We're only making like $5 million a year. It's like nothing. Our collection at 30 cents a gallon is so minimal. We're barely having a profitable. And think about all the new products that are on the market. All these spritzers and all these other stuff. But the beer tax is still at flat $5 million. My concern is that what you're actually doing is just making it for all New Hampshire citizens, taxpayers and all, to pay more for their 6-pack. For their pay, everybody's going to pay more. You're assuming everyone's going to duly turn them in.
No,
Okay,
it's a
I'm
choice.
assuming they're not. I'm assuming they're still throwing them in the garbage can. Okay, and this thing is just a boondoggle for the people who is that processor or wherever this entity that doesn't have to collect them because people aren't going to turn them in.
Well, there's also targets in the bill. Okay, so the producer responsibility organization has to meet certain targets. I believe the first target is 75% redeemable within 5 years.
And what
Okay.
happens if they don't reach the target?
If they then there's penalties. And
So more
then-
penalties. So the cost of the beer is going to go up some more.
No, it's in the bill.
I know, but you're saying everything is just
No.
all you're doing is raising the cost.
No, the penalties
up front when a person buys that 6-pack. That's what you're raising. Start there. I'm not even going to all the other savings and money savings that you're talking about. I'm talking about why are we raising beer and water, anything that's about why are we raising the cost to them when there's so much other trash that's out there? There's so many other problems we have in solid waste, but we're picking on people who want to drink liquids, and we're making them pay more money.
But on the reverse side, we're only making them pay more money if they choose not to redeem it. And you have to recognize those who choose not to redeem it, those costs are then being transferred over to the taxpayer because they become a tipping fee. So somebody's paying it one way or the other, and I would prefer that it be paid, that people who are irresponsible pay it rather than the responsible taxpayer. And what we have in this bill is redemption centers. Anybody can become a redemption center. Okay, so most likely you will redeem them at the grocery store where you go every week. Okay, that's what my brother does in Michigan. You get a little ticket and it says, okay, you just got $2 or $3. You go to the checkout and, you get $2 or $3 off. So, Representative, somebody's paying one way or the other, and I would, choose to reward people, who feel that they have a responsibility, to our planet, to our environment, and to the economy. Because we can create new manufacturing facilities and new technologies are coming down the road, and New Hampshire should be a part of that because we aren't right now.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Representative Gibbs.
and can I just say one thing? I have the total beer tax revenue in fiscal July 1, 22 to June 30th, 23 was $12,462,496.01. And reducing the beer tax would reduce it by about $5.2 million. And, as we all know, the New Hampshire legislature last year or last session passed a bill to eliminate the dividends and interest tax, which I think is going to eliminate $57 million. So if we feel that eliminating a tax is in the best interest of the taxpayer, then I think, reducing the beer tax from 30 cents to 18 cents is also in that same vein.
Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Back to the question of penalties. As I understood it, the penalties are on the seller who runs the collection center. But the penalty will be if the redemption targets are not met. But how can the seller force people to return the bottles and cans?
Well, that it's on the PRO to be able to create marketing programs, okay, and incentives so that people will want to return, their bottles and cans to get the redemption money back. I think part of that also, is being smart in terms of making it easy for people to redeem their bottles and cans. So, for example, right now, you have people that take their bottles and cans, to the transfer station. And, so a transfer station could become a redemption center and they could just redeem them there, or they could continue, to put them in the recycle bin, and then their money would just go to the escheat.
Further question? Thank you. When the bottles and cans are returned, could they be returned as is, that is when you finish drinking the beverage, or would they have to be washed?
No, they do not have to be washed. And thank you for raising that point, because one of the things, bottle bills do a number of things. First of all, they not only improve the number of bottles and cans that are returned, but they also improve the quality. And for companies to be able to recycle bottles and cans, it's important to have the quality. The other thing is, it's been shown over and over again that having a bottle bill overall increases the amount of recycling that takes place. Right now, New Hampshire is at 23%.
Okay, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. I just want to focus on the labeling requirement piece of the bill. Could you explain what kind of potential burden that would place on the container manufacturers? And then just the second part, what happens if bottles come from out of state that aren't labeled? Can they be recycled? So
Yeah.
2 parts.
The bill indicates that the only containers that can be recycled or redeemed have to be sold in the state. Now, we know, that doesn't always happen, but, that's what the bill states, that it has to be sold in the state. There would be virtually no cost to the manufacturer, because if you look at for example, I just bought a juice bottle the other day, and I was stunned to see it's already there. Okay, because there's a redemption value from Hawaii. I think, so they have the things on their Hawaii 5 cents, Connecticut or whatever. So all they have to do is change their software to add NH 10 cents. So they're doing it already.
Okay. Any more questions? See none? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Just to hear the other side, let's have Bree Deedy come up from the New Hampshire Beverage Association, Hampshire Beverage Association, and the American Beverage Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My able assistant's handing out testimony here.
No problem.
For the record, my name is Bree Deatley. I'm a principal of Breezeway Consulting in Somerville, Massachusetts. And I am here today representing both the New Hampshire Beverage Association and the American Beverage Association, who represent the New Hampshire bottlers and distributors of non-alcoholic beverages in the state. The beverage industry is an industry that has for a long time supported the recyclability and sustainability of our packaging. And we have been diligently working for the decades that I've worked for the industry on improving the recyclability, the sustainability, and the recycling rates of our packaging. The majority of our packaging is in PET bottles and aluminum cans, both of which are lightweight, very efficient, also highly recyclable, and also have a very high recycling value. That's not by accident. We've invested in the design of those packages and in those materials to make sure that when they, at the end of their life, they are recycled and recyclable back into a new container that's valuable and is valuable for the recycling stream and can help pay their way through the system. They're a couple of the few materials in the waste stream today that can pay their way back through the system because of the value that they have. I will say that the industry has been directly involved in promoting recycling through direct investment. Our Every Bottle Back program has committed $100 million nationally to investment in infrastructure, which is really more than anybody has committed, including the federal government, to those programs over the last several years. But we have come to realize, as a result of the industry's commitments to use of recycled material in our packaging and meeting other sustainability goals, that we need to do more, and that more includes involvement in policy and discussions around policy, whether it be extended producer responsibility as yesterday, or discussions about container deposit or bottle bill systems like we're talking about today. I want to be clear that as an industry, because of the need to get those containers back to turn into new bottles and cans, we do support well-designed policies that are designed to improve the recycling quantity and quality of material. That said, we are in opposition to HB 1636 today because we don't believe that this is an efficient system that's outlined in this piece of legislation. We believe the infrastructure that's laid out, it would be specified through the bill, is redundant. We think the targets that are established are unrealistic. We think it's a bureaucratic system, and it would really adversely affect our members' ability to do business in New Hampshire. Let me just talk briefly about each of those points, and then because I do work on these issues around the country and have worked on these issues around the world, I'm happy to take questions about the scope of these programs, where else they operate, how they operate, and things like that, if that's useful. Representative Dutsey talked about the central management and the use of a producer organization to manage and direct this program, and that is something of a novelty amongst deposit systems, and that is true. Only Oregon in the US has a program that's similar to that. But from our perspective, you can't just simply say, well, the producers are in charge, so it's good bill. As was noted earlier by Representative Gibbs, this is an extremely prescriptive bill. Putting the producers in charge of the system and then prescribing the size of the signs in the windows of the stores where they take back the bottles and cans is pretty prescriptive. Doesn't leave a lot of flexibility for the producers and the retailers to work out a system that's efficient for consumers. So when you walk out the front door of a Hannaford in West Leb and you look across the street and see 6 other stores that have exactly the same infrastructure to take back the same bottles and cans, you're not going to have a very efficient system. And that's one of our concerns with this program. It's inefficient. It would result in a lot of redundancy and a lot of excess cost that would ultimately be borne by consumers. I mentioned the targets in the bill. There are very high recycling targets that are established in this bill, high both for redemption rates and then for the recycling of the material that comes back. It's early referenced that the bill would include cartons, aseptic containers, and pouches as well, for which there are very few, if any, markets in this part of the country. A lot of that material would be collected and simply thrown away because there's nothing to be done with it. In Vermont, for example, there are deposits on pouches. They're collected from redemption centers and thrown away because there's nothing to do with them. We don't need to be paying the money to collect materials like that and bringing those back when they don't have value. The system is fairly bureaucratic, as I mentioned. DES has more to do than it needs to do in a system like this. There should be a lot more discretion left to the producers as far as making a proposal and having DES evaluate it. And I would just sort of point out the Representative Gibb talks about the if A, then B, then C, then D. If you are a transfer station or a materials recovery facility and you take back bottles and cans that have deposits, I defy you to figure out in this bill how it is you're supposed to get some kind of compensation because it gets extraordinarily complicated to do that. I think it's important to finally highlight, and Mr. Chairman, you sort of talked about this, about raising prices. I think it's important to realize and recognize the impact of a 10 or 15 cent deposit on a container in New Hampshire. I manage a redemption system for about 85% of the returns that come back in Vermont. I manage the redemption system in Maine for about a quarter of the redemptions that come back. There's an extraordinary amount of cross-border redemption that happens. A lot of people in Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine buy their beverages in New Hampshire, and they take them home and they consume them and they bring them back here. They bring them back to their deposit states to get them to get the refund. That means that consumers in New Hampshire or consumers outside the state, have a 5-cent disadvantage if they buy the product in state. Now, what we're talking about here, just to be clear, is New Hampshire would put itself at a 5 or 10 cent disadvantage to those neighboring states, reversing the flow of both sales, which sends the sales outside of New Hampshire, and reversing the flow of the redemptions, which would bring the redemptions into New Hampshire. Connecticut has just gone to a 10-cent refund value and is surrounded by New York and Massachusetts, which have 5 cents. The lines on January 1st and 2nd at the redemption centers to get in to capitalize on that difference were, extremely long. People will do ridiculous things for 5 cents. We, as administrator of that system in Vermont, we had to send a letter from the Attorney General in Vermont several years ago to all of the New Hampshire border towns along the Connecticut River Valley, reminding them that it was illegal for them to collect bottles and cans at their transfer stations and bring them into Vermont for redemption. They're still doing it. They just hire somebody to do it for them instead of doing it with town trucks. But it is a chronic problem. With that said, we are interested in policies that improve recycling. We have invested in New Hampshire's recycling system for decades through New Hampshire the Beautiful and directly through our companies. We are certainly open to discussions about better policies, but we don't think this is the bill to do it. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you define New Hampshire the Beautiful, what the nonprofit does?
Yeah, my experience with New Hampshire the Beautiful is it is an organization of retailers and beverage companies who voluntarily made contributions to a fund over the years, who have paid for equipment at transfer stations, signage at transfer stations, promotional education.
No, most importantly,
The bags.
the blue bags.
Right.
Bags.
So I know myself, because I do for my town of Rinch, I come up once a year to the resource here in Epsom and get our 5 bags or 5 boxes of, 500, $100, 500 bags. And we use that for our Earth Day in Rinch, and which everybody goes out and picks up along the roadsides. So when you see blue bags along the roadside, which
Those
the
are
state
in
highway
HDBs.
department picks them up, but those are blue bags that they provide.
Right.
It's not a big deal. Just saying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I have 5 cards here in support, so please be brief and to the point and hopefully say something we haven't heard already. Bonnie Christie.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Christie from Hopkinton. Thanks for taking the testimony. I'm delivering it today for Susan Richmond, who couldn't be here. I hope that's all right. Yes. I'll just read what she's written. And I think she has sent it to the committee as well. Dear members of the committee, please accept this written testimony urging you to support passage of 1636 FN, which would be of great economic benefit to New Hampshire residents. I urge your support relative to creating the New Hampshire Container Deposit Refund, Recycle, and Reuse System. I'm a member of my town's, she is from Durham. I'm a member of my town's Integrated Waste Management Advisory Committee, so I know firsthand the expenses of dealing with our residents' waste. Even items that can be recycled, such as beverage containers, represent a cost when they are trucked to a recycling center in Massachusetts, or when a resident has carelessly tossed them in with their solid waste and they must be trucked to the landfill where they're charged a tipping fee. Our residents pay these costs with their property taxes, but the costs have been generated by beverage distributors who created the containers but have not paid for their disposal. HB 1636 would hold beverage distributors responsible for recycling these containers so they are not a cost burden for municipalities and taxpayers. We have examples of programs currently implemented in 10 states, so we know that they work. Locations in the United States with the most successful container deposit systems have found the system pays for itself with deposits that are not refunded. Meanwhile, the percentage of containers that are recycled can be expected to exceed 85%, as opposed to the average return rate of 33% in states without a container deposit bill. Additional benefits: decrease in roadway litter, decreased expenditure of energy and raw materials when the materials of these containers can be recycled. Glass containers in particular can be upcycled because they are not contaminated in a bottle return system, as opposed to their usual contamination in general recycling collection. Aluminum can be recycled almost infinitely, in contrast with the high cost of creating aluminum containers from raw materials. For the above reasons, I urge you to support HB 1636. OTP ought to pass. I view the bill as a win for all. Thank you for your consideration. From Susan Richmond.
Okay. You
I'll
did
take
get,
that.
you did.
I
you
didn't get a
did.
copy.
Okay, yeah, can we,
Take that
can we
copy.
take that copy?
Yeah,
That'd
I
be
think-
great. Good, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you very much. Christine Baber.
Thanks again for taking this testimony today. On the 4th Saturday of each month, my husband and I join with other volunteers in the Don't Trash Dover group to pick up trash, plastic, bottles, cans, and other waste items in one area of our community. So we aren't doing it just on Earth Day. We're doing it every month. For 1 hour, and we use 1 hour because it's easier for people to make commitments to that. We pick up all the trash other recyclables that we can find. And we have collected up to 14 to 15 huge of the blue bags full in that period of time. Although over the years that we've been doing this, the residential neighborhoods have shown a decrease in litter. It's really nice to go back to some of these areas and find that there's not a whole lot to pick up. However, in commercial areas and along the roads and highways, there's a tremendous amount of discarded waste. A lot of this litter is made up of cans, bottles, and other containers. And most of those are so dirty or so damaged that they are not appropriate to put into recycling. According to bottlebill.org, beverage containers make up about 40 to 60% of litter on our roads and highways. I went on the Bottle Bill resource guide this morning. I don't know if you've checked that out, but it's worth looking at. And this is a project of the Container Recycling Institute. On there, they have a counter representing the number of beverage cans and bottles that have been landfilled, littered, and incinerated in the U.S. so far this year, 2024. I started to write the number down so I could include it in my testimony. It was moving so fast that I literally had to use my camera to take a photograph of the counter so I could write it down. That number was 2,938,818,026 containers. And that was for like a millisecond before it moved on. And this was only for January 9th. HB 1636 offers an opportunity to reduce trash and litter across New Hampshire. 10 states and Guam have similar container laws, with Oregon being the first state in the United States to pass the law in 1971. So we've had a lot of time to try to think this through. I think it's unfortunate with so many people that seem to embrace the basic idea, the basic concept that the industry and the leadership in our state can't figure out a way to work together to address this issue. Oregon's redemption rate. Now, Oregon has a container deposit bill. So Oregon's redemption rate in 2022 was 86%. And do you remember what Representative Dutsey said New Hampshire's was? I think it was 23%. Maine has a redemption rate of 78%. So it seems clear that having a bill like this would increase the capture of these containers, and they then could be handled appropriately and hopefully reused. The current system of handling bottles and cans in New Hampshire is one that puts the responsibility on residents and municipalities. I expect, we could ask other people in this room and we would find others that go around their communities and pick up these things. So it is our responsibility then to try to get the containers recycled, or to spend time and energy picking up and dealing with the litter and filling our landfills. Traditionally, the manufacturers and beverage industries has opposed changing this. And some even claim that consumers found container deposit bills inconvenient. However, Susan Collins of the Container Recycling Institute told NPR, when there's a poll done in any of the states that have existing deposit laws, we've seen support between 70% all the way up to 95% in, I think, Vermont. And one of our previous testifiers may be able to verify that. So much so, these numbers were so high that the pollsters had to double check their numbers because they didn't believe what they were seeing. Once a program is in place, they're popular with consumers, like More Than Motherhood and apple pie, Susan Collins says. So let's do what's best for New Hampshire residents and our environment. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much. Chair will call on Bruce Burke. Betty Hall, yeah. I remember Betty. Betty, she put a bottle bill in.
My name is Bruce Burke from the town in Pittsfield. I'm not going to deliver my prepared remarks because it is running so late, and we have a really important bill that needs to be discussed today, which is PFAS. I would just say two things maybe. 3 speakers ago, somebody gave an articulate position why this bill should not go through. Clearly well informed. I would ask her to be on the committee or the subcommittee to help us pass a bill that she thinks is manageable. That seems common sense to me. The second thing I would say is, I don't think these bills are necessarily going to pass today, but I would ask this committee to honor them enough to take them into a subcommittee to study them, because we have a plastic problem. We all know that. I'll give you one fun fact and I'm done. Plastic bottles supposedly take about 450 years to completely decompose. So when the Pilgrims came in 1620 and they dropped their plastic bottles at Plymouth, they still haven't completely decomposed. Thank you.
Just for everyone's edification, this is the Commerce Committee, and I, as the chair, have traditionally always had a subcommittee on all bills in this committee, and which everyone is invited to attend the subcommittee. Heidi Tremarco from Conservation Law Foundation. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Heidi Tremarco with the Conservation Law Foundation. We have written comments, and so I will submit those and not get into too much detail, but we are here to urge the committee to vote ought to pass on the bottle bill. And when I was here earlier today, I spoke about this legislature's waste reduction and diversion goals. And just to remind the committee, you know, that is, we are, as a state, are to be reducing our waste by 25% by 2030 and 45% by 2050. It has to come from somewhere. Something has to be reduced. Is it single-use plastic? Are we going to be recycling our bottles? And so in addition to those waste reduction goals, we have the waste management hierarchy also established by the legislature and reinforced by DES in the latest solid waste management plan. And this bottle bill would fall in that hierarchy second, which is recycling and reuse. So the bill before should be the top priority. This would be the next approach to managing our waste in a responsible way. And I'm going to provide our testimony, which has a lot of citations to where bottle bills have been implemented successfully in the past. And there is some data here, you know, showing how it vastly increases recycling, vastly reduces litter. I think a lot of times we talk about the increase in recycling, but the reduce in litter, there's numbers that say litter is reduced from 70 to 84%. That is a huge number. and saves municipalities money. And the other thing I'm so happy that people brought this up earlier, just to remember that there is a cost in these bottles not being recycled. When we keep as we all know, when we put them in the trash, they don't go away. They sit in our landfills. We have limited resources for those landfills. They sit there and they are there forever. So let's make some smart decisions and recycle what we can. And we know that bottle bills work, and it's really proven technology. And similarly, I have very fond memories of being a teenager and collecting lots of bottles in Massachusetts and taking them in. Nothing incentivizes a kid or a teenager more than 10 cents or 15 cents. You collect them all and take them to the grocery store and get some money back. So it worked for me, and I think it can work for the rest of New Hampshire. So we urge the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you. Yes.
This is just so would you believe, the city of Manchester burns their recycling. They burn their recycling. We have recycling bins. They're blue. We put all our recyclables in there. They pick it up. I don't know if it's, I don't know where they bring it, but they burn it, which is.
Yes, incineration is not a solution.
No.
We have a waste problem. We need
Yes.
alternatives to landfilling our waste and burning our waste. And the top tier alternatives are to reduce the waste that we're creating and then to recycle what we can. And some of the easiest things to recycle are aluminum and glass. And so let's start there. Let's adopt this technology that's been happening in other states for decades and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. One last card, Cynthia Walker. Walter? Walter.
Walter's rules. Yeah, so I don't want to thank you so much for staying here and being here at all and taking this testimony. I will try to make it even shorter to avoid repeats. I want to make a couple points. First of all, that there is a huge quality difference and income and opportunities for more New Hampshire businesses when this can goes into a redemption center in New Hampshire, which it does not now because we don't have them. This can then be recycled, reused indefinitely, as you've heard, but I want to emphasize the importance of new businesses for New Hampshire in taking these high quality, perfectly clean aluminum cans. We try in my city to put these cans in these bins, but they don't stay there. They move all sorts of places because they're so lightweight, and so they end up being wasted, and they end up being collected by people who run around collecting them, and then they end up being put into the trash. This plastic can also have that same negative fate. I don't have a third bottle of glass, but again, that glass reuse, in my town, we used to collect the glass and reuse it in our city sidewalk committee. They're all glittering, all our sidewalks are glittering with old glass from the 1950s and so on. It's beautiful, but there's no business to do that now. We can have that business back in my town with those new jobs if that glass doesn't get messed up with all the mixed use stuff, but instead it goes there. I want you to see the business opportunities with this program. And I also want you to understand that it was because of the fine print and the complexity of the bill, perhaps you didn't understand that the PRO is not locked into as many strictures that might have been described by a previous opponent to the bill. Perhaps again, this is the kind of thing that needs to get worked out in subcommittees or any other structures you have, that the PROs can have a good amount of flexibility to be innovative in keeping New Hampshire beautiful and economically growing with new businesses. The last thing I wanted to mention is please remember this is revenue neutral on the big scale, and remember that the evidence from these decades of other states show that there is no cost impact on prices. I so much appreciate that that you, the chair, are concerned about us charging more and more for bottles and cans and so forth if we have this system. I appreciate that concern, but if you actually look at the actual numbers, which you haven't had time to do, I'm sure, but those numbers have been examined, and there will be no impact on this because these companies want to be competitive, and they're not going to dump the 10 cents on us. They're going to keep their products affordable, and therefore it's not a danger. So thank you again for your concerns, and I hope we can move forward to save waste. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any quick questions or
I
sorry?
guess we're all set.
Okay.
All right, I have no more cards. Representative Alvin Seck is opposed. Michael Granger, I guess is for it. Against it, well, he scribbled it out, I don't know. Representative Daniel Vayu is for it. Anna Rodriguez is for it. Patricia Beffa-Negrini is for it. John Tuttle is for it. Ken Daigle of the New Hampshire Grocers Association is opposed. Bonnie Christie from Hopkinton in support. Bruce, he always spoke. Heidi, she spoke. Scott Shire from the Beer Distributors is opposed. Mark Armagadian from the New Hampshire Liquor Commission is opposed. Kristen Koch of the Business and Industry Association is opposed. Josh Yokin is opposed. Tom Parasol, representing the New Hampshire Retail Association and the International Bottle Water is also, they're both opposed. And then finally, Mike Sommers from the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association is opposed. And with that, we close the hearing and get to our last bill.
Hello.
Great. Let me shuffle my deck.
Just give me them. Yeah, well, there's three on it.
We'll send them that way. Thank you very much.
You can leave some here for the individuals that aren't here. Yep. And then I have for the other committee.
I have been on my bird to make you laugh. Please don't make me laugh. I'm out of my. Ready to go to. Okay. It's nice that they all can still keep it.
Yeah, the problem is these,
No, just read through all. Oh, my God.
tell me when you're ready.
Oh, yeah. I need to-
Okay. Clerk is ready. We're ready.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the committee for hanging in there and to the folks that want to give testimony today. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel. I represent the towns of New London and Newbury. That's Merrimack District 7. Many thanks to the committee for the work that you've already done on the carpet spill. We learned a lot through that process, and I'm extremely pleased to bring before the committee today a new, broader, fully bipartisan bill on PFAS added products, as you can tell from the sponsors. And I want to start out by saying that this bill is really unlike most bills that you're likely to see before you. There are a few things
that would unite the solid waste industry, the wastewater treatment folks, drinking water, municipalities, public health officials, environmental advocates, and our citizens to speak with one voice. I don't think you'll see that very often. PFAS contamination is a huge problem. PFAS should not be in the air we breathe, the water we drink, or the soil we walk on. It shouldn't be in the blood of our children, our grandchildren, our parents, or in us. I feel quite confident in saying that every single one of us, as we sit here today, have a cocktail of PFAS chemicals variously constructed in our bodies. As we in New Hampshire, in the US and globally, struggle to understand the magnitude of an attempt to mitigate this problem, the answer is really pretty clear. We have to stop using products with PFAS. It's really that simple. I would not want to sit here and tell you that we should continue to allow PFAS products to be consumed, because I think that is not really hearing what people want today. As we start the hearings, I realize it's a late hour, but I really can't speak about this without talking about the people who have battled this before in our state. I really admire them for the work they've done, and it's really been a privilege for me to participate with them in this battle and build on their efforts. I don't have a written statement to share today, but I did provide the committee with informational packets, and I really thought it would be helpful if I kind of talked about this and walked through them. To start with, I have to say that I come here today as the chair of the state's stakeholder group on solid waste, the Solid Waste Working Group. And we represent all facets of solid waste and the solid waste industry. Its representative membership is broad, from landfill owners, operators to municipalities, construction and demolition, debris handlers, a waste-to-energy plant, and hospitals, to name a few. And its responsibilities include bringing forth legislation to further the goals of our recently adopted solid waste management plan. One major goal is the reduction of toxicity in our waste stream. Our support of that goal led to this bill. So it's important to understand where the bill originated, and it's out of very real, tangible concerns of the broader stakeholder group on behalf of our state and in furtherance of the state plan. One of the most important things to understand today as we start the discussion is the interrelationship of our solid waste and wastewater systems. And the graphic that I have shown, that I brought here for you, really tells the tale. And I won't take a whole lot of time explaining it, but what I want you to see is that what goes into the landfill comes from, and the title, as you see, is PFAS sources. What goes into the landfill comes from industry, and it also comes from us. It goes into the landfill. The landfill has leachate that comes out of it just because of rain and some decomposition. The leachate then has to go to the wastewater treatment plant. At the wastewater treatment plant, you also have sewer, water, you have septage from our own tanks, and you have water from industry. They process that, and what comes out of the wastewater treatment plants, stay with me on this, is sludge. And sludge, much of what comes out of the sludge is included with the sludge is PFAS. Some of the sludge is turned into biosolids, which is treated and can be put out on soil. But the sludge with the PFAS, to the extent that it gets it, goes back into the landfill again. So you've got the trash, the landfill, the leachate, the wastewater treatment plant, the sludge, back to the landfill again. But in addition, wastewater treatment plants release water to surface waters, and at this point, it's not really being tested for PFAS. but the requirement for PFAS testing is probably coming very soon, and this is going to be really expensive for our municipalities. The other issue here, of course, is drinking water. And drinking water is taken from ground and surface waters, and it's processed, and it's being tested to very, very minuscule levels for PFAS at great expense and being filtered. And then something has to happen with the filter, and many of these filters also can end up in the landfill. And then, you know, it rains again, and then there's leaks. So it's all really interrelated. And I think that's why when I come before you today, and you probably haven't had a chance to read your emails, but I have support letters from the wastewater treatment plants, drinking water, municipalities, and public health officials. They're all really interested in this subject. There's a letter of support here from the New Hampshire Water Pollution Control Association, the Granite State Rural Water Association, and New Hampshire Water Works Association. They bear a huge burden, and it all comes back eventually on the taxpayers. From the solid waste folks, we're anticipating a National Waste and Recycling Association letter. That's the National Solid Waste Trade Association, and I'm looking forward to receiving that letter soon. So the next thing I want to talk about is money. In your packet, you'll find an article that summarizes the results of the Minnesota Pollution and Environmental Control Agency that analyzes Minnesota as far as remediation costs. And the numbers really are breathtaking. They estimated that for every 1 pound of PFAS that's purchased, it can, for $15 to $1,000, it can cost $2.7 to $18 million to mitigate the effects under, you know, circumstances when it gets into the environment. And they also estimated, just looking at wastewater and biosolids, $14 billion to $28 billion over 20 years to remediate PFAS. That's the estimate that you know, their government put together, and that's described in the article that I gave you. As everyone knows, there's no real accepted affordable method yet on how to destroy PFAS once it's out in the wild. You can look at it later, but I wanted to go back to our own LBA and talk to them about how much state money has been expended. What I have for you there is a summary of the PFAS response fund. It's about $75 million. There's other related costs that aren't included in that. But I think it's safe to say that the state has probably got around $100 million into this. Who knows how much municipalities and wastewater treatment and drinking water treatment facilities have already expended on this. So when you're thinking about the cost, maybe to the agency, of something like this, it's just really important to keep these numbers in mind. I also gave to you, if the copying got done, a picture of the USGS soil map that shows that every single place they tested for PFAS, they found it in the state. So that just shows the widespread contamination. I don't have a map of it here, but there's also a PFAS water sampling map that's available on the DES website. Again, the spread of the stuff is absolutely breathtaking. I also have given you a PFAS fact sheet that was prepared by DES that tells you an awful lot about the circularity of the PFAS getting into our system, how to avoid it, and how it affects us. I am not going to talk a lot about the health effects today. They obviously are very real and very concerning. There are other people here that can speak more intelligently about that, and also in the interest of time, I thought that I wouldn't go into that. I hope you have all seen an excellent letter that was prepared by Dr. Romano from the Dartmouth Geisel School of Medicine. She's an environmental epidemiologist. She's done studies on PFAS and health issues, and it's really elucidating. There's also a letter, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but we also have something here from the New Hampshire Public Health Association in support of the bill. So we can talk about the bill. I'll just kind of give the highlights because I'm anticipating that this is probably going to go to a subcommittee. But as I said, based on all the incontrovertible facts that I have just been talking about, we come to one conclusion. We need to stop the influx of these chemicals in the first place. I think a lot of us aren't really used to thinking about this issue in this way because we're focused on testing limits and remediation. But if we really want to stop what's been going on, we've got to stop it at the front of the pipe and not have the unbelievable burden on our health and on our taxpayers of dealing with it at the end of the pipe. So on the list of things that I'm seeking to ban, you're going to see carpets, upholstered furniture, food packaging, cosmetics, juvenile products, dental floss, yes, dental floss, and PPE. This is a targeted PFAS added product ban. It's not across the board. Maine had an across-the-board ban. Minnesota has a ban that's targeted initially, and then it moves on to across the board. Vermont has very identified products. There are different things going on in different states, but I really don't want this bill to be confused with Maine, which was really across the board and a huge lift for the state, and there's a lot going on there. I really feel like I need to pause here and say that there are essential uses for PFAS, and I'm sure you're going to hear about some of them today. But in crafting the bill, I was cognizant of this, and I really, really wanted to carefully select products to include that really there wasn't an essential use for PFAS and dental floss, for instance, and it really puts less of a burden on the agency and its staff to work through a whole bunch of exemptions. The products that you were chosen, as you can see in your information packets, that I chose bulky items, furniture, and carpets in particular, because they carry a huge load of PFAS into the landfills. And we've become, in the working group, really sensitive to the burden of PFAS, for the landfills who aren't asking to have this stuff in them, but they're the recipients and they have to deal with them. So that's one side of it. I also provided for you a chart from an organization called SWANA, and that organization has identified the products from which we are most exposed: food packaging, cosmetics. A lot of us don't have to worry too much about that, but it's a very real thing. It reminds me of the days when Queen Elizabeth put lead on her face. But anyway, so food packaging, foundation and lipstick, dust, carpets, which I've included here. And those things that's how I started to craft what I wanted to include in this bill. And lastly, and 100% not least, is I really wanted to focus on exposure of children to these products. So I've included juvenile products in here, and I also have PPE in here. Our first responders and healthcare professionals shouldn't be subject to PFAS to do their jobs. And unfortunately, he had to leave, but this bill does have the full support of the Union for Professional Firefighters. I spoke to the lobbyist earlier today. I've had really good discussions with them, and they're extremely concerned about PFAS in the things that they wear to protect us. We all handle, sleep, and walk on floors. We consume these products in our everyday lives, at work, at business. I mean, you may hear that businesses are opposed to this bill, or the workers are handling these things. Our municipal workers are handling these things. We handle them in retailers. We handle them in schools, daycare centers, restaurants, and even swimming in our lakes. And so it's just unavoidable for us. So I don't know how much detail you want me to go into on the bill. I just really want to talk a little bit about the definition. The definition is broad. It's intentionally broad. It's broad because as there are various iterations of these chemicals that come through, you don't want everything twisted one way or another. And it also basically tracks the definitions that are used in 22 states and also by our Department of Defense, which is a really important point. In addition, the statutes that we have now in New Hampshire, I had OLS look at it. The definition that we have of PFAS is in our firefighting foam section, and we've banned firefighting foam with intentionally added PFAS, and so it tracks within our own statute. And I have been told that businesses really prefer consistency in application. So that's it on the definition. I've worked a lot on the understanding of chemistry. I hesitate to even go into this at this late date, but I just need to say this so our eyes don't glaze over. I talked a long time to our toxicologist, and he was really helpful. There are long chain and short chain PFAS. There are polymeric and non-polymeric. These molecules all contain at least one carbon with fluorine attached. And these carbon-fluorine bonds are incredibly strong, and that's why these chemicals have their staying power. It gets confusing, but on a really basic level, let's not lose sight of this. Non-polymeric PFAS are long and short chain PFAS. Chain refers to the number of carbons. Polymeric molecules are daisy-chained, long and short-chain PFAS molecules, and that's how you get to something with a polymer like Teflon. I would argue that you can't exclude polymeric molecules from the definition because polymeric, the long ones, are built with the daisy chains of the short ones. So that's in the manufacture, and it's also the degradation product. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I think you need to keep your eye on that particular ball as you consider the definitional issues. Intentionally added is intentionally added. We're not going after anybody that didn't on purpose put the PFAS in their product to serve a purpose. The clearinghouse, it's late. There's so much to be said about the clearinghouse. It really is the mechanism by which states enforce their laws. I had a long discussion with the folks that run the clearinghouses. They're more than happy to talk to the committee members. But the clearinghouse that would probably be used for this is called the IC2. I was told that the startup costs are going to probably be borne by Maine and Minnesota. Their effective date is before ours. And that to participate in it, it might not cost much more than $25,000. That may seem high. Compare it to, I don't even know what minuscule percentage that is of $100 or $100 million that the states already spend. And last but not least, these effective dates are long-term. There's a notification provision for products to be prohibited for sale that is July 1st, 2026. The prohibition doesn't come effective until July 1st, 2028. There's a labeling section. It wouldn't become, for things that aren't banned, that wouldn't become effective until 2029. I feel the public deserves to know what has been buying. These are like parts, the notification part, the labeling part, the ban part. You can look at them sort of individually as you're looking at the bill. So that's it. The bill's this is a bill that attempts to stop the influx of these dangerous chemicals in our state. There's really no other way. And if there's any state that has suffered from PFAS contamination, it's ours. We need to be brave. We need to take a bold step like this to stop it. And we can't always wait for other states to take necessary action. We should lead like we did with mercury, like we did with the MCL testing levels, which is the PFAS testing levels. And I will stop there. And if you want to ask me any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you,
Okay.
Karen. Okay, so I have a pile of reps. So given the tradition, we do reps first. Bill Boyd.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And through you to my esteemed colleagues on the Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Bill Boyd. I represent Hillsborough 12 in the great town of Merrimack, and I rise in support of House Bill 1649 as a co-sponsor looking to restrict certain products made with PFAS. I would certainly want to amplify the comments that have been made by Representative Ebel, and I want to amplify with just a couple of thoughts for your consideration as you deliberate this bill. I currently chair the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Advisory Commission. The commission was formed back in 2016 after the state won an MTBE settlement, and $277 million was entrusted with this particular fund. Currently, the trust fund has already expended $140 million to granted state communities, specifically targeting pollution, contamination, source water development, infrastructure, groundwater protection, anything as it relates to water. We've had a positive impact on communities that have made application to us looking to improve potability issues that they have in their particular community. My community in Merrimack has been amplified by PFAS impacting our particular water wells that occurred through a company that is no longer in my community right now, Saint-Gobain. We have made a commitment in the town of Merrimack to the tune of $17 million in providing clean potable water to clean up the mess that Saint-Gobain has had. I say this because my commission has made an investment into these communities who have sought to provide their communities with clean potable water. And I think it becomes prohibitive if we do not begin to take the necessary first steps regarding products that get tossed into our local landfills from leaching into our groundwater. We will be spending more money in the long run trying to clean up the mess than being proactive and trying to begin to put specific rules in place that can have a positive impact on ensuring that the groundwater in our great state is clean and pure, not just for us, but for future generations that come to the granite state. The one last thing that I would bring to your attention is the town of Merrimack has a landfill, and there are 3 houses that abut the landfill. And currently in Merrimack, we have testing wells that are currently monitoring those particular wells, not just for PFAS, but for every known carcinogenic chemical that may exist underneath that particular landfill. A couple of years ago, prior to me becoming a member of the Honorable General Court, served on the town council. And 3 of those houses were impacted by leachate from our landfill that got into the groundwater that impacted their personal drinking wells. With the help of the Department of Environmental Services, the town of Merrimack proactively accepted responsibility. They have monitoring and they have filtration at those 3 particular houses. Now, my community is very lucky. It's 3 houses. If we look at the communities that reside over by Coakley Landfill and by Pease Air Force Base, the impacts that have occurred within those particular communities are far more dramatic than what has occurred in my own community. But it should serve, and I would hope it would serve, and I don't like to use dramatic language, but I would hope that it would serve as a clarion call to all of us that we have a responsibility to take the necessary first steps of making sure that when products are being made that they're not using PFAS, so that we're allowing those future generations to be able to drink clean, potable water. And I would be remiss, 2 years ago, this is the 3rd attempt at trying to pass a bill. I introduced one. Representative Boyer, thank you very much, because I was the only sponsor on that particular bill, and you were kind enough to ask me, did I ask anybody else? And I sheepishly told you that I thought I ought to go at it alone. But here's the 3rd draft. This is the 3rd go-around. And look at the number of co-sponsors that we have on here. And I think that's a testament of commitment, not just to Representative Email and my colleagues from Merrimack, Representative Thomas, Representative Murphy, Representative Rung, Representative Healy, Representative Noddy, that have sounded, that have worked hard to bring this issue to the forefront. And I sincerely hope in your deliberations that you'll give 1649 its due deliberation and hopefully maybe begin to take the necessary first steps so that we can ensure that landfills are not filled with PFAS, which ultimately will leachate into our groundwater. Let's have the impact now and take the first steps, and as Representative Evil so aptly put it, take the necessary first steps to attack the issue like we did with mercury. I thank you very much for your time, and I certainly would entertain any questions.
I think at this late hour, we're not going to be asking too many questions.
You know what? I certainly appreciate the latitude that the chairman gave me, and I'm mindful of the hour as well. So thank you very much.
All right. Chair will call on Rosemary Rung.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Rosemary Rung. I'm a state representative for Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. I speak to you today as a former chemist, former chair of the New Hampshire PFAS Commission, and a 40-year resident of Merrimack who has seen my neighbors and friends suffer a statistically elevated rate of kidney cancer and other cancers that may be linked to PFAS contamination of our groundwater. Contaminated wells continue to be discovered throughout southern New Hampshire beyond Merrimack. In July of 2020, New Hampshire was one of the first states to set aggressive maximum contaminant levels for several PFAS in drinking water. We were leaders in the country in taking action to protect the health of Granite Staters, and that leadership has proven to be the right decision. Since then, other states followed, and the U.S. EPA is on the verge of finalizing proposed MCLs. I'm asking you to take a leadership position now by supporting HB 1649. There is overwhelming evidence from around the globe of the carcinogenesis from PFAS. Last year, the National Institute of Health's National Cancer Institute working group upgraded one of the first PFAS, PFOA, to a human carcinogen level, and I expect other PFAS to follow. This threat to human health is compounded by the fact that PFAS do not go away. They bioaccumulate in nature, so we will never reduce the amount currently in the world. We can only stop more from being released. HB 1649 does just that. It prevents unnecessary PFAS from entering New Hampshire in the form of carpeting, rugs, cosmetics, fabric treatments, products for children, dental floss, and other products in which PFAS serves no essential purpose. By restricting these PFAS containing products in New Hampshire, we restrict them from our landfills and landfill leachate. We restrict them from entering the air through incineration, and we restrict them from human contact. We reduce cancer-causing exposure to granite staters with this bill. Now, this isn't the first time chemicals bans have been passed, and those were likely met from opposition from businesses. Makers of electrical equipment, transformers, opposed the PCB ban. It was a tough on insulation manufacturers when asbestos was banned. The cost of replacing hazardous substances with safer alternatives is costly, but it's much more costly to get them out of our environment. It's much more costly to address the health impacts that hazardous chemicals create. So it is going to take strong leadership on your part and the part of the New Hampshire General Court to pass this bill and but it will show the rest of the country that this can be done and it can be done effectively. But we are leaders and we've taken strong actions and sent strong messages before. Let's do it again by passing HB 1649. And I have all night to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair will call on Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I had emailed you my testimony because I thought there was a conflict with me being in executive session in my committee. I'm not going to repeat that. You're going to be hearing things about persistent environmental presence, bioaccumulation, things like that. I was asked to bring it down to the real world. So recently, the IARC, WHO, has declared that PFOA is a carcinogenic substance. We've all suspected this. We now have proof. And it's very likely, as Representative Rung just mentioned, PFOS is also going to be implicated as carcinogenic. As I've testified before, I live 3 miles from Saint-Gobain, which is the industrial polluter in the town of Merrimack. And by the way, I am Representative Wendy Thomas from the town of Merrimack. And originally we were told that only the residents that lived within a half mile of Saint-Gobain had to be concerned about water contamination. Then they did some testing, they moved it out to a full mile. We live 3 miles from Saint-Gobain. We have a private well. We decided to get it tested in 2016. The results came back so high that we had to shut the well down immediately. I have 6 children and they all grew up drinking that water. On my street, I border the very edge of an old neighborhood. They all have private wells. There are 4 houses on my street that have private wells. In house number 1, the dad has died of kidney cancer. In house number 2, the dad and the adult son have died from colon cancer. In house number 3, which is right next door to mine, the dad is dying right now of stage 4 prostate cancer. House number 4 is my house. I've testified before that I have breast cancer. And the oncologists at Dartmouth-Hitchcock, because of my blood tests, which indicate I have 12 PFAS chemicals in my blood that are above the toxic limit that's allowed for humans, the oncologists at Dartmouth-Hitchcock have, as much as they are able to, have linked my breast cancer to PFAS contamination. Because I have so much PFAS in my blood, they have said that my body is a, quote, ticking time bomb for more cancer. And because of that, I had to have my ovaries and fallopian tubes removed prophylactically. That's the way we survive in a town that isn't contaminated with PFAS chemicals. We amputate parts of our bodies to keep ahead of any potential cancer. My husband has heart issues. At age 55, he had several heart attacks and had to have a quadruple stent. That's connected to PFAS contamination. He has cholesterol issues. He has weight issues. Obesity is big in our town, and it's not because we're lazy people. It's PFAS contamination. They are endocrine disruptors. Hormones rule the world. If you upset those, you're going to get added weight. My husband has kidney issues. He just had kidney stones removed. He has bladder issues. I mentioned I have 6 children. I have an adult son with heart issues. He's in his late 20s. Several of my kids have cholesterol issues. Several of my kids have autoimmune issues. The majority of my children have immune dysfunction. In the last 15 years, I've had to put 4 dogs down to cancer in my house. So there is a huge impact. It's huge. This is a poisonous, carcinogenic substance that is killing people in my town, and it is killing my family. But it is also impacting our town economically. How do you think I'm going to be able to sell a house where you can't use the water? Who's going to buy a house in a town that is forever contaminated? Let's talk about healthcare costs. Even with insurance, to have a disease like cancer, I have to take time off, I have to drive, I have to pay for parking, and I have to pay for copays, and I have to pay for medication. Because I had the misfortune to be exposed to a carcinogenic substance. What we're telling people in our town is to filter your water. Just, even if you're on public water, filter it. Keep you and your family safe. When we put in our whole house filtration system in 2016, it cost about $5,000. Now, that price has come down a little bit, but there's still upkeep. To replace the filters every year is about $500. This is an added cost that we are paying, and whoever lives in my house is going to have to pay for the rest of time because this was done to us. Lastly, there's bottled water costs. People in my town are afraid of drinking the water, and so they're buying bottled water. It adds up, especially if you've got kids. So the only way to address this is to do something called Stop the Tap. And that means to stop the flow of PFAS chemicals coming into our state, into our lives. And this bill is an important step to make that happen. It must be considered, and it must be passed. Thank you very much.
Great. Carrie, you're up.
Carrie Spear, Ward 3, Nashua. I took a different tact, and what I wanted to do is look at the actual research, both in the United States and in Europe, because Europe actually, if you can imagine, has more PFAS than we do. And so I wanted to go to sources of research. So I went to the National Institutes of Health to find out, do people actually understand how PFAS attacks the various organs of our body? And the research is there. I learned about how it attacks fatty acids in the kidneys. I learned about how it attacks the connective tissues between our bones, how it destroys our bones. I looked at a lot of research on this, and I presented some of it in the paper that I gave you, so I'm not going to go back. And I've saved all the links, and I've saved all the papers, so if you really want to wade through some of that stuff, it's pretty heavy. So to say that it's just statistically known, that's really not accurate. The research is really starting to come out. Ever since 2000, around 2000, when this stuff became obviously bad, all kinds of agencies have decided to actually do the research on this, and so I think the information is there. What I did want to do is address the fact that the FDA doesn't really test this stuff at all. And so when various chemical companies present their data, they only present what they feel is appropriate at the time. Breakdown products are not discussed. And so as a result of that, we don't see the whole picture. For instance, we were talking about non-polymeric chains, but when they, let me get this right, I don't want to be wrong. When we talk about polymeric chains, they break down into non-polymeric chains. So originally, the polymeric chains were considered the cure-all. Well, they're not, because when they break down to the bad ones. The same thing with HFCs were replaced by HFOs. When HFOs break down, they release a chemical called TFAs. TFAs is just another version of PFAS. And the problem is they stay in the environment for decades. And so we're just polluting with another product. It's a breakdown product, but that wasn't presented. Where I found the research for that one was in Germany. They did extensive research on TFAs, and they're working on rules to ban it in Germany. So these are the kinds of things I wanted to look at, and I presented a little bit of that in the paper, and so I'll just leave you with that. One of the thoughts I have, given the huge nature of the problem, it's time that the manufacturers themselves stop putting the cost on the taxpayer who never even knew these products were bad, even though the known, based on lawsuits, that it was known by 3M and DuPont for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. They started seeing their own employees get sick and die. And this is the first time, it wasn't until 2000 that information became public. So it's really kind of time that the manufacturers kind of paid their due diligence that we've been suffering with for all these years and take responsibility and find alternatives. And I think that it's about time that they did that. Now, we saw some bill from someone who was in the motorcycle group. And they said, well, they make junior motorcycles for little kids or small children, and they shouldn't be banned, and they're very safe and all that sort of thing. And we're not banning motorcycles. But I will tell you that the headliner for the motorcycle helmet is made out of PFAS-laced chemicals that are sitting on children's heads. And that the idea that that's what they want for their children when there are alternatives, I can't even begin to fathom why somebody would want that. So I think that the fact that we pared the bill down to a set of products, and I've seen products in hairspray, I've seen products in face wash, it doesn't belong on our faces. And the products will break down, and when they break down, they go into the groundwater, eventually through getting absorbed through the ground. So everybody else has a whole lot to say about it, and I don't want to say any more. I just wanted to leave you with the idea that there is real research that has been done and has proved the mechanisms, and it's being done both in the United States and Europe. Thank you.
Cynthia Walther. Okay, we'll just pass that around. That'd be great. Nancy Murphy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough, District 12. I've submitted my personal testimony to the committee online, and with your permission, I'd like to share testimony in support of HB 1649 from environmental scientist, public health scientist, author, and former representative, the Honorable Mindy Mesmer. Over the past several years, consumers have discovered that many of the everyday household products they use contained per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS. In addition, many have discovered that their municipal or community drinking water or private wells have been contaminated with PFAS. These chemicals do not break down in the environment, and once they are in our body, they accumulate. Even if you stop drinking contaminated water, exposure from other sources continues to contribute to the body burden of PFAS. In addition, consumers are being exposed to regrettable substitutions that are virtually untested for safety before they enter the market in a wide variety of consumer goods. PFAS chemicals have been found to cause a variety of health effects and are linked to many others, including testicular and kidney cancer, ulcerative colitis, thyroid disease, hypercholesterolemia, and pregnancy complications, as well as female, breast, prostate, and thyroid cancers, low birth weight, immune and endocrine disruption, reduced childhood vaccine efficacy, and cardiovascular impacts. The problem has been that consumers have no way of knowing how to avoid additional exposure because the presence of PFAS is not listed on the label. Companies hide behind confidential business claims to avoid disclosure of the presence of PFAS in their products. Less Cancer has recently called upon the Food and Drug Administration to rein in this widespread use of PFAS chemicals in products like waterproof mascara and other cosmetic products. Residents from many cities and towns across New Hampshire, for example, the Seacoast and Merrimack, Litchfield, Londonderry, and Bedford, have been inadvertently exposed to high levels of PFAS in their drinking water. Those residents can control their consumption of contaminated drinking water once they knew about it, but they cannot control additional inadvertent exposure from additional consumer products and cosmetics. I fully support this effort, with numerous communities in New Hampshire grappling with the repercussions of widespread PFAS contamination in their drinking water supplies. We must take action to minimize their unintended exposure to PFAS chemicals. I just lastly wanted to mention also that on October 13th, 2023, the HB 737 PFAS Commission voted to support the limitation of non-essential use of PFAS-containing products in New Hampshire's commerce to ensure the protection of human health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So Nick, is it possible you can have that?
Actually, it
Your
was all
testimony-
submitted. It was submitted online.
Oh, you got it online? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I see, if I got all the reps? Speaking of everyone. Okay. Testimony that we've all been waiting for, Mike Winsett from DES. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will be brief in the interest of the time here. I do have a letter of testimony that I provided. For the record, my name is Mike Winsett. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1649 this afternoon. The agency is not taking a position on this, but I do want to offer some guidance and some concerns that we have. First of all, I want to say that DES has been dealing ever since the discovery of contamination from PFAS out at Pease Tradeport in 2014 and then in southern New Hampshire in 2016. DES has been working nothing short of feverishly to address the problems associated with contamination by PFAS and to try to reduce human exposures to these toxins. We really determined in 2016 when we really began working on earnest in this. Very quickly, while we were dealing with the problem in southern New Hampshire, we came to realize that PFAS were very widely used. So we did a lot of work to evaluate where they might be being used and released from manufacturing and commercial operations. And what we really learned is that they are so widespread. They're in not just industrial and commercial processes, but they're in consumer products. And so what we came to quickly conclude is that if we're going to address the human exposure problem, we've got to significantly reduce the use of PFAS in commerce. So we absolutely support the the intent of this bill to try to make steps towards that. We believe the steps that this bill would implement will go a long way towards achieving that goal of reducing its use in commerce. We do have some concerns about our ability to administer the bill as presented. And they may mostly center on the fact that it's some pretty expansive notification requirements, likely to involve thousands of products. And in order to do that cost effectively and really to be able to afford to do it and to be able to handle the workload associated with it, we believe that the use of a multi-state clearinghouse is really important for that. And Representative Ebel mentioned the IC2. I think that the Interstate Chemicals Clearinghouse currently administers a high priority chemicals database. And that database, they're working with a couple of other states that already have laws, and they will likely either amend that or stand up a separate framework to try to kind of in a consolidated and comprehensive way serve multiple states who are implementing these programs. We don't really think we're at the sort of critical mass state yet where that'll be able to happen, so that New Hampshire doesn't have to make a huge investment in setting up that framework. So we think it may be that we need a little time for that to happen. But I want to emphasize that we recognize this bill is likely to undergo some study, and we're certainly happy and interested in participating in that discussion. And I'll leave it at that and field any questions.
Well, needless to say, some of our committee members are anxious to not study this anymore and move forward.
Sure.
So obviously, I do see in the bill this, the clearinghouse issue. So the question is in terms of the effective dates in this bill, in terms of how working with that clearinghouse model, is that appropriate?
Right. We have some. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We have some concerns that the pace at which these other few states are making progress is a little slow, and that we might be in the early implementation phase for that. And it's just important to understand that will take a lot more effort on the part of the state of DES as well as cost. Having said that, I think that much of what the clearinghouse would do for us would be to deal with the specific notification provisions in the bill.
Right.
So as this bill makes its way through, if it were amended potentially to even remove those, it's possible you could do this without having those notification requirements. I'm not saying I'm advocating for that, but it could happen. It might change that analysis. So what I guess I'm trying to say is the agency would like to be part of any discussions moving forward as this bill makes its way through the process.
Well, dare I say this, but I have with the other departments that is, we would love to see a marked up version from you.
Sure. Well, I would say I'm not sure the agency is prepared to mark up a version and tell you what would work for the agency, but certainly we're prepared to work with the sponsor and other interested parties.
I only say because, we do insurance and banking and liquor and we look to you to be the enforcement entity. And so therefore we look for you to mark it up, to tell us what you can enforce and when you can enforce it.
I'd be happy. The agency would be happy to work with the sponsor towards that end. Absolutely.
Excellent. Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you just give someone like me who's still studying this issue just a sense of, I know there's hot spots in our state that had PFAS contamination, and this bill's talking about consumer products.
That's right.
So the hot spots, what percentage of them are from some kind of industrial or even military or firefighting spill, and which are the result of landfills with consumer products in the landfills? Because that's what this bill would address.
So I don't know if I can put a number on that. The three biggest hotspots are industrial or commercial. So there's Peace Tradeport, where it was a firefighting foam problem during the operation of the air base. There's the Saint-Gobain and the textiles coated international facilities in southern New Hampshire that were manufacturers who had air emissions that impacted drinking water. But what we learned through looking at other facilities, we do have a number of old unlined landfills that have contaminated groundwater locally as a result of the release of PFAS from the landfill. We do have a number of firefighting fire stations that were using the materials appropriately, but didn't know that when they were maintaining their equipment, they were releasing contaminants to the area around their fire stations or at their fire training sites. But we also have examples where, you know, a carpet cleaner, one person that works out of a van goes home at night to his house and dumps the wash water out, and he contaminated several wells around his house, you know, of his neighbors. So those, you know, I guess you can call that commercial use, but certainly similarly, someone maintaining their own carpets or floors could potentially contaminate groundwater around their home. So we do see PFAS in many different locations. In terms of the use in consumer products, it isn't just about contaminating groundwater. It's that these exposures occur as a result of, you know, cosmetics, getting into food and ingesting it, household dust, that sort of thing. So the pathways to exposure are manifold. They're not just drinking water.
Great. Well, we look forward to be working with you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the two cards I have in opposition just to get them out of the way, and then we can take up the rest of it. So Jody Rimlis, representing the American Chemistry Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jody Grimbalis. I'm here representing the American Chemistry Council. I have presented a letter for you all to have. It is signed by not only the American Chemistry Council, but a number of other industries that have also raised concerns about the bill as written. We have had very good conversations with the sponsor. No?
Hold the microphone close to your mouth.
Sorry. Can you
Real
hear me?
close.
Can you hear me now?
Now.
We have had discussions with the sponsor before Christmas. We'd like to continue those discussions. Certainly, the American Chemistry Council has released its own model legislation, which covers a lot of these products as well. So trying to work through those things. I will tell you, as the sponsor mentioned years ago, there was an issue of firefighting foams in 2019. We worked with Senator Tom Sherman and all of the stakeholders, including the professional firefighters, to come up with a statute that's on the books today. So we'd like to have that opportunity. We will continue to work with this subcommittee and the sponsor to see if we can find some way to find consensus. Thank you.
So is it over the polymer issue?
There's some definitional issues that they'd like to discuss. I think they also want to discuss kind of those notifications and timing requirements as well.
Notification,
Different
okay,
industries have different
Okay.
issues. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Andrew Bemis. Representing SPAN.
Yes, sir.
What is that? No, because you have to turn the mic on. Red.
There
is,
we go.
Red is
Good.
good.
Great. Well, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Andrew Bemis. I'm with the Sustainable PFAS Action Network. SPAN for short, we're a coalition of PFAS users and producers who are committed to sustainable risk-based PFAS management. Our members advocate for responsible policies that assure long-term human health and environmental protection, while recognizing the critical need that certain PFAS play as contributors to U.S. economic growth. So that's a summary of who we are. Very happy to be here today. We've been involved in the PFAS discussion in New Hampshire for going on a couple of years now. And I'll just begin by saying we've had some very productive conversations and continuing dialogue with some of the members here and others like DES, and we very much look forward to that continuing today. I'll just be brief. Just a couple of issues to mention here quickly today. We've touched on a couple of issues with the definition, and we would like to say to begin that there are aspects of the bill that we are supportive of, and we'll touch on those briefly as well. With the definition, we'll just say briefly that, as has been mentioned, the definition is far too broad. There would be about 14,000 compounds included in the legislation's current definition. Just to give a little bit of reference to that definition, recently the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency released final rules for a PFAS reporting program pursuant to EPA's PFAS roadmap that they released in 2021. The definition that they use, EPA states, contains less than 1,500 compounds, of which less than 800 are expected to be commercially active. And so it's important to consider, and in other states as well, such as Delaware, Virginia, and West Virginia, have also adopted more targeted definitions. So SPAN would consider or encourage consideration of those federal reporting rules and some of the other factors that go into the definition as well. We'll also just touch on briefly, as I mentioned, SPAN is supportive of the bill's focus on consumer products. It is very important that PFAS legislation focus on non-essential consumer product uses, especially in some uses in which the PFAS can be phased out. So we applaud the bill's focus on that. We would like to emphasize, though, that the bill or bills focused on consumer products are most effective when the definition is targeted to high risk and high emissive compounds that are commercially active as well. So those are my comments. I'll keep it brief. So thank you very much for the time today. If there's any comments or questions, I will be happy to take them.
All right, thank you. Question? Representative Spear.
We've talked.
We have, yes.
We've talked in the past, and the problem that we have with limiting the definition is that the products, it's like playing whack-a-mole. Every time we turn around, there's another product, and
Sure.
we don't know what the breakdown product is. If we start limiting the definition, we're afraid we're going to miss what it is we're trying to protect over here. And one of the things one of the most immediate things is the compounds that make up HFOs. The fact that they're used in refrigeration, fine. The fact that they're used in industrial places, fine. They don't belong on our hair because they break down, and the breakdown products are bad. So it's very, very difficult to narrow that that definition. And the EPA has been driven, has had taken a lot of information from the industry, and they haven't really, they've narrowed it to such an extent that we don't know where to go with that definition to protect ourselves into the future. So why do you think we should do that? I'm not clear on what the benefit of that is when all we're concerned about are consumer products, which we don't even know what's in them. And we've talked about trying to get the definitions for what's in them, and we can't.
Sure. Well, Representative Spear, thank you for the comments and the question. I appreciate that. We'll say quickly, some of the products in the bill, like food packaging, the PFAS content is relatively well understood.
That one is.
Right. And we applaud the bill's focus on that. And I will also comment that part of the purpose of the EPA's reporting rules is to address exactly what you've mentioned, is certainly, and a lot of compounds that have entered commerce in the last several years or so have undergone pretty rigorous toxicological testing at the federal level, but others have not. And part of the purpose of the EPA reporting rules is to figure out which ones have not, which ones are commercially active, which ones might be responsible for the contamination issues. So agreed, there are holes in the research, and that is ongoing. And we look forward to that data from EPA, and would just encourage that the committee consider that when it becomes available.
Any other questions? Representative Bilio.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do you think there's a problem here with PFAS in the state?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, we acknowledge that there are issues with PFAS contamination. And that's part of what our group is intending to do, is focus on identifying contaminated sites and remediating them.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next we'll call Hanan from the New Hampshire Public Health Association. And if you could give your full name for the record. Do you want to write her last name? Okay, thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hanan Bedri. shorter version. And I'm the executive director of the New Hampshire Public Health Association. On behalf of the New Hampshire Public Health Association, we're here to urge the committee to support House Bill 1649. PFAS poses a public health concern. As you all know, PFAS are man-made synthetic chemicals that can last within the human body for a long time and in the environment for a long time. Evidence indicates that certain exposure to PFAS can reduce the ability of the body's immune system to fight infections, decreases fertility, increases high blood pressure in pregnant women, cause developmental effects or delays in children, increase the risk of some cancers. An example is kidney cancer, and a lot of things were mentioned earlier today. It interferes with the body's natural hormones, and just to name a few. This bill will reduce the exposure of PFAS, and it will protect granite staters, protect our children, it will protect our families, it will protect our community from health and environmental threats of PFAS. We ask you to support this bill and vote ought to pass. Thank you for protecting the health of our community. That's it.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the guest? All right, thank you. And next we'll call Stephen Poggi from representing WM, if you could just, Waste Management, okay.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name's Steve Poggi. I am the Area Director of Disposal Operations for Waste Management. I'm a professional engineer registered in the state of New Hampshire. I've been dealing with solid waste management issues for more than 40 years, most of that in the state of New Hampshire. We currently operate the turnkey landfill in Rochester. It's the largest landfill in the state. We manage about 40% of the solid waste that's currently generated in the state of New Hampshire. So we're the recipient of a lot of solid waste that gets generated in the state. And we are managing leachate coming off the bottom of that landfill. We've got a double-lined landfill there. And we have a pretreatment facility on site that we treat for these compounds, along with a number of other things. We haven't been required to do that by the regulations yet, but we know they're coming. So we've gone ahead and put in a reverse osmosis treatment system and recently an ion exchange system to remove these chemicals from the wastewater before it gets discharged to the city of Rochester, where they treat it again. We're in support of this bill. We think that there needs to be something done to remove these compounds from the waste stream. They're extremely hazardous. I mean, you heard testimony today. And if you look at the research, it's pretty compelling. Just looking at the standards that are being proposed by EPA for drinking water that's coming out fairly soon, it's going to be in the part per trillion range. Limits are often set in part per million, part per billion, part per trillion. I can't think of any other compounds that are set in the part per trillion range. To give you some context on that, I just looked up sitting here how much water is in Lake Winnipesaukee. 625 billion gallons. So if you took, I did the quick math, cup and a half of these compounds, poured it into Winnipesaukee, you couldn't drink the water. And if you look at things that are under your kitchen sink, which I did, my wife had Resolve carpet cleaner, and you look that up, majority of that is PFAS. And that 16-ounce container, which is, sold and available at Lowe's for $7.98 a container, you pour that in Winnipesaukee, you can't drink that water. So these things are extremely hazardous, very costly. We've spent millions of dollars over the last 5 years to manage these chemicals, and I can tell you they're in everything we do. We manage as individuals what we buy in the stores, what we discard. So I would really encourage the committee to move this forward and look to try to eliminate this from the waste stream. Thank you.
Representative Burrows?
Thanks for taking my question. Just a quick question. I was just kind of startled when you said that I don't know what the name of the product was that you pour down the drain.
Resolve, it's for
Resolve.
stains on your carpet. Yep, Resolve carpet cleaner.
What does that do to people who are living in the house when you use that?
Nobody knows what's in it.
This
So,
is
and-
Resolve. This is the one with the red jar with,
Yeah.
with the brush thing on
You got-
top.
yeah.
I use that all the time.
Right,
yeah.
and a lot of us have it. It works great. I will tell you that the materials work great for what they're intended, but they're extremely hazardous. And we have them everywhere. So that's not on the list. Maybe Representative Ebel will consider that, but there are a lot of things that could be added to that list. I think it's a good start.
Is that the pet cleaner?
No, it's a fabric cleaner. It's for
Fabric.
rug. It's a rug cleaner.
Yeah, and just on that real quick, carpets and furniture are a problem for us. We take those materials for disposal, obviously, but Stain Master, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Works great, but in bulk, there's a lot of material that comes into these sites for disposal. We're managing it on the back end. Other folks may not be doing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Provencher from Merrimack Village District.
Good evening. I appreciate you having us here tonight. My name is Donald Provencher. I'm a civil engineer. I am the chair of the Merrimack Village District Board of Commissioners. The MVD is a water district that supplies water to Merrimack and a portion of Bedford. We know firsthand the challenges of PFAS. All of our wells, all of our 6 wells in town are contaminated. We've got 3 treatment plants that treat those 6 wells. It was at least $20 million worth of PFAS treatment. Our customers fund MVD fully. They're on the hook for that $20 million over the next 20 years, basically. I have a letter that I submitted to you on record already. It's signed by all 5 of our Board of Commissioners. I've got one behind me, Wolf Von Shawn, that joined me today, and the superintendent. But the one thing I wanted to mention is this very legislature in 2019 passed some very low maximum contaminant levels for 4 PFAS compounds. Those are very low concentrations. The reason that they're that low is because of their toxicity. That is a main route of exposure, is obviously drinking PFAS water, because everybody needs water. But in my mind, having those levels so low and this legislature taking the responsibility of creating those MCLs at that low level, it's common sense that any other routes of exposure should be treated as well. And I think this bill addresses a lot of that. In Merrimack, there's something that I dubbed the PFAS trifecta, for those of you who think that not all PFAS may be harmful, but we have one of the largest polluters in town. That's number one. Probably the largest polluter in all of New England, if not the whole country, or one of the largest in the country. In 2017, the Department of Health and Human Services tested the blood of 217 MVD customers and found the average customer to have double the national average of PFOA. And then just recently in January of 23, a year ago, DHHS came out with a cancer study that indicated 42% higher occurrence of kidney and bladder cancer in Merrimack than anywhere else in the state. So when you add those 3 together, I find it hard that it's a coincidence. So these things are important. They need to be dealt with. And I think it's time maybe to have the chemical industry, instead of us having to play the whack-a-mole approach, why don't we have the chemical industry prove that PFAS are safe before we let them back into our consumer products? And I think pressing the pause button on that right now is an appropriate thing to do. So that was it. I wanted to keep it brief. There's more information in the letter that I sent you, but you have that so you can read it at your own leisure. Appreciate it.
Right. Yeah.
Could you tell me, I don't know if you can, but if my girlfriend lives in Bedford, right across the street from the Manchester Country Club,
Right.
and her well is polluted with PFAS, so she hasn't been able to drink the water. And could you tell me if the Manchester Country Club is dealing with PFAS issues, or if they even know?
I don't know if they know or if they're dealing with that.
Okay.
I will say there's a groundwater management zone delineation that goes as far as into southern Manchester, which is where I grew up. And then I moved to Merrimack, so I'm personally lived my whole life in a groundwater management
Yeah.
zone. But I know Merrimack Village District doesn't serve water to that part of Bedford. But it is inside the groundwater management zone. So there's a good a chance that all of the groundwater in there should be tested within that boundary. And it's not surprising to me that it's found, if it is elevated, it's not surprising.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michael Strand? You had to leave, okay. Christine Baber. Yep, she's left, yeah. I can. Okay, Heidi. Where are you from, Heidi? I know she's Constellation Valley. Are you from around here, or are you from?
So I'm with CLF in our Concord office, and I'm from the Upper Valley, from Hanover.
Okay. Aren't you glad we scheduled all these bills today?
Well, I hear the snow has started up in the Upper Valley, so I will be driving there next, heading home. But thank you. Good evening. Thank you to the chair and the committee for my third appearance. I will keep it brief. For the record, Heidi Tremarco for the Conservation Law Foundation. I will start by, I have testimony from a group of organizations that had to leave early. They have submitted a letter, but this is testimony in support of the bill from the New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions, the Appalachian Mountain Club, New Hampshire Audubon, the Forest Society, Connecticut River Conservancy, New Hampshire Lakes, Collaborative Solid Waste Strategies, and the Nature Conservancy. And all of those organizations support the bill and urge the committee to vote ought to pass. And you should have their testimony with, the committee should already have that. They speak to PFAS being widespread, harmful to human health and the environment, the high costs of PFAS pollution, and the need to reduce PFAS to avoid the harm and start solving the PFAS crisis that we face. Similarly, the committee should have CLF's testimony, and I have copies and I'll hand those out. But we strongly urge the committee to vote ought to pass on this bill 1649. And you'll just find in our testimony, hopefully some of the references that provides the committee with some of the documentation to support things that you've already heard today about the high costs of PFAS contamination, the serious health effects, and the pervasiveness of PFAS in our bodies and in our environment. And I'll just close on a personal note. I began my career as an attorney 15 years ago representing people, a class of people whose drinking water was contaminated by PFAS and PFOA in West Virginia and in Minnesota and in New Jersey. And at the time, it was, we were just discovering these things and trying to figure out what they were and learning that the companies had known about them, as you've heard from worker studies, for decades and maybe since the 1940s, since the 1970s. And so we were discovering it then. And it is exciting that New Hampshire has an opportunity to not just react, but to take a positive step towards protecting people and protecting the state from these chemicals. So I urge the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Safe drive home. Bonnie Christie? Representing Susan Richmond, right?
Hi, I actually filled out the pink card that I was going to speak for Susan Richmond, who couldn't be here.
Right.
Instead, I turned in her short testimony to you.
Already,
So
yes.
you have that, but I hope that I could say just a few words for myself and for the town of Hopkinton.
Sure.
We have a $4 million PFAS and toxics cleanup that we're going to have to do in Hopkinton. It's at our transfer station. $4 million is a big number for a town of our size, for any town for that matter. That cleanup does not include what we're going to have to do to treat the sludge in our wastewater treatment system. So it's going to be 4 million plus. I just thought it would be good for you guys to know what we're facing in other towns. In the process of putting together the plan for that, I've spoken several times with Anthony Druin, who is the residuals management supervisor at DES, and he's been incredibly helpful, and I've learned a lot about PFAS. And on a personal note, I didn't realize that PFAS was going into everybody's septic system, the town wastewater system. I had no idea. I had no idea that the sunscreen that I've been using for decades as a fair-skinned person, I use the waterproof version, full of PFAS. I've been putting it all over my body, and then I wash it off and it goes into the groundwater. And I'm like, oh my God, who knew? So another thing regarding Hopkinton is that we in the Hopkinton Village, the Kentucook Village precinct, we have, our water comes from a pond in Warner. So it goes through a treatment system before it goes out to the residents. That treatment system is really antiquated, and so we're doing a study now to see whether we can upgrade it, rebuild it, or what may be a lot more cost effective for us is to turn to groundwater as our source instead of using the surface water. And as we've just said, the groundwater, we just did a natural resource inventory for the Conservation Commission. We've seen the extent of our aquifers and our groundwater, and that's all being contaminated potentially just by people's own backyard septic systems. So it feels like we're cornered. We're cornered as individuals, we're cornered as a town, we're cornered by the producers of PFAS. And I really hope that you guys will pass this, ought to pass, so we can move forward on doing something about this disaster. Thank you very much.
Okay. Last card, Meredith Hatfield. She left. Okay. Oh, I didn't get the blue sheet. Should have grabbed it on my way by. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip over the people who spoke in Polypiece for it. Well, let's just say everybody on this page is for it except for Kristen in BIA.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And everybody else, so that's enough. We'll put it in the file. Okay, with that, I can assure everyone that we will be doing a subcommittee in the first week of February. This bill is an early bill, so we have to have it out before then. And with that, I will close the public hearing.